Chapter 30 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 30. The spring of that year approached with wonderful roads, for while in the north of the Commonwealth snow was already thawing, the stiffened rivers were set free, and the whole country was filled with March water, in the south the icy breath of winter was still descending from the mountains to the fields, woods, and forests. In the forests lay snowdrifts. In the open country, frozen roads sounded under the hoofs of horses. The days were dry, the sunsets red, the nights starry and frosty. The people living on the rich clay, on the black soil, and in the woods of Little Poland comforted themselves with the continuance of the cold, stating that the field mice and the Swedes would perish from it. But inasmuch as the spring came late, it came as swiftly as an armoured squadron advancing to the attack of an enemy. The sun shot down living fire from heaven, and at once the crust of winter burst. From the Hungarian steppes flew a strong warm wind, and began to blow on the fields and wild places. Straightway in the midst of shining ponds, arable ground became dark, a green fleece shot up on the low river lands, and the forests began to shed tears from bursting buds on their branches. In the heavens continually fair were seen daily rows of cranes, wild ducks, teal, and geese. Storks flew to their places of the past year, and the roofs were swarming with swallows. The twitter of birds was heard in the villages, their noise in the woods and ponds, and in the evening the whole country was ringing with the croaking and singing of frogs, which swam with delight in the waters. Then came great rains, which were as if they had been warmed. They fell in the daytime, they fell in the night, without interruption. The fields were turned into lakes, the rivers overflowed, the fords became impassable. Then followed the stickiness and the impossible of muddy roads. Amid all this water, mud, and swamp, the Swedish legions dragged onward continually toward the south. But how little was that throng, advancing as it were to destruction, like that brilliant army which in its time marched under Wittenberg to Great Poland. Hunger had stamped itself on the faces of the old soldiers. They went on more like spectres than men, in suffering, in toil, in sleeplessness, knowing that at the end of the road not food was awaiting, but hunger, not sleep, but a battle, and if rest, then the rest of the dead. Arrayed in iron, these skeletons of horsemen sat on skeletons of horses. The infantry hardly drew their legs along, barely could they hold spears and muskets with trembling hands. Day followed day, they went onward continually. Wagons were broken, cannons were fastened in sloughs. They went on so slowly that sometimes they were able to advance hardly 5 miles in one day. Diseases fell on the soldiers like ravens on corpses. The teeth of some were chattering from fever. Others lay down on the ground simply from weakness, choosing rather to die than advance. But the Swedish Alexander hastened toward the Polish Dariusz unceasingly. At the same time he was pursued himself. As in the night time jackals follow a sick buffalo, waiting to see if he will soon fall, and he knows that he will fall, and he hears the howl of the hungry pack, so after the Swedes went parties, nobles and peasants, approaching ever nearer, attacking ever more insolently and snatching away. At last came Charniecki, the most terrible of all the pursuers, and followed closely. The rearguards of the Swedes, as often as they looked behind, saw horsemen, at one time far off on the edge of the horizon, at another a furlong away, at another twice the distance of a musket shot, at another time, when attacking, on their very shoulders. The enemy wanted battle. With despair did the Swedes pray to the Lord of Hosts for battle. But Charniecki did not receive battle. He bided his time. Meanwhile, he preferred to punish the Swedes, or let go from his hand against them single parties, as one would falcons against water birds. And so they marched, one after the other. There were times, however, when Charniecki passed the Swedes, pushed on, and blocked the road before them, pretending to prepare for a general battle. Then the trumpet sounded joyously from one end of the Swedish camp to the other, and, oh miracle! New strength, a new spirit seemed to vivify on a sudden the wearied ranks of the Scandinavians. Sick, wet, weak, like Lazaruses, they stood in rank promptly for battle, with flaming faces, with fire in their eyes. Spears and muskets moved with as much accuracy as if iron hands held them. The shouts of battle were heard as loudly as if they came from the healthiest bosoms, and they marched forward to strike breast against breast. Then Charniecki struck once, twice, but when the artillery began to thunder, he withdrew his troops, leaving to the Swedes as profit vain labour and the greater disappointment and disgust. When, however, the artillery could not come up, and spears and sabres had to decide in the open field, he struck like a thunderbolt, knowing that in a hand-to-hand conflict the Swedish cavalry could not stand, even against volunteers. And again Wittenberg implored the king to retreat and thus avoid ruin to himself and the army. But Carl Gustaf in answer compressed his lips, fire flashed from his eyes, and he pointed to the south, where in the Russian regions he hoped to find Jan Kazimir, and also fields open to conquest, rest, provisions, pastures for horses, and rich plunder. Meanwhile, to complete the misfortune, those Polish regiments which had served him hitherto, and which in one way or another were now alone able to meet Charniecki, began to leave the Swedes. Pan Zbrojek resigned first. He had held to Karl hitherto not from desire of gain, but from blind attachment to the squadron and soldierly faithfulness to Karl. He resigned in this fashion, that he engaged in conflict with a regiment of Miller's dragoons, cut down half the men, and departed. After him resigned Pan Kalinski, who rode over the Swedish infantry. Jan Sapieha grew gloomier each day. He was meditating something in his soul, plotting something. He had not gone hitherto himself, but his men were deserting him daily. Carl Gustaf was marching then through Narol, Chechanov, and Oleshitsa to reach the San. He was upheld by the hope that Jan Kazimir would bar his road and give him battle. A victory might yet repair the fate of Sweden and bring a change of fortune. In fact, rumours were current that Jan Kazimir had set out from Lvov with the quarter soldiers and the Tartars, but Karl's reckonings deceived him. Jan Kazimir preferred to await the junction of the armies and the arrival of the Lithuanians under Sapieha. Delay was his best ally, for he was growing daily in strength, while Karl was becoming weaker. "That is not the march of troops, nor of an army, but a funeral procession," said old warriors in Yan Kazimir's suite. Many Swedish officers shared this opinion. Carl Gustaf, however, repeated still that he was going to Lvov, but he was deceiving himself and his army. It was not for him to go to Lvov, but to think of his own safety. Besides, it was not certain that he would find Yan Kazimir in Lvov. In every event, the Polish Dariush might withdraw far into Podolia, and draw after him the enemy into distant steppes where the Swedes must perish without rescue. Douglas went to Przemysl to try if that fortress would yield, and returned not merely with nothing, but plucked. The catastrophe was coming slowly, but inevitably. All tidings brought to the Swedish camp were simply the announcement of it. Each day fresh tidings, and ever more terrible. "Sapieha is marching. He is already in Tomashov," was repeated one day. "Lyubomirski is marching with troops and mountaineers," was announced the day following. And again, "The king is leading the quarter soldiers and the horde 100,000 strong. He has joined Sapieha." Among these tidings were tidings of disaster and death, untrue and exaggerated, but they always spread fear. The courage of the army fell. Formerly, whenever Karl appeared in person before his regiments, they greeted him with shouts in which rang the hope of victory. Now the regiments stood before him dull and dumb. And at the fires the soldiers, famished and wearied to death, whispered more of Charnyetski than of their own king. They saw him everywhere. And, a strange thing, when for a couple of days no party had perished, when a few nights passed without alarms or cries of "Allah" and "Strike! Kill!" their disquiet became still greater. "Charnyetski has fled. God knows what he is preparing," repeated the soldiers. Karl halted a few days in Yaroslavl, pondering what to do. During that time the Swedes placed on flat-bottomed boats sick soldiers, of whom there were many in camp, and sent them by the river to Sandomierz, the nearest fortified town still in Swedish hands. After this work had been finished, and just when the news of Yan Kazimir's march from Lvov had come in, the King of Sweden determined to discover where Yan Kazimir was, and with that object Colonel Kanneberg with 1,000 cavalry passed the San and moved to the east. "It may be that you have in your hands the fate of the war and us all," said the king to him at parting. And in truth much depended on that party, for in the worst case Kanneberg was to furnish the camp with provisions, and if he could learn certainly where Yan Kazimir was, the Swedish king was to move at once with all his forces against the Polish Dariush, whose army he was to scatter and whose person he was to seize if he could. The first soldiers and the best horses were assigned, therefore, to Kanneberg. Choice was made the more carefully, as the colonel could not take artillery or infantry. Hence he must have with him men who with sabres could stand against Polish cavalry in the field. March 20, the party set out. A number of officers and soldiers took farewell of them, saying, "God conduct you! God give victory! God give a fortunate return!" They marched in a long line, being 1,000 in number, and went two abreast over the newly built bridge, which had one square still unfinished, but was in some fashion covered with planks so that they might pass. Good hope shone in their faces, for they were exceptionally well fed. Food had been taken from others and given to them. Gorailka was poured into their flasks. When they were riding away, they shouted joyfully and said to their comrades, "We will bring you Charnyetski himself on a rope." Fools! They knew not that they were going as go bullocks to slaughter at the shambles. Everything combined for their ruin. Barely had they crossed the river when the Swedish sappers removed the temporary covering of the bridge so as to lay stronger planks over which cannon might pass. The 1,000 turned toward Wielkie Oczy, singing in low voices to themselves. Their helmets glittered in the sun on the turn once and a second time. Then they began to sink in the dense pine wood. They rode forward 2 miles and a half. Emptiness, silence around them. The forest depth seemed vacant altogether. They halted to give breath to the horses. After that they moved slowly forward. At last they reached Wielkie Oczy, in which they found not a living soul. That emptiness astonished Canneberg. "Evidently they have been waiting for us here," said he to Major Sweno. "But Charnyetski must be in some other place, since he has not prepared ambushes." "Does your worthiness order a return?" asked Sweno. "We will go on even to Lvov itself, which is not very far. I must find an informant and give the king sure information touching Yan Kazimir." "But if we meet superior forces?" "Even if we meet several thousand of those brawlers whom the Poles call general militia, we will not let ourselves be torn apart by such soldiers." "But we may meet regular troops. We have no artillery, and against them cannons are the main thing." "Then we will draw back in season and inform the king of the enemy, and those who try to cut off our retreat we will disperse." "I am afraid of the night," replied Sweno. "We will take every precaution. We have food for men and horses for 2 days. We need not hurry." When they entered the pine wood beyond Wielkie Oczy, they acted with vastly more caution. 50 horsemen rode in advance, musket in hand, each man with his gunstock on his thigh. They looked carefully on every side, examined the thickets, the undergrowth. Frequently they halted, listened. Sometimes they went from the road to one side to examine the depths of the forest, but neither on the roads nor at the sides was there a man. But 1 hour later, after they had passed a rather sudden turn, 2 troopers riding in advance saw a man on horseback about 400 yards ahead. The day was clear and the sun shone brightly, hence the man could be seen as something on the hand. He was a soldier, not large, dressed very decently in foreign fashion. He seemed especially small because he sat on a large cream-coloured steed, evidently of high breed. The horseman was riding at leisure, as if not seeing that troops were rolling on after him. The spring floods had dug deep ditches in the road, in which muddy water was sweeping along. The horseman spurred his steed in front of the ditches, and the beast sprang across with the nimbleness of a deer, and again went on at a trot, throwing his head and snorting vivaciously from time to time. The 2 troopers reined in their horses and began to look around for the sergeant. He clattered up in a moment, looked, and said, "That is some hound from the Polish kennel." "Shall I shout at him?" "Shout not. There may be more of them. Go to the colonel." Meanwhile the rest of the advance guard rode up, and all halted. The small horseman halted too, and turned the face of his steed to the Swedes, as if wishing to block the road to them. For a certain time they looked at him and he at them. "There is another, a second, a third, a fourth, a whole party," were the sudden cries in the Swedish ranks. In fact, horsemen began to pour out from both sides of the road, at first singly, then by twos, by threes. All took their places in line with him who had appeared first. But the second Swedish guard with Svenno, and then the whole detachment with Canneberg, came up. Canneberg and Svenno rode to the front at once. "I know those men," cried Svenno when he had barely seen them. "Their squadron was the first to strike on Prince Valdemar at Goomb. Those are Charniecki's men. He must be here himself." These words produced an impression. Deep silence followed in the ranks. Only the horses shook their bridle bits. "I sniff some ambush," continued Svenno. "There are too few of them to meet us, but there must be others hidden in the woods." He turned here to Canneberg. "Your worthiness, let us return." "You give good counsel," answered the colonel, frowning. "It was not worth while to set out if we must return at sight of a few ragged fellows. Why did we not return at sight of one? Forward!" The first Swedish rank moved at that moment with the greatest regularity, after it the second, the third, the fourth. The distance between the two detachments was becoming less. "Cock your muskets," commanded Canneberg. The Swedish muskets moved like one. Their iron necks were stretched toward the Polish horsemen. But before the muskets thundered, the Polish horsemen turned their horses and began to flee in a disorderly group. "Forward!" cried Canneberg. The division moved forward on a gallop, so that the ground trembled under the heavy hoofs of the horses. The forest was filled with the shouts of pursuers and pursued. After half an hour of chasing, either because the Swedish horses were better, or those of the Poles were wearied by some journey, the distance between the two bodies was decreasing. But at once something wonderful happened. The Polish band, at first disorderly, did not scatter more and more as the flight continued, but on the contrary, they fled in ever better order, in ranks growing more even, as if the very speed of the horses brought the riders into line. Svenno saw this, urged on his horse, reached Canneberg and called out, "Your worthiness, that is an uncommon party. Those are regular soldiers, fleeing designedly and leading us to an ambush." "Will there be devils in the ambush or men?" asked Canneberg. The road rose somewhat and became ever wider, the forest thinner, and at the end of the road was to be seen an unoccupied field, or rather a great open space, surrounded on all sides by a dense, deep grey pine wood. The Polish horsemen increased their pace in turn, and it transpired that hitherto they had gone slowly of purpose, for now in a short time they pushed forward so rapidly that the Swedish leader knew that he could never overtake them. But when he had come to the middle of the open plain, and saw that the enemy were almost touching the other end of it, he began to restrain his men and slacken speed. But oh, marvel! The Poles, instead of sinking in the opposite forest, wheeled around at the very edge of the half-circle, and returned on a gallop toward the Swedes, putting themselves at once in such splendid battle order that they roused wonder even in their opponents. "It is true!" cried Canneberg. "Those are regular soldiers. They turned as if on parade. What do they want for the 100th time?" "They are attacking us!" cried Svenno. In fact, the squadron was moving forward at a trot. the little knight on the cream-coloured steed shouted something to his men, pushed forward, again reined in his horse, gave signs with his sabre. Evidently he was the leader. "They are attacking really," said Canneberg with astonishment. And now the horses, with ears dropped back, were coming at the greatest speed, stretched out so that their bellies almost touched the ground. Their riders bent forward to their shoulders and were hidden behind the horse manes. The Swedes standing in the first rank saw only hundreds of distended horse nostrils and burning eyes. A whirlwind does not move as that squadron tore on. "God with us! Sweden! Fire!" commanded Canneberg, raising his sword. All the muskets thundered, but at that very moment the Polish squadron fell into the smoke with such impetus that it hurled to the right and the left the first Swedish ranks, and drove itself into the density of men and horses as a wedge is driven into a cleft log. A terrible whirl was made. Breastplate struck breastplate, sabre struck rapier, and the rattle, the whining of horses, the groan of dying men roused every echo, so that the whole pine wood began to give back the sounds of the battle, as the steep cliffs of mountains give back the thunder. The Swedes were confused for a time, especially since a considerable number of them fell from the first blow. But soon recovering, they went powerfully against the enemy. Their flanks came together, and since the Polish squadron was pushing ahead anyhow, for it wished to pass through with a thrust, it was soon surrounded. The Swedish centre yielded before the squadron, but the flanks pressed on it with the greater power, unable to break it, for it defended itself with rage and with all that incomparable adroitness which made the Polish cavalry so terrible in hand-to-hand conflict. Sabres toiled then against rapiers, bodies fell thickly, but the victory was just turning to the Swedish side when suddenly from under the dark wall of the pine wood rolled out another squadron and moved forward at once with a shout. The whole right wing of the Swedes, under the lead of Sveno, faced the new enemy, in which the trained Swedish soldiers recognized hussars. They were led by a man on a valiant dapple grey. He wore a burqa and a wildcat skin cap with a heron feather. He was perfectly visible to the eye, for he was riding at one side some yards from the soldiers. "Charniecki! Charniecki!" was the cry in the Swedish ranks. Sveno looked in despair at the sky, then pressed his horse with his knees and rushed forward with his men. But Charniecki led his hussars a few yards farther, and when they were moving with the swiftest rush, he turned back alone. With that, a third squadron issued from the forest. He galloped to that and led it forward. A fourth came out. He led that on, pointing to each with his baton where it must strike. You would have said that he was a man leading harvesters to his field and distributing work among them. At last, when the fifth squadron had come forth from the forest, he put himself at the head of that, and with it rushed to the fight. But the hussars had already forced the right wing to the rear, and after a while had broken it completely. The three other squadrons, racing around the Swedes in Tartar fashion and raising an uproar, had thrown them into disorder. Then they fell to cutting them with steel, to thrusting them with lances, scattering, trampling, and finally pursuing them amid shrieks and slaughter. Canneberg saw that he had fallen into an ambush, and had led his detachment as it were under the knife. For him there was no thought of victory now, but he wished to save as many men as possible. Hence he ordered to sound the retreat. The Swedes, therefore, turned with all speed to that same road by which they had come to Wielkie Oczy. but Czarniecki's men so followed them that the breaths of the Polish horses warmed the shoulders of the Swedes. In these conditions, and in view of the terror which had seized the Swedish cavalry, that return could not take place in order, and soon Canneberg's brilliant division was turned into a crowd fleeing in disorder and slaughtered almost without resistance. The longer the pursuit lasted, the more irregular it became, for the Poles did not pursue in order. Each of them drove his horse according to the breath in the beast's nostrils, and attacked and slew whom he wished. Both sides were mingled and confused in one mass. Some Polish soldiers passed the last Swedish ranks, and it happened that when a Pole stood in his stirrups to strike with more power the man fleeing in front of him, he fell himself, thrust with a rapier from behind. The road to Wielkie Oczy was strewn with Swedish corpses, but the end of the chase was not there. Both sides rushed with the same force along the road through the next forest. There, however, the Swedish horses, wearied first, began to go more slowly, and the slaughter became still more bloody. Some of the Swedes sprang from their beasts and vanished in the forest, but only a few did so, for the Swedes knew from experience that peasants were watching in the forest, and they preferred to die from sabres rather than from terrible tortures, of which the infuriated people were not sparing. Some asked quarter, but for the most part in vain, for each Pole chose to slay an enemy and chase on, rather than take him prisoner, guard him, and leave further pursuit. They cut then without mercy, so that no one might return with news of the defeat. Wołodyjowski was in the van of pursuit with the Lauda squadron. He was that horseman who had appeared first to the Swedes as a decoy. He had struck first, and now, sitting on a horse which was as if impelled by a whirlwind, he enjoyed himself with his whole soul, wishing to be sated with blood and avenge the defeat of Gołąb. Every little while he overtook a horseman, and when he had overtaken him, he quenched him as quickly as he would a candle. Sometimes he came on the shoulders of 2, 3, or 4, but soon, only in a moment, that same number of horses ran riderless before him. More than one hapless Swede caught his own rapier by the point, and turning the hilt to the knight for quarter, implored with voice and with eyes. Wołodyjowski did not stop, but thrusting his sabre into the man where the neck joins the breast, he gave him a light, small push, and the man dropped his hands, gave forth one and a second word with pale lips, then sank in the darkness of death. Wołodyjowski, not looking around, rushed on and pushed new victims to the earth. The valiant Sweno took note of this terrible harvester, and, summoning a few of the best horsemen, he determined with the sacrifice of his own life to restrain even a little of the pursuit in order to save others. They turned therefore their horses, and, pointing their rapiers, waited with the points toward the pursuers. Wołodyjowski, seeing this, hesitated not a moment, spurred on his horse, and fell into the midst of them. And before anyone could have winked, 2 helmets had fallen. More than 10 rapiers were directed at once to the single breast of Wołodyjowski, but at that instant rushed in Pan Jan and Pan Stanisław, Józef Butrym, Zagłoba, and Roch Kowalski, of whom Zagłoba related that even when going to the attack he had his eyes closed in sleep, and woke only when his breast struck the breast of an enemy. Wołodyjowski put himself under the saddle so quickly that the rapiers passed through empty air. He learned this method from the Tartars of Belgorod, but being small, and at the same time adroit beyond human belief, he brought it to such perfection that he vanished from the eye when he wished, either behind the shoulder or under the belly of the horse. So he vanished this time, and before the astonished Swedes could understand what had become of him, he was erect on the saddle again, terrible as a wildcat which springs down from lofty branches among frightened dogs. Meanwhile, his comrades gave him aid, and bore around death and confusion. One of the Swedes held a pistol to the very breast of Zagloba. Roch Kowalski, having that enemy on his left side, was unable to strike him with a sabre, but he balled his fist, struck the Swede's head in passing, and that man dropped under the horse as if a thunderbolt had met him, and Zagloba, giving forth a shout of delight, slashed in the temple Sveno himself, who dropped his hands and fell with his forehead to the horse's shoulder. At sight of this, the other Swedes scattered. Wołodyjowski, Józef Footless, Pan Jan, and Pan Stanisław followed and cut them down before they had gone 100 yards. And the pursuit lasted longer. The Swedish horses had less and less breath in their bodies and ran more and more slowly. At last, from 1,000 of the best horsemen which had gone out under Canneberg, there remained barely 100 and some tens. The rest had fallen in a long belt over the forest road, and this last group was decreasing, for Polish hands ceased not to toil over them. At last they came out of the forest. The towers of Yarosław were outlined clearly in the azure sky. Now hope entered the hearts of the fleeing, for they knew that in Yarosław was the king with all his forces, and at any moment he might come to their aid. They had forgotten that immediately after their passage the top had been taken from the last square of the bridge, so as to put stronger planks for the passage of cannon. Whether Charniecki knew of this through his spies, or wished to show himself of purpose to the Swedish king and cut down before his eyes the last of those unfortunate men, it is enough that not only did he not restrain the pursuit, but he sprang forward himself with the Schembeck squadron, slashed, cut with his own hand, pursuing the crowd in such fashion as if he wished with that same speed to strike Yarosław. At last they ran to within a furlong of the bridge. Shouts from the field came to the Swedish camp. A multitude of soldiers and officers ran out from the town to see what was taking place beyond the river. They had barely looked when they saw and recognized the horsemen who had gone out of camp in the morning. "Canneberg's detachment! Canneberg's detachment!" cried thousands of voices. "Almost cut to pieces! Scarcely 100 men are running!" At that moment the king himself galloped up, with him Wittenberg, Vogel, Miller, and other generals. The king grew pale. "Canneberg," said he. "By Christ and his wounds, the bridge is not finished," cried Wittenberg. "The enemy will cut them down to the last man." The king looked at the river, which had risen with spring waters, roaring with its yellow waves. To give aid by swimming was not to be thought of. The few men still left were coming nearer. Now there was a new cry. "The king's train and the guard are coming. They too will perish." In fact, it had happened that a part of the king's provision chests with 100 men of the infantry guard had come out at that moment by another road from adjoining forests. When they saw what had happened, the men of the escort, in the conviction that the bridge was ready, hastened with all speed toward the town. but they were seen from the field by the Poles. Immediately about 300 horsemen rushed toward them at full speed. In front of all, with sabre above his head and fire in his eyes, flew the tenant of Wąsosz, Gillian. Not many proofs had he given hitherto of his bravery, but at sight of the wagons in which there might be rich plunder, daring so rose in his heart that he went some tens of yards in advance of the others. The infantry at the wagons, seeing that they could not escape, formed themselves into a quadrangle, and 100 muskets were directed at once at the breast of Gillian. A roar shook the air, a line of smoke flew along the wall of the quadrangle, but before the smoke had cleared away, the rider had urged on his horse so that the forefeet of the beast were above the heads of the men, and the Lord Tenant fell into the midst of them like a thunderbolt. An avalanche of horsemen rushed after him, and as when wolves overcome a horse, and he, lying yet on his back, defends himself desperately with his hoofs, and they cover him completely and tear from him lumps of living flesh, so those wagons and the infantry were covered completely with a whirling mass of horses and riders. But terrible shouts rose from that whirl and reached the ears of the Swedes standing on the other bank. Meanwhile, still nearer the bank, the Poles were finishing the remnant of Cannaberg's cavalry. The whole Swedish army had come out like one man to the lofty bank of the San. Infantry, cavalry, artillery were mingled together, and all looked as if in an ancient circus in Rome at the spectacle. But they looked with set lips, with despair in their hearts, with terror and a feeling of helplessness. At moments from the breasts of those unwilling spectators was wrested a terrible cry. At moments a general weeping was heard. Then again silence, and only the panting of the excited soldiers was audible. For that 1,000 men whom Cannaberg had led out were the front and the pride of the whole Swedish army. They were veterans, covered with glory in God knows how many lands and God knows how many battles. But now they are running like a lost flock of sheep over the broad fields in front of the Swedish army, dying like sheep under the knife of the butcher. For that was no longer a battle, but a hunt. The terrible Polish horsemen circled about, like a storm, over the field of struggle, crying in various voices and running ahead of the Swedes. Sometimes a number less than 10, sometimes a group of more than 10, fell on one man. Sometimes one met one. Sometimes the hunted Swede bowed down on the saddle, as if to lighten the blow for the enemy. Sometimes he withstood the brunt, but oftener he perished, for with edged weapons the Swedish soldiers were not equal to Polish nobles trained in all kinds of fencing. But among the Poles the little knight was the most terrible of all, sitting on his cream-coloured steed, which was as nimble and as swift as a falcon. The whole army noted him, for whomsoever he pursued he killed. Whoever met him perished, it was unknown how and when. With such small and insignificant movements of his sword did he hurl the sturdiest horseman to the earth. At last he saw Cannaberg himself, whom more than 10 men were chasing. The little knight shouted at them, stopped the pursuit by command, and attacked the Swede himself. The Swedes on the other bank held the breath in their breasts. The king had pushed to the edge of the river, and looked with throbbing heart, moved at once with alarm and hope. For Cannaberg, as a great lord and a relative of the king, was trained from childhood in every species of sword exercise by Italian masters. In fighting with edged weapons he had not his equal in the Swedish army. All eyes, therefore, were fixed on him now. Barely did they dare to breathe. But he, seeing that the pursuit of the crowd had ceased, and wishing after the loss of his troops to save his own glory in the eyes of the king, said to his gloomy soul, "Woe to me, if, having first lost my men, I do not seal with my own blood the shame, or if I do not purchase my life by having overturned this terrible man. In another event, though the hand of God might bear me to that bank, I should not dare to look in the eyes of any Swede." When he had said this, he turned his horse and rushed toward the Yellow Knight. Since those Poles who had cut him off from the river had withdrawn, Canneberg had the hope that if he should finish his opponent, he might spring into the water, and then what would be would be. If he could not swim the stormy stream, its current would bear him far with the horse, and his brothers would provide him some rescue. He sprang, therefore, like a thunderbolt at the little knight, and the little knight at him. The Swede wished during the rush to thrust the rapier up to the hilt under the arm of his opponent, but he learned in an instant that, though a master himself, he must meet a master as well, for his sword merely slipped along the edge of the Polish sabre, only quivered somehow wonderfully in his hand, as if his arm had suddenly grown numb. Barely was he able to defend himself from the blow which the knight then gave him. Luckily, at that moment, their horses bore them away in opposite directions. Both wheeled in a circle and returned simultaneously, but they rode now more slowly against each other, wishing to have more time for the meeting, and even to cross weapons repeatedly. Canneberg withdrew into himself so that he became like a bird which presents to view only a powerful beak from the midst of upraised feathers. He knew one infallible thrust in which a certain Florentine had trained him, infallible because deceitful and almost impossible to be warded off, consisting in this, that the point of the sword was directed apparently at the breast, but by avoiding obstacles at the side, it passed through the throat till the hilt reached the back of the neck. This thrust he determined to make now. And, sure of himself, he approached, restraining his horse more and more. But Volodyovski rode toward him with short springs. For a moment he thought to disappear suddenly under the horse like a Tartar, but since he had to meet with only one man, and that before the eyes of both armies, though he understood that some unexpected thrust was waiting for him, he was ashamed to defend himself in Tartar and not in knightly fashion. "He wishes to take me as a heron does a falcon with a thrust," thought Pan Michał to himself, "but I will use that windmill which I invented in Łubnie." And this idea seemed to him best for the moment, therefore it surrounded him like a glittering shield of light, and he struck his steed with his spurs and rushed on Canneberg. Canneberg drew himself in still more, and almost grew to the horse. In the twinkle of an eye the rapier caught the sabre, and quickly he stuck out his head like a snake and made a ghastly thrust. But in that instant a terrible whirling began to sound. The rapier turned in the hands of the Swede. The point struck empty space, but the curved end of the sabre fell with the speed of lightning. On the face of Canneberg, cut through a part of his nose, his mouth and beard, struck his shoulder blade, shattered that, and stopped only at the sword belt which crossed his shoulder. The rapier dropped from the hands of the unfortunate man, and night embraced his head. But before he fell from his horse, Wołodyjowski dropped his own weapon and seized him by the shoulder. The Swedes from the other bank roared with one outburst, but Zagloba sprang to the little knight. "Pan Michał, I knew it would be so, but I was ready to avenge you." "He was a master," answered Wołodyjowski. "You take the horse, for he is a good one." "Ha! If it were not for the river, we could rush over and frolic with those fellows. I would be the first—" The whistle of balls interrupted further words of Zagloba. Therefore he did not finish the expression of his thoughts, but cried, "Let us go, Pan Michał. Those traitors are ready to fire." "Their bullets have no force, for the range is too great." Meanwhile, other Polish horsemen came up, congratulating Wołodyjowski and looking at him with admiration. But he only moved his moustaches, for he was a cause of gladness to himself as well as to them. But on the other bank among the Swedes it was seething as in a beehive. Artillerists on that side drew out their cannons in haste, and in the nearer Polish ranks trumpets were sounded for withdrawal. At this sound each man sprang to his squadron, and in a moment all were in order. They withdrew then to the forest and halted again, as if offering a place to the enemy and inviting them across the river. At last, in front of the ranks of men and horses, rode out on his dapple grey the man wearing a burqa and a cap with a heron's feather, and bearing a gilded baton in his hand. He was perfectly visible, for the reddish rays of the setting sun fell on him, and besides he rode before the regiments as if reviewing them. All the Swedes knew him at once and began to shout, "Czarniecki! Czarniecki!" He said something to the colonels. It was seen how he stopped longer with the knight who had slain Cannaberg, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Then he raised his baton, and the squadrons began to turn slowly one after another to the pine woods. Just then the sun went down. In Jarosław the bells sounded in the church. Then all the regiments began to sing in one voice as they were riding away. The angel of the Lord announced to the most holy Virgin Mary. And with that song they vanished from the eyes of the Swedes. End of chapter 30. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 31 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 31. That evening the Swedes lay down to sleep without putting food into their mouths, and without hope that they would have anything to strengthen themselves with on the morrow. They were not able to sleep from the torment of hunger. Before the second cock-crow, the suffering soldiers began to slip out of the camp singly and in crowds to plunder villages adjoining Jarosław. They went like night thieves to Radymno, to Kanczuga, to Tichin, where they hoped to find food of some kind. Their confidence was increased by the fact that Czarniecki was on the other side of the river, but even had he been able to cross, they preferred death to hunger. There was evidently a great relaxation in the camp, for despite the strictest orders of the king, about 1,500 men went out in this way. They fell to ravaging the neighbourhood, burning, plundering, killing, but scarcely a man of them was to return. Czarniecki was on the other side of the San, it is true, but on the left bank were various parties of nobles and peasants. Of these the strongest, that of Strzałkowski, formed of daring nobles of the mountains, had come that very night to Pruchnik, as if led by the evil fate of the Swedes. When he saw the fire and heard the shots, Strzałkowski went straight to the uproar and fell upon the plunderers. They defended themselves fiercely behind fences, but Strzałkowski broke them up, cut them to pieces, spared no man. In other villages, other parties did work of the same kind. Fugitives were followed to the very camp, and the pursuers spread alarm and confusion, shouting in Tartar, in Wallachian, in Hungarian, and in Polish, so that the Swedes thought that some powerful auxiliary of the Poles was attacking them, maybe the Khan with the whole horde. Confusion began, and, a thing without example hitherto, panic, which the officers put down with the greatest effort. The king, who remained on horseback till daylight, saw what was taking place. He understood what might come of that, and called a council of war at once in the morning. That gloomy council did not last long, for there were not two roads to choose from. Courage had fallen in the army, the soldiers had nothing to eat, the enemy had grown in power. The Swedish Alexander, who had promised the whole world to pursue the Polish Dariush even to the steppes of the Tartars, was forced to think no longer of pursuit, but of his own safety. We can return by the San to Sandomierz, thence by the Vistula to Warsaw and to Prussia, said Wittenberg. In that way we shall escape destruction. Douglas seized his own head. So many victories, so many toils, such a great country conquered, and we must return. To which Wittenberg said, "Has your worthiness any advice?" "I have not," answered Douglas. The king, who had said nothing hitherto, rose, as a sign that the session was ended, and said, "I command the retreat." Not a word further was heard from his mouth that day. Drums began to rattle and trumpets to sound. News that the retreat was ordered ran in a moment from one end of the camp to the other. It was received with shouts of delight. Fortresses and castles were still in the hands of the Swedes, and in them rest, food, and safety were waiting. The generals and soldiers betook themselves so zealously to preparing for retreat that zeal, as Douglas remarked, bordered on disgrace. The king sent Douglas with the vanguard to repair the difficult crossings and clear the forests. Soon after him moved the whole army in order of battle. The front was covered by artillery, the rear by wagons, at the flanks marched infantry. Military supplies and tents sailed down the river on boats. All these precautions were not superfluous. Barely had the march begun when the rearguard of the Swedes saw Polish cavalry behind, and thenceforth they lost it almost never from sight. Czarniecki assembled his own squadrons, collected all the parties of that region, sent to Jan Kazimir for reinforcements, and pursued. The first stopping place, Przeworsk, was at the same time the first place of alarm. The Polish divisions pushed up so closely that several thousand infantry with artillery had to turn against them. For a time the king himself thought that Czarniecki was really attacking, but according to his wont he only sent detachment after detachment. These attacked with an uproar and retreated immediately. All the night passed in these encounters, a troublesome and sleepless night for the Swedes. The whole march, All the following nights and days were to be like this one. Meanwhile Jan Kazimir sent 2 squadrons of very well-trained cavalry, and with them a letter stating that the hetmans would soon march with cavalry, and that he himself, with the rest of the infantry and with the horde, would hasten after them. In fact, he was detained only by negotiations with the Khan, with Rákóczi, and with the court of Vienna. Charnyetski was rejoiced beyond measure by this news, and when the day after the Swedes advanced in the wedge between the Vistula and the San, he said to Colonel Polanovsky, "The net is spread, the fish are going in." "And we will do like that fisherman," said Zagloba, "who played on the flute to the fish so that they might dance, and when they would not, he pulled them on shore. Then they began to jump around, and he fell to striking them with a stick, crying, 'Oh, such daughters, you ought to have danced when I begged you to do so.'" "They will dance," answered Charnyetski. "Only let the marshal, Pan Lubomirski, come with his army, which numbers 5,000. "He may come any time," remarked Volodyovski. "Some nobles from the foothills arrived today," said Zagloba. "They say that he is marching in haste. But whether he will join us instead of fighting on his own account is another thing." "How is that?" asked Charnyetski, glancing quickly at Zagloba. "He is a man of uncommon ambition and envious of glory. I have known him many years. I was his confidant and made his acquaintance when he was still a lad, at the court of Pan Krakowski. He was learning fencing at that time from Frenchmen and Italians. He fell into terrible anger one day when I told him that they were fools, not one of whom could stand before me. We had a duel, and I laid out 7 of them, one following the other. After that Lubomirski learned from me not only fencing, but the military art. By nature his wit is a little dull, but whatever he knows from me." "Are you then such a master of the sword?" asked Polanovsky. "As a specimen of my teaching, take Pan Volodyovski. He is my second pupil. From that man I have real comfort." "True, it was you who killed Sveno." "Sveno? If some one of you, gentlemen, had done that deed, he would have had something to talk about all his life, and besides would invite his neighbours often to dinner to repeat the story at wine. But I do not mind it, for if I wished to take in all I have done, I could pave the road from this place to Sandomierz with such Svenos. Could I not? Tell me, any of you who know me." "Uncle could do it," said Roch Kowalski. Charnyetski did not hear the continuation of this dialogue, for he had fallen to thinking deeply over Zagloba's words. He too knew of Lubomirski's ambition, and doubted not that the marshal would either impose his own will on him, or would act on his own account, even though that should bring harm to the Commonwealth. Therefore his stern face became gloomy, and he began to twist his beard. "Oho!" whispered Zagloba to Pan Yan. "Charnyetski is chewing something bitter, for his face is like the face of an eagle. He will snap up somebody soon." Then Charnyetski said, "Some one of you, gentlemen, should go with a letter from me to Lubomirski." "I am known to him, and I will go," said Pan Yan. "That is well," answered Charnyetski. "The more noted the messenger, the better." Zagloba turned to Volodyovski and whispered, "He is speaking now through the nose. That is a sign of great change." In fact, Charnyetski had a silver palate, for a musket ball had carried away his own years before at Busha. Therefore, whenever he was roused, angry, and unquiet, he always began to speak with a sharp and clinking voice. Suddenly he turned to Zagloba. "And perhaps you would go with Pan Skshetuski?" "Willingly," answered Zagloba. "If I cannot do anything, no man can. Besides, To a man of such great birth it will be more proper to send two." Charnyetski compressed his lips, twisted his beard, and repeated as if to himself, "Great birth, great birth." "No one can deprive Lubomirski of that," remarked Zagloba. Charnyetski frowned. "The Commonwealth alone is great, and in comparison with it no family is great, all of them are small, and I would the earth swallowed those who make mention of their greatness." All were silent, for he had spoken with much vehemence, and only after some time did Zagloba say, "In comparison with the whole Commonwealth, certainly." "I did not grow up out of salt, nor out of the soil, but out of that which pains me," said Charnyetski. "And the Cossacks who shot this lip through pained me, and now the Swedes pain me, and either I shall cut away this sore with the sabre, or die of it myself, so help me God." "And we will help you with our blood," said Polanovsky. Charnyetski ruminated some time yet over the bitterness which rose in his heart, over the thought that the Marshal's ambition might hinder him in saving the country. At last he grew calm and said, "Now it is necessary to write a letter. I ask you, gentlemen, to come with me." Pan Yan and Zagloba followed him, and half an hour later they were on horseback and riding back toward Radimno, for there was news that the Marshal had halted there with his army. "Yan," said Zagloba, feeling of the bag in which he carried Charnyetski's letter, "do me a favour. Let me be the only one to talk to the Marshal." "But, father, have you really known him and taught him fencing?" "Hey, that came out of itself, so that the breath should not grow hot in my mouth and my tongue become soft, which might easily happen from too long silence. I neither knew him nor taught him, just as if I had nothing better to do than be a bear keeper and teach the Marshal how to walk on hind legs. But that is all one. I have learned him through and through from what people tell of him, and I shall be able to bend him as a cook bends pastry. Only one thing I beg of you. Do not say that we have a letter from Charnyetski, and make no mention of it till I give the letter myself." "How is that? Should I not do the work for which I was sent? In my life such a thing has not happened, and it will not happen. Even if Charnyetski should forgive me, I would not do that for ready treasure." "Then I will draw my sabre and hamstring your horse so that you cannot follow me. Have you ever seen anything miscarry that I invented with my own head? Tell me, have you ever come into evil plight yourself with Zagloba's stratagems? Did Pan Michał come out badly, or your Helena, or any of you when I freed you all from Radzivill's hands? I tell you that more harm than good may come of that letter, for Charnyetski wrote it in such agitation that he broke 3 pens. Finally, you can speak of it when my plans fail. I promise to give it then, but not before. If I can only deliver the letter, it is all one when. I ask for no more. Now on, for there is a terrible road before us." They urged the horses and went at a gallop. But they did not need to ride long, for the Marshal's vanguard had not only passed Radimno but Yaroslavl, and Lubomirski himself was at Yaroslavl and occupied the former quarters of the King of Sweden. They found him at dinner with the most important officers. But when the envoys were announced, Lubomirski gave orders to receive them at once, for he knew the names, since they were mentioned at that time in the whole Commonwealth. All eyes were turned on the envoys as they entered. The officers looked with especial admiration and curiosity at Pan Yan. When the Marshal had greeted them courteously, he asked at once, "Have I that famous knight before me, who brought the letters from besieged Zbaraj to the king?" "I crept through," said Pan Yan. "God grant me as many such officers as possible. I envy Pan Charnyetski nothing so much. As to the rest, I know that even my small services will not perish from the memory of men." "And I am Zagloba," said the old knight, pushing himself forward. Here he passed his eye around the assembly, and the marshal, as he wished to attract everyone to himself, exclaimed, "Who does not know of the man who slew Burwai, the leader of the barbarians, of the man who raised Radzivill's army in rebellion? And I led Sapyeha's army, who, if the truth is told, chose me, not him, for leader," added Zagloba. "And why did you wish, being able to have such a high office, to leave it and serve under Pan Charnyetski?" Here Zagloba's eye gleamed at Skshetuski, and he said, "Serene great mighty marshal, from your worthiness I as well as the whole country take example how to resign ambition and self-interest for the good of the Commonwealth." Lubomirski blushed from satisfaction, and Zagloba, putting his hands on his hips, continued, "Pan Charnyetski has sent us to bow to your worthiness in his name and that of the whole army, and at the same time to inform you of the considerable victory which God has permitted us to gain over Cannaberg." "I have heard of it already," said the marshal, dryly enough, in whom envy had now begun to move, "but gladly do I hear it again from an eyewitness." Zagloba began at once to relate, but with certain changes, for the forces of Cannaberg grew in his mouth to 2,000 men. He did not forget either to mention Sveno or himself, and how before the eyes of the king the remnant of the cavalry were cut to pieces near the river, how the wagons and 300 men of the guards fell into the hands of the fortunate conquerors. In a word, the victory increased in his narrative to the dimensions of an unspeakable misfortune for the Swedes. All listened with attention, and so did the marshal, but he grew gloomier and gloomier. His face was chilled as if by ice, and at last he said, "I do not deny that Charnyetski is a celebrated warrior, but still he cannot devour all the Swedes himself. Something will remain for others to gulp." "Serene great mighty lord," answered Zagloba, "it is not Pan Charnyetski who gained the victory." "But who?" "But Lubomirski." A moment of universal astonishment followed. The marshal opened his mouth, began to wink, and looked at Zagloba with such an astonished gaze, as if he wished to ask, "Is there not a stave lacking in your barrel?" Zagloba did not let himself be beaten from the track, but pouting his lips with great importance, he borrowed this gesture from Zamoyski, said, "I heard Charnyetski say before the whole army, 'It is not our sabres that slay them, 'tis the name of Lubomirski that cuts them down.' Since they have heard that he is right here marching on, their courage has so gone out of them that they see in every one of our soldiers the army of the marshal, and they put their heads under the knife like sheep." If all the rays of the sun had fallen at once on the face of the marshal, that face could not have been more radiant. "How is that?" asked he. "Did Charnyetski himself say that?" "He did, and many other things, but I do not know that 'tis proper for me to repeat them, for he told them only to intimates." "Tell! Every word of Pan Charnyetski deserves to be repeated 100 times. He is an uncommon man, and I said so long ago." Zagloba looked at the marshal, half closing his one eye, and muttered, "You have swallowed the hook. I'll land you this minute." "What do you say?" asked the marshal. "I say that the army cheered your worthiness in such fashion that they could not have cheered the king better. And in Przeworsk, where we fought all night with the Swedes, wherever a squadron sprang out the men cried, 'Lubomirski, Lubomirski,' and that had a better effect than 'Allah' and 'slay, kill.' There is a witness here too, Pan Skshetuski, no common soldier, and a man who has never told a lie in his life." The marshal looked involuntarily at Pan Yan, who blushed to his ears and muttered something through his nose. Meanwhile the officers of the marshal began to praise the envoys aloud. "See, Pan Charnyetski has acted courteously, sending such polished cavaliers. Both are famous knights, and honey simply flows from the mouth of one of them." I have always understood that Pan Charnyetski was a well-wisher of mine, but now there is nothing that I would not do for him, cried the marshal, whose eyes were veiled with a mist from delight. At this Zagloba broke into enthusiasm. "Serene great mighty lord, who would not render homage to you? Who would not honour you, the model of all civic virtues, who recall Aristides in justice, the Scipios in bravery? I have read many books in my time, have seen much, have meditated much, and my soul has been rent from pain, for what have I seen in this commonwealth? The Opalinskis, the Radziejowskis, the Radzivills, who by their personal pride, setting their own ambition above all things, were ready at every moment to desert the country for their own private gain. I thought further, this commonwealth is lost through the viciousness of its own sons. But who has comforted me, who has consoled me in my suffering? Pan Charnyetski, for he said, the commonwealth has not perished since Lubomirski has risen up in it. These others, said he, think of themselves alone. He is only looking, only seeking how to make an offering of his own interests on the common altar. These are pushing themselves forward. He is pushing himself back, for he wants to illustrate by his example. Now, said he is marching with a powerful conquering army, and I have heard, said he, that he wishes to give me the command over it in order to teach others how they should sacrifice their ambition, though even just for the country. Go then, said he, to Pan Lubomirski. Declare to him that I do not want the sacrifice, I do not desire it, since he is a better leader than I am. Since, moreover, not only as leader, but, God grant our Kazimir a long life, as king are we ready to choose him, and we will choose him. Here Zagloba was somewhat frightened, lest he had passed the measure, and really, after the exclamation, "We will choose him," followed silence. But before the magnate, heaven opened. He grew somewhat pale at first, then red, then pale again, and labouring heavily with his breast, said, after the silence of a moment, "The Commonwealth is and will ever remain in control of its own will, for on that ancient foundation do our liberties rest. But I am only a servant of its servants, and God is my witness that I do not raise my eyes to those heights at which a citizen should not gaze. As to command over the army, Pan Charnyetski must accept it. I demand it especially for this, to give an example to those who, having continually the greatness of their family in mind, are unwilling to recognize any authority whenever it is necessary to forget the greatness of their family for the good of the country. Therefore, though perhaps I am not such a bad leader, still I, Lubomirski, enter willingly under the command of Charnyetski, praying to God only to send us victory over the enemy." "Roman, father of the country," exclaimed Zagloba, seizing the marshal's hand and pressing it to his lips. But at the same moment the old rogue turned his eye on Pan Yan and began to wink time after time. Thundering shouts were heard from the officers. The throng in the quarters increased with each moment. "Wine!" cried the marshal. And when they brought in goblets, he raised at once a toast to the king, then to Charnyetski, whom he called his leader, and finally to the envoys. Zagloba did not remain behind with the toasts, and he so caught the hearts of all that the marshal himself conducted them to the threshold, and the knights to the gates of Yaroslavl. At last Pan Yan and Zagloba were alone. Then Zagloba stopped the road in front of Pan Yan, reined in his horse, and putting his hands on his hips said, "Well, Jan, what do you think?" "God knows," answered Pan Yan, "that if I had not seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I would not believe, even if an angel had told me." "Ha! Do you know, I will swear to you that Charnyetski himself at the most asked and begged Lubomirski to go in company with him. And do you know what he would have done? Lubomirski would have gone alone, for if Charnyetski has adjured in the letter by the love of country, or if he mentioned private interests, and I am sure that he has, the Marshal would have been offended at once and would have said, 'Does he want to be my preceptor and teach me how to serve the country? I know those men.' Happily old Zagloba took the matter in hand, and hardly had he opened his mouth when Lubomirski not only wanted to go with Charnyetski, but to go under his command. Charnyetski is killing himself with anxiety, but I will comfort him. Well, Jan, does Zagloba know how to manage the magnates? I tell you that I am not able to let the breath go from my lips from astonishment. I know them. Show one of them a crown and a corner of the ermine robe, and you may rub him against the grain like a hound pup, and besides, he will bend up to you and present his back himself. No cat will so lick his chops, even if you hold before him a dinner of pure cheese. The eyes of the most honest of them will be bursting out from desire, and if a scoundrel happens, such as the voivoda of Vilno, he is ready to betray the country. Oh, the vanity of man! Lord Jesus, if thou hadst given me as many thousands of ducats as thou hadst created candidates for this crown, I should be a candidate myself. For if any of them imagines that I hold myself inferior to him, then may his stomach burst from his own pride. Zagloba is as good as Lubomirski. In fortune alone is the difference. This is true, Jan. Do you think that I really kissed him on the hand? I kissed my own thumb and shoved his hand up to my nose. Certain it is that since he is alive no one has so fooled him. I have spread him like butter on toast for Charnyetski. God grant our king as long a life as possible, but in case of election I would rather give a vote to myself than to Lubomirski. Roch Kowalski would give me another, and Pan Michał would strike down my opponents. As God lives, I would make you Grand Hetman of the kingdom straightway, and Pan Michał, after Sapieha, Grand Hetman of Lithuania, but Genghian treasurer. He would punish the Jews with taxes. But enough. The main thing is that I have caught Lubomirski on a hook and put the line in Charnyetski's hand. For whomsoever the flour, it will be ground on the Swedes. And whose is the merit? What do you think? Should the chroniclers inscribe it to someone else? But I have no luck. It will be well even if Charnyetski does not break out on the old man for not having given the letter. Such is human gratitude. This is not my first. Others are sitting in starostaships and are grown around with fat like badgers. But do you, old man, shake your poor stomach on a horse as before. Here Zagloba waved his hand. Human gratitude may go to the hangman, and whether in this or that position you must die, still it is pleasant to serve the country. The best reward is good company. As soon as a man is on horseback then, with such comrades as you and Michał, he is ready to ride to the end of the world. Such is our Polish nature. If a German, a Frenchman, an Englishman, or a dark Spaniard is on horseback, he is ready at once to gallop into your eyes, but a Pole, having inborn patience, will endure much, and will permit even a Swedish fellow to pluck him. But when the limit is passed, and the Pole whacks him in the snout, such a Swede will cover himself 3 times with his legs. For there is metal yet in the Poles, and while the metal lasts, the Commonwealth will last. Beat that into yourself, Jan. And so spoke Zagloba for a long time, for he was very glad. And whenever he was very glad, he was talkative beyond usual measure, and full of wise sentences. End of chapter 31. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 32 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 32. Czarniecki, in truth, did not even dare to think that the Marshal of the Kingdom would put himself under his command. He wished merely joint action, and he feared that even that would not be attained because of the great ambition of Lubomirski. For the proud magnate had mentioned more than once to his officers that he wished to attack the Swedes independently, for thus he could effect something. But if he and Czarniecki won a victory together, the whole glory would flow to Czarniecki. Such was the case, in fact. Czarniecki understood the Marshal's reasons and was troubled. He was reading now, for the 10th time, the copy of the letter which he had sent from Przeworsk, wishing to see if he had written anything to offend so irritable a man as Lubomirski. He regretted certain phrases. Finally, he began to regret, on the whole, that he had sent the letter. Therefore he was sitting gloomy in his quarters, and every little while he approached the window and looked out on the road to see if the envoys were not returning. The officers saw him through the window and divined what was passing in his mind, for evident trouble was on his forehead. "But look," said Polanovsky to Pan Michał, "there will be nothing pleasant, for the castellan's face has become spotted, and that is a bad sign." Czarniecki's face bore numerous traces of smallpox, and in moments of great emotion or disquiet it was covered with white and dark spots. As he had sharp features, a very high forehead, and cloudy Jupiter brows, a bent nose, and a glance cutting straight through, when in addition those spots appeared, he became terrible. The Cossacks in their time called him the spotted dog, but in truth he was more like a spotted eagle, and when he led men to the attack, and his burqa spread out like great wings, the likeness struck both his own men and the enemy. He roused fear in these and those. During the Cossack wars, leaders of powerful bands lost their heads when forced to act against Czarniecki. Khmelnytsky himself feared him, but especially the counsels which he gave the king. They brought upon the Cossacks the terrible defeat of Berestechko, but his fame increased chiefly after Berestechko, when, together with the Tartars, he passed over the steppes like a flame, crushed the uprisen crowds, took towns and trenches by storm, rushing with the speed of a whirlwind from one end of the Ukraine to the other. With this same raging endurance was he plucking the Swedes now. "Czarniecki does not knock out my men, he steals them away," said Carl Gustav. But Czarniecki was tired of stealing away. He thought that the time had come to strike, but he lacked artillery and infantry altogether, without which nothing decisive could be done, nothing important effected. Hence his eagerness for a junction with Lubomirski, who had a small number of cannon, it is true, but brought with him infantry composed of mountaineers. These, though not overmuch trained as yet, had still been under fire more than once, and might, for want of better, be used against the incomparable infantry legions of Carl Gustav. Czarniecki, therefore, was as if in a fever. Not being able to endure in the house, he went outside, and seeing Volodyovski and Polanovsky, he asked, "Are the envoys not in sight?" "It is clear that they are glad to see them. answered Volodyovski. "They are glad to see them, but not glad to read my letter, or the marshal would have sent his answer." "Pan Castellan," said Polanovski, whom Charnyetski trusted greatly, "why be careworn? If the marshal comes, well. If not, we will attack as of old. As it is, blood is flowing from the Swedish pot, and we know that when a pot once begins to leak, everything will run out of it." "There is a leak in the Commonwealth too," said Charnyetski. "If the Swedes escape this time, they will be reinforced. Succor will come to them from Prussia. Our chance will be lost." Then he struck his side with his hand in sign of impatience. Just then was heard the tread of horses and the bass voice of Zagloba singing, "Kashka to the bakehouse went her way, and Stach said to her, 'Take me in, let me in, my love. For the snow is falling and the wind is blowing. Where shall I, poor fellow, put my head till morning?'" "It is a good sign they are returning joyously," cried Polanovski. That moment the envoys, seeing Charnyetski, sprang from their saddles, gave their horses to an attendant, and went quickly to the entrance. Zagloba threw his cap suddenly into the air, and imitating the voice of the marshal so excellently that whoever was not looking on might be deceived, cried, "Vivat Pan Charnyetski, our leader!" The Castellan frowned and asked quickly, "Is there a letter for me?" "There is not," answered Zagloba. "There is something better. The marshal with his army passes voluntarily under command of your worthiness." Charnyetski pierced him with a look, then turned to Pan Yan, as if wishing to say, "Speak you, for this one has been drinking." Zagloba was, in fact, a little drunk, but Skshetuski confirmed his words, hence astonishment was reflected on the face of the Castellan. "Come with me," said he to the two. "I beg you also," said he to Polanovski and Pan Michał. All entered his room. They had not sat down yet when Charnyetski asked, "What did he say to my letter?" "He said nothing," answered Zagloba, "and why he did not will appear at the end of my story. But now, incipiam, I will begin." Here he told all as it had happened, how he had brought the marshal to such a favourable decision. Charnyetski looked at him with growing astonishment. Polanovski seized his own head. Pan Michał's moustaches were quivering. "I have not known you hitherto, as God is dear to me," cried Charnyetski at last. "I cannot believe my own ears." "They have long since called me Ulysses," said Zagloba modestly. "Where is my letter?" "Here it is." "I must forgive you for not delivering it. He is a finished rogue. A vice-chancellor might learn from him how to make treaties. As God lives, if I were king, I would send you to Tsarogrod." "If he were there, 100,000 Turks would be here now," cried Pan Michał. To which Zagloba said, "Not 1, but 200,000, as true as I live." "And did the marshal hesitate at nothing?" asked Charnyetski. "He? He swallowed all that I put to his lips, just as a fat gander gulps pellets. His eyes were covered with mist. I thought that from delight he would burst, as a Swedish bomb bursts. With flattery that man might be taken to hell." "If it can only be ground out on the Swedes, if it can only be ground out, and I have hope that it will be," said Charnyetski, delighted. "You are a man adroit as a fox, but do not make too much sport of the marshal, for another would not have done what he has today. Much depends on him. We shall march to Sandomierz itself over the estates of the Lubomirskis, and the marshal can raise with one word the whole region, command peasants to injure crossings, burn bridges, hide provisions in the forests. You have rendered a service which I shall not forget till death, but I must thank the marshal, for as I believe he has not done this from mere vanity." Then he clapped his hands and cried, "A horse for me at once! Let us forge the iron while it is hot." Then he turned to the colonels, "Come, all of you gentlemen, with me, so that the suite may be the most imposing." "And must I go too?" asked Zagloba. "You have built the bridge between me and the marshal. It is proper that you be the first to pass over. Besides, I think that they will see you gladly. Come, come, Lord Brother, or I shall say that you wished to leave a half-finished work." "Hard to refuse. I must draw my belt tighter, however, lest I shake into nothing. Not much strength is left me, unless I fortify it with something." "But with what?" "Much has been told me of the castellan's mead, which I have not tasted as yet, and I should like to know if it is better than the marshal's." "We will drink a stirrup cup now, but after our return we shall not limit the cups in advance. You will find a couple of decanters of it in your own quarters." Then the castellan commanded to bring goblets. They drank enough for brightness and good humour, mounted, and rode away. The marshal received Charnyetski with open arms, entertained him with food and drink, did not let him go till morning. But in the morning the two armies were joined and marched farther under command of Charnyetski. Near Sieniawa the Poles attacked the Swedes again with such effect that they cut the rearguard to pieces and brought disorder into the main army. Only at daybreak did the artillery disperse them. At Lezhaisk, Charnyetski attacked with still greater vigour. Considerable detachments of the Swedes were mired in soft places caused by rains and inundations, and those fell into the hands of the Poles. The roads became of the worst for the Swedes. Exhausted, hungry, and tortured by desire of sleep, the regiments barely marched. More and more soldiers stopped on the way. Some were found so terribly reduced that they no longer wished to eat or drink. They only begged for death. Others lay down and died on hillocks. Some lost presence of mind and looked with the greatest indifference on the approaching pursuers. Foreigners, who accounted frequently in the ranks of the Swedes, began to disappear from the camp and go over to Charnyetski. Only the unbroken spirit of Carl Gustav held the remnant of its dying strength in the whole army. For not only did an enemy follow the army, various parties under unknown leaders and bands of peasants crossed its road continually. Those bodies, unformed and not very numerous, could not, it is true, strike it with offensive warfare, but they wearied it mortally. And wishing to instill into the Swedes the conviction that Tartars had already come with assistance, all the Polish troops gave forth the Tartar shout. Therefore, Allah, Allah was heard night and day without a moment's cessation. The Swedish soldiers could not draw breath, could not put aside their armour for an instant. More than once a few men alarmed the whole camp. Horses fell by tens and were eaten immediately, for the transport of provisions had become impossible. From time to time, the Polish horsemen found Swedish corpses terribly disfigured. Here they recognized at once the hands of peasants. The greater part of the villages in the triangle between the San and the Vistula belonged to the marshal and his relatives. Therefore, all the peasants in those parts rose up as one man, for the marshal, unsparing of his own fortune, had announced that whoever took up arms would be freed from subjection. Scarcely had this news gone the round of the region when the peasants put their scythes on staffs and began to bring Swedish heads into camp. They brought them in every day till Lubomirski was forced to prohibit that custom as unchristian. Then they brought in gloves and boots. The Swedes, driven to desperation, flayed those who fell into their hands, and the war became more and more dreadful. Some of the Polish troops adhered yet to the Swedes, but they adhered only through fear. On the road to Lezhaisk, many of them deserted. Those who remained made such tumults in the camp daily that Carl Gustav gave orders to shoot a number of officers. This was the signal for a general withdrawal, which was effected sabre in hand. Few, if any, Poles remained, but Charniecki, gaining new strength, attacked with still greater vigour. The Marshal gave most effectual assistance. During this period, which by the way was short, the nobler sides of Lubomirski's nature gained, perhaps, the upper hand over his pride and self-love. Therefore he omitted no toil, he spared neither his health nor his person. He led squadrons frequently, gave the enemy no rest, and as he was a good soldier, he rendered good services. These, added to his later ones, would have secured him a glorious memory in the nation, were it not for that shameless rebellion which toward the end of his career he raised in order to hinder the reform of the Commonwealth. But at this time he did everything to win glory, and he covered himself with it as with a robe. Pan Witowski, the Castellan of Sandomierz, an old and experienced soldier, vied with him. Witowski wished to equal Charniecki himself, but he could not, for God had denied him greatness. All three crushed the Swedes more and more, and with such effect that the infantry and cavalry regiments, to whom it came to form the rearguard on the retreat, marched with so much fear that a panic arose among them from the slightest cause. Then Carl Gustav decided to march always with the rearguard, so as to give courage by his presence. But in the very beginning he almost paid for this position with his life. It happened that, having with him a detachment of the Life Guards, the largest of all the regiments, for the soldiers in it were selected from the whole Scandinavian people, the king stopped for refreshment at the village of Rudnik. When he had dined with the parish priest, he decided to sleep a little, since he had not closed his eyes the night preceding. The Life Guards surrounded the house to watch over the safety of the king. Meanwhile, the priest's horseboy stole away from the village, and, coming up to a mare in the field, sprang upon her colt and raced off to Charniecki. Charniecki was 10 miles distant at this time, but his vanguard, composed of the regiment of Prince Dmitri Vishniovetzky, was marching under Shandarovsky, the lieutenant, about 2 miles behind the Swedes. Shandarovsky was just talking to Roch Kowalski, who had ridden up that moment with orders from Charniecki, when suddenly both saw the lad flying toward them at all horse speed. "What devil is that racing up so?" asked Shandarovsky, "and besides on a colt?" "Some village lad," said Kowalski. Meanwhile, the boy had ridden to the front of the rank and only stopped when the colt, frightened at horses and men, stood on his hind legs and dug his hoofs into the earth. The youth sprang off, and holding the colt by the mane, bowed to the knights. "Well, what have you to say?" asked the lieutenant, approaching him. "The Swedes are with us at the priest's house. They say that the king himself is among them," said the youth with sparkling eyes. "Many of them?" "Not more than 200 horses." Shandarovsky's eyes now flashed in their turn, but he was afraid of an ambush. Therefore he looked threateningly at the boy and asked, "Who sent you?" "Who was to send me? I jumped myself on the colt. I came near falling and lost my cap. It is well that the Swedish carrion did not see me." Truth was beating out of the sunburned face of the youth. He had evidently a great animosity against the Swedes. He was panting, his cheeks were burning. He stood before the officers, holding the mane of the colt with one hand, his hair disordered, the shirt open on his bosom. "Where is the rest of the Swedish army?" asked the lieutenant. "At daybreak so many passed that we could not count them. Those went farther. Only cavalry remained, but there is one sleeping at the priest's, and they say that he is the king." "Boy," answered Shandorowski. "If you are lying, your head will fall. But if you speak the truth, ask what you please." "As true as I live, I want nothing unless the great mighty lord officer would command to give me a sabre." "Give him some blade," cried Shandorowski to his attendants, completely convinced now. The other officers fell to inquiring of the boy where the house was, where the village, what the Swedes were doing. "The dogs! They are watching. If you go straight, they will see you, but I will take you behind the alder grove." Orders were given at once, and the squadron moved on, first at a trot and then at a gallop. The youth rode before the first rank bareback on his colt without a bridle. He urged the colt with his heels, and every little while looked with sparkling eyes on the naked sabre. When the village was in sight, he turned out of the willows, and led by a somewhat muddy road to the alder grove, in which it was still muddier. Therefore they slackened the speed of the horses. "Watch," said the boy. "They are about 10 rods on the right from the end of the alder grove." They advanced now very slowly, for the road was difficult and heavy. The cavalry horses sank frequently to their knees. At last the alder grove began to grow thinner, and they came to the edge of the open space. Not more than 300 yards distant, they saw a broad square rising somewhat, and in it the priest's house surrounded by poplars, among which were to be seen the tops of straw beehives. On the square were 200 horsemen in rimmed helmets and breastplates. The great horsemen sat on enormous lean horses and were in readiness, some with rapiers at their shoulders, others with muskets on their thighs. But they were looking in another direction toward the main road, from which alone they expected the enemy. A splendid blue standard with a golden lion was waving above their heads. Farther on around the house stood guards by twos. One was turned toward the alder grove, but because the sun shone brightly and struck his eyes, and in the alders, which were already covered with thick leaves, it was almost dark, he could not see the Polish horsemen. In Shandorowski, a fiery horseman, the blood began to boil like water in a pot, but he restrained himself and waited till the ranks should be in order. Meanwhile, Roch Kowalski put his heavy hand on the shoulder of the youth. "Listen, horsefly," said he. "Have you seen the king?" "I saw him, great mighty lord," whispered the lad. "How did he look? How can he be known?" "He is terribly black in the face and wears red ribbons at his side." "Did you see his horse?" "The horse is black, with a white face." "Look out and show him to me." "I will, but shall we go quickly?" "Shut your mouth." Here they were silent, and Roch began to pray to the Most Holy Lady to permit him to meet Karl and to direct his hand at the meeting. The silence continued still a moment. Then the horse under Shandorowski himself snorted. At that, the horseman on guard looked, quivered as if something had been thrown at his saddle, and fired his pistol. "Allah! Allah! Kill! Slay! Uha-oo! Slay!" was heard in the alder grove, and the squadron, coming out of the shadow like lightning, rushed at the Swedes. They struck into the smoke before all could turn front to them, and a terrible hewing began. Only sabres and rapiers were used, for no man had time to fire. In the twinkle of an eye, the Poles pushed the Swedes to the fence, which fell with a rattle under the pressure of the horses' rumps, and the Poles began to slash them so madly that they were crowded and confused. Twice they tried to close, and twice torn asunder they formed 2 separate bodies, which in a twinkle divided into smaller groups. At last they were scattered as peas thrown by a peasant through the air with a shovel. All at once were heard despairing voices. "The king! The king! Save the king!" But Carl Gustaf, at the first moment of the encounter, with pistols in hand and a sword in his teeth, rushed out. The trooper who held the horse at the door gave him the beast that moment. The king sprang on, and turning the corner, rushed between the poplars and the beehives to escape by the rear from the circle of battle. Reaching the fence, he spurred his horse, sprang over, and fell into the group of his men who were defending themselves against the right wing of the Poles, who had just surrounded the house and were fighting with the Swedes behind the garden. "To the road!" cried Carl Gustaf. And overturning with the hilt of his sword the Polish horseman who was raising his sabre above him, with one spring he came out of the whirl of the fight. The Swedes broke the Polish rank and sprang after him with all their force, as a herd of deer hunted by dogs rush whither they are led by their leader. The Polish horsemen turned their horses after them, and the chase began. Both came out on the high road from Rudnik to Bojanówka. They were seen from the front yard where the main battle was raging, and just then it was that the voices were heard crying, "The king! The king! Save the king!" But the Swedes in the front yard were so pressed by Shandarovsky that they could not think even of saving themselves. The king raced on then with a party of not more than 12 men, while after him were chasing nearly 30, and at the head of them all Roch Kowalski. The lad who was to point out the king was involved somewhere in the general battle, but Roch himself recognized Carl Gustaf by the knot of red ribbons. Then he thought that his opportunity had come. He bent in the saddle, pressed his horse with the spurs, and rushed on like a whirlwind. The pursued, straining the last strength from their horses, stretched along over the broad road, but the swifter and lighter Polish horses began soon to gain on them. Roch came up very quickly with the hindmost Swede. He rose in his stirrups for a better blow, and cut terribly. With one awful stroke he took off the arm and the shoulder, and rushed on like the wind, fastening his eyes again on the king. The next horseman was black before his eyes. He hurled him down. He split the head and the helmet of the third, and tore farther, having the king and the king only in his eye. Now the horses of the Swedes began to pant and fall. A crowd of Polish horsemen overtook them and cut down the riders in a twinkle. Roch had already passed horses and men, so as not to lose time. The distance between him and Carl Gustaf began to decrease. There were only 2 men between him and the king. Now an arrow sent from a bow by some one of the Poles sang near the ear of Pan Roch and sank in the loins of the rider rushing before him. The man trembled to the right and the left. At last he bent backward, bellowed with an unearthly voice, and fell from the saddle. Between Roch and the king there was now only 1 man, but that one, wishing evidently to save the king, instead of helping, turned his horse. Kowalski came up, and a cannonball does not sweep a man from the saddle as he hurled him to the ground. Then, giving a fearful shout, he rushed forward like a furious stag. The king might perhaps have met him, and would have perished inevitably, but others were flying on behind Roch, and arrows began to whistle. Any moment one of them might wound his horse. The king, therefore, pressed his heels more closely, bent his head to the mane, and shot through the space in front of him like a sparrow pursued by a hawk. But Roch began not only to prick his own horse with the spurs, but to beat him with the side of the sabre, and so they sped on one after the other. Trees, stones, willows flashed before their eyes. The wind whistled in their ears. The king's hat fell from his head. At last he threw down his purse, thinking that the pitiless rider might be tempted by it and leave the pursuit. But Kowalski did not look at the purse, and rolled his horse on with more and more power till the beast was groaning from effort. Roch had evidently forgotten himself altogether, for racing onward he began to shout in a voice in which, besides threats, there was also a prayer, "Stop, for God's mercy!" Then the king's horse stumbled so violently that if the king had not held the bridle with all his power, the beast would have fallen. Roch bellowed like an aurochs. The distance dividing him from Carl Gustav had decreased notably. After a while, the steed stumbled a second time, and again, before the king brought him to his feet, Roch had approached a number of yards. Then he straightened himself in the saddle as if for a blow. He was terrible. His eyes were bursting out. His teeth were gleaming from under his reddish moustaches. One more stumble of the horse, another moment, and the fate of the Commonwealth, of all Sweden, of the entire war would have been decided. But the king's horse began to run again, and the king, turning, showed the barrels of 2 pistols, and twice did he fire. One of the bullets shattered the knee of Kowalski's horse. He reared, then fell on his forefeet and dug the earth with his nose. The king might have rushed that moment on his pursuer and thrust him through with his rapier, but at the distance of 200 yards other Polish horsemen were flying forward, so he bent down again in his saddle and shot on like an arrow propelled from the bow of a Tartar. Kowalski freed himself from his horse. He looked for a while unconsciously at the fleeing man, then staggered like one drunk, sat on the road, and began to roar like a bear. But the king was each instant farther, farther, farther. He began to diminish, to melt, and then vanished in the dark belt of pine scrub. Meanwhile, with shouting and roaring came on Kowalski's companions. There were 15 of them whose horses held out. One brought the king's purse, another his hat, on which black ostrich feathers were fastened with diamonds. These 2 began to cry out, "These are yours, comrade. They belong to you of right." Others asked, "Do you know whom you are chasing? That was Karl himself." "As God is true, in his life he has never fled before any man as before you. You have covered yourself with immense glory." "And how many men did you put down before you came up with the king?" "You lacked only little of freeing the Commonwealth in one flash with your sabre." "Take the purse." "Take the hat." "The horse was good, but you can buy 10 such with these treasures." Roch gazed at his comrades with dazed eyes. At last he sprang up and shouted, "I am Kowalski, and this is Pani Kowalski. Go to all the devils." "His mind is disturbed," cried they. "Give me a horse, I'll catch him yet," shouted Roch. But they took him by the arms, and though he struggled, they brought him back to Rudnik, pacifying and comforting him along the road. "You gave him Peter," cried they. "See what has come to this victor, this conqueror of so many towns and villages. Ha ha! He has found out Polish cavaliers. He will grow tired of the Commonwealth. He has come to close quarters. Vivat Roch Kowalski! Vivat, vivat, the most manful cavalier, the pride of the whole army." And they fell to drinking out of their canteens. They gave Roch one, and he emptied the bottle at a draught. During the pursuit of the king along the Boyanovka road, the Swedes defended themselves in front of the priest's house with bravery worthy of their renowned regiment. Though attacked suddenly and scattered very quickly, they rallied as quickly around their blue standard, for the reason that they were surrounded by a dense crowd. Not one of them asked for quarter, but standing horse to horse, shoulder to shoulder, they thrust so fiercely with their rapiers that for a time victory seemed to incline to their side. It was necessary either to break them again, which became impossible since a line of Polish horsemen surrounded them completely, or to cut them to pieces. Shandarovsky recognized the second plan as the better. Therefore, encircling the Swedes with a still closer ring, he sprang on them like a wounded falcon on a flock of long-billed cranes. A savage slaughter and press began. Sabres rattled against rapiers. Rapiers were broken on the hilts of sabres. Sometimes a horse rose like a dolphin above the sea waves, and in a moment fell in the world of men and horses. Shouts ceased. There were heard only the cry of horses, the sharp clash of steel, gasping from the panting breasts of the knights. Uncommon fury had mastered the hearts of Poles and Swedes. They fought with fragments of sabres and rapiers. They closed with one another like hawks, caught one another by the hair, by moustaches, gnawed with their teeth. Those who had fallen from their horses and were yet able to stand, stabbed with their knives horses in the belly and men in the legs. In the smoke, in the steam from horses, in the terrible frenzy of battle, men were turned into giants and gave the blows of giants. Arms became clubs, sabres lightning. Steel helmets were broken at a blow, like earthen pots. Heads were cleft. Arms holding sabres were swept away. They hewed without rest. They hewed without mercy, without pity. From under the world of men and horses, blood began to flow along the yard in streams. The great blue standard was waving yet above the Swedish circle, but the circle diminished with each moment. As when harvesters attack grain from two sides, and the sickles begin to glitter, the standing grain disappears, and the men see one another more nearly each moment, thus did the Polish ring become ever narrower, and those fighting on one side could see the bent sabres fighting on the opposite side. Pan Shandarovsky was wild as a hurricane and ate into the Swedes as a famished wolf buries his jaws in the flesh of a freshly killed horse. But one horseman surpassed him in fury, and that was the youth who had first let them know that the Swedes were in Rudnik, and now had sprung in with the whole squadron on the enemy. The priest's colt, 3 years old, which till that time had walked quietly over the land, shut in by the horses, could not break out of the throng. You would have said he had gone mad, like his master, with ears thrown back, with eyes bursting out of his head, with erect mane he pushed forward, bit and kicked. But the lad struck with his sabre as with a flail. He struck at random, to the right, to the left, straight ahead. His yellow forelock was covered with blood. The points of rapiers had been thrust into his shoulders and legs. His face was cut. But these wounds only roused him. He fought with madness, like a man who has despaired of life and wishes only to avenge his own death. But now the Swedish body had decreased like a pile of snow on which men are throwing hot water from every side. At last, around the king's standard, less than 20 men remained. The Polish swarm had covered them completely, and they were dying gloomily with set teeth. No hand was stretched forth, no man asked for mercy. Now in the crowd were heard voices, "Seize the standard! The standard!" When he heard this, the lad pricked his colt and rushed on like a flame. When every Swede had 2 or 3 Polish horsemen against him, the lad slashed the standard-bearer in the mouth. He opened his arms and fell on the horse's mane. The blue standard fell with him. The nearest Swede, shouting terribly, grasped after the staff at once. But the boy caught the standard itself, and pulling, tore it off in a twinkle, wound it in a bundle, and holding it with both hands to his breast, began to shout to the sky, "I have it! I won't give it! I have it! I won't give it!" The last remaining Swedes rushed at him with rage. One thrust the flag through and cut his shoulder. Then a number of men stretched their bloody hands to the lad and cried, "Give the standard! Give the standard!" Shandarovsky sprang to his aid and commanded, "Let him alone! He took it before my eyes. Let him give it to Charnyetski himself." "Charnyetski is coming!" cried a number of voices. In fact, from a distance trumpets were heard, and on the road from the side of the field appeared a whole squadron galloping to the priest's house. It was the Lauda squadron, and at the head of it rode Charnyetski himself. When the men had ridden up, seeing that all was over, they halted, and Shandarovski's soldiers began to hurry toward them. Shandarovski himself hastened with the report to the castellan, but he was so exhausted that at first he could not catch breath, for he trembled as in a fever, and the voice broke in his throat every moment. "The king himself was here. I don't know whether he has escaped." He has, answered those who had seen the pursuit. "The standard is taken. There are many killed." Charnyetski, without saying a word, hurried to the scene of the struggle, where a cruel and woeful sight presented itself. More than 200 bodies of Swedes and Poles were lying like a pavement, one at the side of the other, and often one above the other. Sometimes one held another by the hair, some had died biting or tearing one another with their nails, and some again were closed as in a brotherly embrace, or they lay one with his head on the breast of his enemy. Many faces were so trampled that there remained nothing human in them. Those not crushed by hoofs had their eyes open, full of terror, the fierceness of battle, and rage. Blood spattered on the softened earth under the feet of Charnyetski's horse, which was soon red above the fetlocks. The odour of blood and the sweat of horses irritated the nostrils and stopped breath in the breast. The castellan looked on those corpses of men as the agriculturist looks on bound sheaves of wheat which are to fill out his stacks. Satisfaction was reflected on his face. He rode around the priest's house in silence, looked at the bodies lying on the other side, beyond the garden, then returned slowly to the chief scene. "I see genuine work here, and I am satisfied with you, gentlemen." They hurled up their caps with bloody hands. "Vivat Charnyetski! God grant another speedy meeting! Vivat! Vivat!" And the castellan said, "You will go to the rear for rest, but who took the standard?" "Give the lad this way," cried Shandarovski. "Where is he?" The soldiers sprang for him and found him sitting at the wall of the stable near the colt, which had fallen from wounds and was just breathing out his last breath. At the first glance it did not seem that the lad would last long, but he held the standard with both hands to his breast. They bore him away at once and brought him before Charnyetski. The youth stood there barefoot with disordered hair, with naked breast, his shirt and his jacket in shreds, smeared with Swedish blood and his own, tottering, bewildered, but with unquenched fire in his eyes. Charnyetski was astounded at sight of him. "How is this?" asked he. "Did he take the royal standard?" "With his own hand and his own blood," answered Shandarovski. "He was the first also to let us know of the Swedes, and afterward, in the thickest of the whirl, he did so much that he surpassed me and us all." "It is truth, genuine truth, as if someone had written it," cried others. "What is thy name?" asked Charnyetski of the lad. "Mihalko." "Whose art thou?" "The priest's." "Thou hast been the priest's, but thou wilt be thy own," said Charnyetski. Mihalko heard not the last words, for from his wounds and the loss of blood he tottered and fell, striking the castellan's stirrup with his head. "Take him and give him every care. I am the guarantee that at the first diet he will be the equal of you all in rank, as today he is the equal in spirit." "He deserves it! He deserves it!" cried the nobles. Then they took Mihalko on a stretcher and bore him to the priest's house. Charnyetski listened to the further report, which not Shandarovski gave, but those who had seen the pursuit of the king by Roch Kowalski. He was wonderfully delighted with that narrative, so that he caught his head and struck his thighs with his hands, for he understood that after such an adventure the spirit must fall considerably in Carl Gustav. Zagloba was not less delighted, and putting his hands on his hips, said proudly to the knights, "Ha! He is a robber, isn't he? If he had reached Karl, the devil himself could not have saved the king. He is my blood, as God is dear to me, my blood." In course of time, Zagloba believed that he was Roch Kowalski's uncle. Charniecki gave orders to find the young knight, but they could not find him, for Roch, from shame and mortification, had crept into a barn, and, burying himself in the straw, had fallen asleep so soundly that he came up with the squadron only 2 days later. But he still suffered greatly, and dared not show himself before the eyes of his uncle. His uncle, however, sought him out, and began to comfort him. "Be not troubled, Roch," said he. "As it is, you have covered yourself with great glory. I have myself heard the castellan praise you." "To the eye of fool," said he, "so that he looks as though he could not count 3, and I see that he is a fiery cavalier, who has raised the reputation of the whole army." "The Lord Jesus has not blessed me," said Roch, "for I got drunk the day before, and forgot my prayers." "Don't try to penetrate the judgments of God, lest you add blasphemy to other deeds. Whatever you can take on your shoulders, take. But take nothing on your mind. If you do, you will fail." "But I was so near that the sweat from his horse was flying to me. I should have cut him to the saddle. Uncle thinks that I have no reason whatever." "Every creature," said Zagloba, "has its reason. You are a sprightly lad, Roch, and you will give me comfort yet more than once. God grant your sons to have the same reason in their fist that you have." "I do not want that. I am Kowalski, and this is Pani Kowalski." End of chapter 32. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 33 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 33. After the affair at Rudnik, the king advanced farther toward the point of the wedge between the San and the Vistula, and did not cease as before to march with the rearguard. For he was not only a famous leader, but a knight of unrivalled daring. Charniecki, Witkowski, and Lubomirski followed, and urged him on as a wild beast is urged to a trap. Detached parties made an uproar night and day around the Swedes. The retreating troops had less and less provisions. They were more and more wearied and drooping in courage, looking forward to certain destruction. At last the Swedes enclosed themselves in the very corner where the two rivers meet, and rested. On one side the Vistula defended them, on the other the San. Both overflowed, as usual in springtime. The third side of the triangle the king fortified with strong entrenchments, in which cannons were mounted. That was a position not to be taken, but it was possible to die there from hunger. But even in that regard the Swedes gained better courage, for they hoped that the commandants would send them provisions by water from Krakow and other river fortresses. For instance, right there at hand was Sandomierz, in which Colonel Schinkler had collected considerable supplies. He sent these in at once. Therefore the Swedes ate, drank, slept, and when they woke they sang Lutheran psalms, praising God that he had saved them from such dire distress. But Charniecki was preparing new blows for them. Sandomierz in Swedish hands could always come to the aid of the main army. Charniecki planned, therefore, to take the town with the castle at a blow and cut off the Swedes. "We will prepare a cruel spectacle for them," said he at a council of war. "They will look on from the opposite bank when we strike the town, and they will not be able to give aid across the Vistula. And when we have Sandomierz, we will not let provisions come from Wiertz in Krakow." Lubomirski, Witowski, and others tried to dissuade Charniecki from that undertaking. "It would be well," said they, "to take such a considerable town, and we might injure the Swedes greatly. But how are we to take it? We have no infantry. Siege guns we have not. It would be hard for cavalry to attack walls." "But do our peasants," asked Charniecki, "fight badly as infantry? If I had 2,000 such as Mihalko, I would take not only Sandomierz but Warsaw." And without listening to further counsel, he crossed the Vistula. Barely had his summons gone through the neighbourhood when a couple of 1,000 men hurried to him, one with a scythe, another with a musket, the third with a carabine, and they marched against Sandomierz. They fell upon the place rather suddenly, and in the streets a fierce conflict set in. The Swedes defended themselves furiously from the windows and the roofs, but they could not withstand the onrush. They were crushed like worms in the houses and pushed entirely out of the town. Schinkler took refuge with the remnant of his forces in the castle, but the Poles followed him with the same impetuosity. A storm against the gates and the walls began. Schinkler saw that he could not hold out even in the castle, so he collected what he could of men, articles, and supplies of provisions, and, putting them on boats, crossed to the king, who looked from the other bank on the defeat of his men without being able to succour them. The castle fell into the hands of the Poles, but the cunning Swede, when departing, put under the walls in the cellars kegs of powder with lighted matches. When he appeared before the king, he told him of this at once, so as to rejoice his heart. "The castle," said he, "will fly into the air with all the men. Charniecki may perish." "If that is true, I want myself to see how the pious Poles will fly to heaven," said the king, and he remained on the spot with all the generals. In spite of the commands of Charniecki, who foresaw deceit, the volunteers and the peasants ran around through the whole castle to seek hidden Swedes and treasure. The trumpets sounded an alarm for every man to take refuge in the town, but the searchers in the castle did not hear the trumpets or would not heed them. All at once the ground trembled under their feet. An awful thunder and a roar tore the air. A gigantic pillar of fire rose to the sky, hurling upward earth, walls, roofs, the whole castle, and more than 500 bodies of those who had not been able to withdraw. Carl Gustav held his sides from delight, and his favour-seeking courtiers began at once to repeat his words, "The Poles are going to heaven, to heaven!" But that joy was premature, for none the less did Sandomierz remain in Polish hands, and could no longer furnish food for the main army enclosed between the rivers. Charniecki disposed his camp opposite the Swedes on the other side of the Vistula and guarded the passage. Sapieha, Grand Hetman of Lithuania and Voivoda of Vilno, came from the other side and took his position on the San. The Swedes were invested completely. They were caught, as it were, in a vice. "The trap is closed," said the soldiers to one another in the Polish camps. For every man, even the least acquainted with military art, understood that inevitable destruction was hanging over the invaders unless reinforcements should come in time and rescue them from trouble. The Swedes too understood this. Every morning officers and soldiers, coming to the shore of the Vistula, looked with despair in their eyes and their hearts at the legions of Charniecki's terrible cavalry standing black on the other side. Then they went to the San. There again the troops of Sapieha were watching day and night, ready to receive them with sabre and musket. To cross either the San or the Vistula while both armies stood near was not to be thought of. The Swedes might return to Jarosław by the same road over which they came, but they knew that in that case not one of them would ever see Sweden. For the Swedes, grievous days and still more grievous nights now began, for these days and nights were uproarious and quarrelsome. Again, provisions were at an end. Meanwhile, Czarniecki, leaving command of the army to Lubomirski and taking the Lauda squadron as guard, crossed the Vistula above the mouth of the San to visit Sapieha and take counsel with him touching the future of the war. This time, the mediation of Zagloba was not needed to make the two leaders agree, for both loved the country more than each one himself. Both were ready to sacrifice to it private interests, self-love, and ambition. The Lithuanian hetman did not envy Czarniecki, nor did Czarniecki envy the hetman, but each did homage to the other, so the meeting between them was of such character that tears stood in the eyes of the oldest soldiers. "The Commonwealth is growing, the dear country is rejoicing when such sons of heroes take one another by the shoulders," said Zagloba to Pan Michał and Pan Jan. "Czarniecki is a terrible soldier and a true soul, but put Sapieha to a wound and it will heal. Would there were more such men. The skin would fly off the Swedes could they see this love of the greatest patriots. How did they conquer us if not through the rancour and envy of magnates? Have they overcome us with force? This is how I understand. The soul jumps in a man's body at sight of such a meeting. I will guarantee, too, that it will not be dry, for Sapieha loves a feast wonderfully, and with such a friend he will willingly let himself out." "God is merciful, the evil will pass," said Pan Jan. "Be careful that you do not blaspheme," said Zagloba. "Every evil must pass, for should it last forever, it would prove that the devil governs the world, and not the Lord Jesus, who has mercy inexhaustible." Their further conversation was interrupted by the sight of Babinich, whose lofty form they saw from a distance over the wave of other heads. Pan Michał and Zagloba began to beckon to him, but he was so much occupied in looking at Czarniecki that he did not notice them at first. "See," said Zagloba, "how thin the man has grown." "It must be that he has not done much against Bogusław," said Volodyovski. "Otherwise he would be more joyful." "It is sure that he has not, for Bogusław is before Marienburg with Steinbock, acting against the fortress." "There is hope in God that he will do nothing." "Even if he should take Marienburg," said Zagloba, "we will capture Carl Gustav right away. We shall see if they will not give the fortress for the king." "See, Babinich is coming to us," interrupted Pan Jan. He had indeed seen them, and was pushing the crowd to both sides. He motioned with his cap, smiling at them from a distance. They greeted one another as good friends and acquaintances. "What is to be heard? What have you done with the prince?" asked Zagloba. "Evil, evil, but there is no time to tell of it. We shall sit down to table at once. You will remain here for the night. Come to me after the feast to pass the night among my Tartars. I have a comfortable cabin. We will talk at the cups till morning." "The moment a man says a wise thing, it is not I who will oppose," said Zagloba. "But tell us why you have grown so thin." "That hell-dweller overthrew me and my horse like an earthen pot, so that from that time I am spitting fresh blood and cannot recover. There is hope in the mercy of our Lord Christ that I shall let the blood out of him yet. But let us go now, for Sapieha and Czarniecki are beginning to make declarations and to be ceremonious about precedence, a sign that the tables are ready. We wait for you here with great pleasure, for you have shed Swedish pig blood in plenty." "Let others speak of what I have done," said Zagloba. "It does not become me." Meanwhile, whole throngs moved on, and all went to the square between the tents on which were placed tables. Sapieha, in honor of Czarniecki, entertained like a king. The table at which Czarniecki was seated was covert with Swedish flags. Mead and wine flowed from vats, so that toward the end both leaders became somewhat joyous. There was no lack of gladsomeness, of jests, of toasts, of noise, though the weather was marvellous and the sun warm beyond wonder. Finally, the cool of the evening separated the feasters. Then Kmicic took his guests to the Tartars. They sat down in his tent on trunks packed closely with every kind of booty, and began to speak of Kmicic's expedition. "Boguslav is now before Marienburg," said Pan Andrei, "though some say that he is at the electors, with whom he is to march to the relief of the king." "So much the better, then we shall meet. You young fellows do not know how to manage him. Let us see what the old man will do. He has met with various persons, but not yet with Zagloba. I say that we shall meet, though Prince Janusz in his will advised him to keep far from Zagloba." "The elector is a cunning man," said Pan Yan, "and if he sees that it is going ill with Karl, he will drop all his promises and his oath." "But I tell you that he will not," said Zagloba. "No one is so venomous against us as the Prussian. When your servant who had to work under your feet and brush your clothes becomes your master by change of fortune, he will be sterner to you the kinder you were to him." "But why is that?" asked Pan Michał. "His previous condition of service will remain in his mind, and he will avenge himself on you for it, though you have been to him kindness itself." "What of that?" asked Pan Michał. "It often happens that a dog bites his master in the hand. Better let Babinich tell about his expedition." "We are listening," said Pan Yan. Kmicic, after he had been silent a while, drew breath and began to tell of the last campaign of Sapieha against Boguslav, and the defeat of the latter at Janov. Finally, how Prince Boguslav had broken the Tartars, overturned him with his horse, and escaped alive. "But," interrupted Volodyovski, "you said that you would follow him with your Tartars, even to the Baltic." "And you told me also in your time," replied Kmicic, "how Pan Yan here present, when Bohun carried off his beloved maiden, forgot her and revenge because the country was in need. A man becomes like those with whom he keeps company. I have joined you, gentlemen, and I wish to follow your example." "May the Mother of God reward you as she has Pan Yan," said Zagloba. "Still, I would rather your maiden were in the wilderness than in Boguslav's hands." "That is nothing," exclaimed Pan Michał. "You will find her." "I have to find not only her person, but her regard and love." "One will come after the other," said Pan Michał. "Even if you had to take her person by force, as at that time, you remember?" "I shall not do such a deed again." Here Pan Andrei sighed deeply, and after a while he said, "Not only have I not found her, but Boguslav has taken another from me." "A pure Turk, as God is dear to me," cried Zagloba. And Pan Yan inquired, "What other?" "Oh, it is a long story, said Kmicic. "There was a maiden in Zamość, wonderfully fair, who pleased Pan Zamoyski. He, fearing Princess Wiśniowiecki, his sister, did not dare to be overbold before her. He planned, therefore, to send the maiden away with me, as if to Sapieha, to find an inheritance in Lithuania, but in reality to take her from me about 2 miles from Zamość, and put her in some wilderness where no one could stand in his way. But I sounded his intention. You want, thought I to myself, to make a pander of me. Wait. I flogged his men, and the lady in all maidenly honour I brought to Sapieha. Well, I say to you that the girl is as beautiful as a goldfinch, but honest. I am now another man, and my comrades, the Lord light their souls, are long ago dust in the earth." "What sort of maiden was she?" asked Zagloba. From a respectable house, a lady-in-waiting on Princess Griselda. She was once engaged to a Lithuanian, Podbipienta, whom you, gentlemen, knew." "Anusha Borja Bohata!" shouted Vodiovsky, springing from his place. Zagloba jumped up too from a pile of felt. "Pan Michał, restrain yourself!" But Vodiovsky sprang like a cat towards Kmicic. "Is it you, traitor, who let Bogusław carry her off?" "Be not unjust to me," said Kmicic. "I took her safely to the hetman, having as much care for her as for my own sister. Bogusław seized her not from me, but from another officer with whom Pan Sapieha sent her to his own family. His name was Głowbicz or something, I do not remember well." "Where is he now?" "He is no longer living. He was slain. So at least Sapieha's officers said. I was attacking Bogusław separately with the Tartars. Therefore I know nothing accurately save what I have told you. But noticing your changed face, I see that a similar thing has met us. The same man has wronged us, and since that is the case, let us join against him to avenge the wrong and take vengeance in company. He is a great lord and a great knight, and still I think it will be narrow for him in the whole Commonwealth if he has two such enemies." "Here is my hand," said Vodiovsky. "Henceforth we are friends for life and death. Whoever meets him first will pay him for both. God grant me to meet him first, for that I will let his blood out is as sure as there is Amen in our Father." Here Pan Michał began to move his moustaches terribly and to feel of his sabre. Zagloba was frightened, for he knew that with Pan Michał there was no joking. "I should not care to be Prince Bogusław now," said he, "even if someone should add Livonia to my title. It is enough to have such a wildcat as Kmicic against one. But what will he do with Pan Michał? And that is not all. I will conclude an alliance with you. My head, your sabres. I do not know as there is a potentate in Christendom who could stand against such an alliance. Besides, the Lord God will sooner or later take away his luck, for it cannot be that for a traitor and a heretic there is no punishment. As it is, Kmicic has given it to him terribly." "I do not deny that more than one confusion has met him from me," said Pan Andrei, and giving orders to fill the goblets, he told how he had freed Soroka from captivity. But he did not tell how he had cast himself first at the feet of Radziwiłł, for at the very thought of that his blood boiled. Pan Michał was rejoiced while hearing the narrative, and said at the end, "May God aid you, Hendrik. With such a daring man one could go to hell. The only trouble is that we shall not always campaign together, for service is service. They may send me to one end of the Commonwealth and you to the other. It is not known which will meet him first." Kmicic was silent a moment. "In justice, I should reach him. If only I do not come out again with confusion, for I am ashamed to acknowledge that I cannot meet that hell-dweller hand to hand." "Then I will teach you all my secrets," said Pan Michał. "Or I," said Zagloba. "Pardon me, your grace, I prefer to learn from Michał," said Kmicic. "Though he is such a knight, still I and Pani Kowalski are not afraid of him. If only I had a good sleep," put in Roch. "Be quiet, Roch," answered Zagloba. "May God not punish you through his hand for boasting." "Oh, tfu! Nothing will happen to me from him." Poor Kowalski was an unlucky prophet, but it was steaming terribly from his forelock, and he was ready to challenge the whole world to single combat. Others too drank heavily to one another and to the destruction of Bogusław and the Swedes. "I have heard," said Kmicic, "that as soon as we rab out the Swedes here and take the king, we shall march straight to Warsaw. Then surely there will be an end of the war. After that will come the elector's turn." "Oh, that's it, said Zagloba. "I heard Sapieha say that once, and he, as a great man, calculates better than others, he said, There will be a truce with the Swedes. With the Northerners there is one already, but with the Elector we should not make any conditions. Pan Czarniecki, he says, will go with Lubomirski to Brandenburg, and I with the treasurer of Lithuania to Electoral Prussia. And if after that we do not join Prussia to the Commonwealth, it is because in our chancellery we have no such head as Pan Zagloba, who in autograph letters threatened the Elector." "Did Sapieha say that?" asked Zagloba, flushing from pleasure. "All heard him, and I was terribly glad, for that same rod will flog Bogusław, and if not earlier, we will surely reach him at that time." "If we can finish with these Swedes first," said Zagloba, "devil take them. Let them give up Livland and 1,000,000. I will let them off alive." "The Cossack caught the Tartar, and the Tartar is holding him by the head," said Pan Yan, laughing. "Karl is still in Poland. Krakow, Warsaw, Poznan, and all the most noted towns are in his hands, and father wants him to ransom himself. Hey, we shall have to work much at him yet before we can think of the Elector." "And there is Steinbock's army, and the garrisons, and Wirtz," put in Pan Stanisław. "But why do we sit here with folded hands?" asked Roch Kowalski on a sudden, with staring eyes. "Cannot we beat the Swedes?" "You are foolish, Roch," said Zagloba. "Uncle always says one thing, but as I am alive, I saw a boat at the shore. We might go and carry off even the sentry. It is so dark that you might strike a man on the snout, and he wouldn't know who did it. Before they could see, we should return and exhibit the courage of cavaliers to both commanders. If you do not wish to go, I will go myself." "The dead calf moved his tail, wonder of wonders," said Zagloba angrily. But Kmicitz's nostrils began to quiver at once. "Not a bad idea, not a bad idea," said he. "Good for camp followers, but not for him who regards dignity. Have respect for yourselves. You are colonels, but you wish to amuse yourselves with wandering thieves." "True, it is not very becoming," added Volodyovski. "We would better go to sleep." All agreed with that idea, therefore they kneeled down to their prayers and repeated them aloud. After that they stretched themselves on the felt cloth and were soon sleeping the sleep of the just. But an hour later all sprang to their feet, for beyond the river the roaring of guns was heard, while shouts and tumult rose in Sapieha's whole camp. "Jesus, Mary!" exclaimed Zagloba, "the Swedes are coming!" "What are you talking about?" asked Volodyovski, seizing his sabre. "Roch, come here!" cried Zagloba, for in cases of surprise he was glad to have his sister's son near him. But Roch was not in the tent. They ran out on the square. Crowds were already before the tents, and all were making their way toward the river, for on the other side was to be seen flashing of fire, and an increasing roar was heard. "What has happened? What has happened?" was asked of the numerous guards disposed along the bank. But the guards had seen nothing. One of the soldiers said that he had heard as it were the plash of a wave, but as fog was hanging over the water he could see nothing. He did not wish therefore to raise the camp for a mere sound. When Zagloba heard this, he caught himself by the head in desperation. "Roch has gone to the Swedes. He said that he wished to carry off a sentry." "For God's sake, that may be," cried Kmicitz. "They will shoot the lad as God is in heaven," continued Zagloba in despair. "Worthy gentlemen, is there no help? Lord God, that boy was of the purest gold. There is not another such in the two armies. What shot that idea into his stupid head? O Mother of God, save him in trouble!" "Maybe he will return. The fog is dense. They will not see him." "I will wait for him here even till morning. Mother of God, Mother of God." Meanwhile, shots on the opposite bank lessened. Lights went out gradually, and after an hour dull silence set in. Zagloba walked along the bank of the river like a hen with ducklings, and tore out the remnant of hair in his forelock. But he waited in vain, he despaired in vain. The morning whitened the river, The sun rose, but Roch came not. End of chapter 33. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 34 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 34. Zagloba, in unbroken despair, betook himself to Charniecki with a request that he would send to the Swedes to see what had happened to Kowalski. Is he alive yet? Is he groaning in captivity, or has he paid with his life for his daring? Charniecki agreed to this willingly, for he loved Zagloba. Then, comforting him in his suffering, he said, "I think your sister's son must be alive, otherwise the water would have brought him ashore." "God grant that he is," answered Zagloba. "Still it would be hard for the water to raise him, for not only had he a heavy hand, but his wit was like lead, as is shown by his action." "You speak justly," answered Charniecki. "If he is alive, I ought to give orders to drag him with a horse over the square for disregard of discipline. He might alarm the Swedish army, but he has alarmed both armies. Besides, he was not free to touch the Swedes without command and my order. Is this a general militia, or what the devil, that every man has a right to act on his own account? He has offended, I agree. I will punish him myself, if only the Lord will bring him back. But I forgive him in remembrance of the Rudnik affair. I have many prisoners to exchange, and more distinguished officers than Kowalski. Do you go to the Swedes and negotiate about exchange. I will give 2 or 3 for him if need be, for I do not wish to make your heart bleed. Come to me for a letter to the king, and go quickly." Zagloba sprang with rejoicing to Kmicicz's tent and told his comrades what had happened. Pan Andrei and Vorodyovski exclaimed at once that they too would go with him, for both were curious to see the Swedes. Besides, Kmicic might be very useful, since he spoke German almost as fluently as Polish. Preparations did not delay them long. Charniecki, without waiting for the return of Zagloba, sent the letter by a messenger. Then they provided a piece of white cloth fixed to a pole, took a trumpeter, sat in a boat, and moved on. At first they went in silence. Nothing save the plash of oars was to be heard. At last Zagloba was somewhat alarmed and said, "Let the trumpeter announce us immediately, for those scoundrels are ready to fire in spite of the white flag." "What do you say?" answered Vorodyovski. "Even barbarians respect envoys, and this is a civilized people." "Let the trumpeter sound, I say. The first soldier who happens along will fire, make a hole in the boat, and we shall get into the water. The water is cold, and I have no wish to get wet through their courtesy." "There, a sentry is visible," said Kmicic. The trumpeter sounded. The boat shot forward quickly. On the other shore a hurried movement began, and soon a mounted officer rode up, wearing a yellow leather cap. When he had approached the edge of the water, he shaded his eyes with his hand and began to look against the light. A few yards from the shore, Kmicic removed his cap in greeting. The officer bowed to him with equal politeness. "A letter from Pan Charniecki to the most serene King of Sweden," cried Pan Andrei, showing the letter. The guard standing on the shore presented arms. Pan Zagloba was completely reassured. Presently he fixed his countenance in dignity befitting his position as an envoy, and said in Latin, "The past night a certain cavalier was seized on this shore. I have come to ask for him." "I cannot speak Latin," answered the officer. "Ignoramus," muttered Zagloba. The officer turned then to Pan Andrei. "The king is in the farther end of the camp. Be pleased, gentlemen, to stay here. I will go and announce you." And he turned his horse. The envoys looked around. The camp was very spacious, for it embraced the whole triangle formed by the San and the Vistula. At the summit of the triangle lay Pniev, at the base Tarnobrzeg on one side and Rozvadov on the other. Apparently it was impossible to take in the whole extent at a glance. Still, as far as the eye could reach were to be seen trenches, embankments, earthworks, and fascines at which were cannons and men. In the very centre of the place, in Gorzytsa, were the quarters of the king. There also the main forces of the army. "If hunger does not drive them out of this place, we can do nothing with them," said Kmicic. "The whole region is fortified. There is pasture for horses." "But there are not fish for so many mouths," said Zagloba. "Lutherans do not like fasting food. Not long since they had all Poland, now they have this wedge. Let them sit here in safety or go back to Yaroslavl." "Very skilful men made these trenches," added Vodiovsky, looking with the eye of a specialist on the work. "We have more swordsmen, but fewer learned officers, and in military art we are behind others." "Why is that?" asked Zagloba. "Why? It does not beseem me as a soldier who has served all his life in the cavalry to say this, but everywhere infantry and cannon are the main thing. Hence those campaigns and military manoeuvres, marches and countermarches. A man in a foreign army must devour a multitude of books and turn over a multitude of Roman authors before he becomes a distinguished officer. But there is nothing of that with us. Cavalry rushes into the smoke in a body and shaves with its sabres, and if it does not shave off in a minute, then they shave it off." "You speak soundly, Pan Michał, but what nation has won so many famous victories?" "Yes, because others in old times warred in the same way, and not having the same impetus they were bound to lose. But now they have become wiser, and see what they are doing. Wait for the end. Place for me now the wisest Swedish or German engineer, and against him I will put Roch, who has never turned over books, and let us see." "If you could put him," interrupted Kmicic. True, I am terribly sorry for him. Pan Andrei, jabber a little in that dog's language of those breeches fellows, and ask what has happened to Roch." "You do not know regular soldiers. Here no man will open his lips to you without an order. They are stingy of speech." "I know that they are surly scoundrels. While if to our nobles, and especially to the general militia, an envoy comes, immediately talk, they will drink goralka with him, and will enter into political discussion with him, and see how these fellows stand there like posts, and bulge out their eyes at us. I wish they would smother to the last man." In fact, more and more foot soldiers gathered around the envoys, looking at them curiously. The envoys were dressed so carefully in elegant and even rich garments that they made an imposing appearance. Zagloba arrested most attention, for he bore himself with almost senatorial dignity. Vodiovsky was less considered by reason of his stature. Meanwhile, the officer who received them first on the bank returned with another of higher rank and with soldiers leading horses. The superior officer bowed to the envoys and said in Polish, "His Royal Grace asks you, gentlemen, to his quarters, and since they are not very near, we have brought horses." "Are you a Pole?" asked Zagloba. "No, I am a Czech, Sadowski, in the Swedish service." Kmicic approached him at once. "Do you know me?" Sadowski looked at him quickly. "Of course, at Częstochowa you blew up the largest siege gun, and Miller gave you to Kuklinowski. I greet you heartily as a famous knight." "And what is going on with Kuklinovsky?" asked Kmicic. "But do you not know?" "I know that I paid him with that with which he wanted to treat me, but I left him alive." "He died." "I thought he would freeze to death," said Pan Andrei, waving his hand. "Worthy Colonel," put in Zagloba, "have you not a certain Roch Kowalski?" Sadovsky laughed. "Of course." "Praise be to God and the Most Holy Lady! The lad is alive, and I shall get him. Praise be to God!" "I do not know whether the king will be willing to yield him up," said Sadovsky. "But why not?" "Because he has pleased him greatly. He recognized him at once as the same man who had pushed after him with such vigor at Rudnik. We held our sides listening to the narrative of the prisoner. The king asked, 'Why did you pick me out?' And he answered, 'I made a vow.' Then the king asked again, 'But will you do so again?' 'Of course,' answered the prisoner. The king began to laugh. 'Put away your vow,' said he, 'and I will give you your life and freedom.' 'Impossible.' 'Why?' 'For my uncle would proclaim me a fool.' 'And are you so sure that you could manage me in a hand-to-hand fight?' 'Oh, I could manage 5 men like you,' said he. Then the king asked again, 'And do you dare to raise your hand against Majesty?' 'Yes,' said he, 'for you have a vile faith.' They interpreted every word to the king, and he was more and more pleased, and continued to repeat, 'This man has pleased me.' Then, wishing to see whether in truth he had such strength, he gave orders to choose 12 of the strongest men in camp and bring them to wrestle in turn with the prisoner. But he is a muscular fellow. When I came away he had stretched out 10 one after another, and not a man of them could rise again. We shall arrive just at the end of the amusement." "I recognize Roch, my blood," said Zagloba. "We will give for him even 3 famous officers." "You will find the king in good humour," said Sadovsky, "which is a rare thing nowadays." "Oh, I believe that," answered the little knight. Meanwhile, Sadovsky turned to Kmicic and asked how he had not only freed himself from Kuklinovsky, but put an end to him. Kmicic told him in detail. Sadovsky, while listening, seized his own head with amazement. At last he pressed Kmicic's hand again and said, "Believe me, I am sincerely glad. For though I serve the Swedes, every true soldier's heart rejoices when a real cavalier puts down a ruffian. I must acknowledge to you that when a daring man is found among you, one must look with a lantern through the universe to find his equal." "You are a courteous officer," said Zagloba. "And a famous soldier, we know that," added Volodyovski. "I learned courtesy and the soldier's art from you," answered Sadovsky, touching his cap. Thus they conversed, vying with one another in courtesy, till they reached Gorzytsa, where the king's quarters were. The whole village was occupied by soldiers of various arms. Our envoys looked with curiosity at the groups scattered among the fences. Some, wishing to sleep away their hunger, were dozing around cottages, for the day was very clear and warm. Some were playing dice on drums, drinking beer. Some were hanging their clothes on the fences. Others were sitting in front of the cottages, singing Scandinavian longs, rubbing with brick dust their breastplates and helmets, from which bright gleams went forth. In places they were cleaning horses or leading them out. In a word, camp life was moving and seething under the bright sky. There were men, it is true, who bore signs of terrible toil and hunger, but the sun covered their leanness with gold. Besides, days of rest were beginning for those incomparable warriors. Therefore they took courage at once and assumed a military bearing. Volodyovski admired them in spirit, especially the infantry regiments, famous through the whole world for endurance and bravery. Sadovsky gave explanations as they passed, saying, "This is the Smaland regiment of the Royal Guard." This is the infantry of Delicalia, the very best." "In God's name, what little monsters are these?" cried Zagloba on a sudden, pointing to a group of small men with olive complexions and black hair hanging on both sides of their heads. "Those are Laplanders who belong to the remotest Hyperboreans." "Are they good in battle? It seems to me that I might take 3 in each hand and strike with their heads till I was tired." "You could surely do so. They are useless in battle. The Swedes bring them for camp servants and partly as a curiosity. But they are the most skilful of wizards. Each of them has at least 1 devil in his service, and some have 5. "How do they get such friendship with evil spirits?" asked Kmicic, making the sign of the cross. "Because they wander in night, which with them lasts half a year or more, and you know that it is easier to hold converse with the devil at night." "But have they souls?" "It is unknown, but I think that they are more in the nature of animals." Kmicic turned his horse, caught one of the Laplanders by the shoulders, raised him up like a cat, and examined him curiously. Then he put him on his feet and said, "If the king would give me one such, I would give orders to have him dried and hung up in the church in Orsha, where, among other curiosities, are ostrich eggs." In Łubnie, at the parish church, there were jaws of a whale or even of a giant, said Włodyowski. "Let us go on, for something evil will fall on us here," said Zagloba. "Let us go," repeated Sadovski. "To tell the truth, I ought to have had bags put on your heads, as is the custom, but we have nothing here to hide, and that you have looked on the trenches is all the better for us." They spurred on their horses, and after a while were before the castle at Gorzyca. In front of the gate they sprang from their saddles and advanced on foot, for the king was before the house. They saw a large number of generals and very celebrated officers. Old Wittenberg was there, Douglas, Lowenhaupt, Miller, Eriksson, and many others. All were sitting on the balcony a little behind the king, whose chair was pushed forward, and they looked on the amusement which Carl Gustav was giving himself with the prisoner. Roch had just stretched out the 12th Cavalier, and was in a coat torn by the wrestlers, panting and sweating greatly. When he saw his uncle in company with Kmicic and Włodyowski, he thought at once that they too were prisoners. He stared at them, opened his mouth, and advanced a couple of steps, but Zagloba gave him a sign with his hand to stand quietly, and the envoy stood himself with his comrades before the face of the king. Sadovski presented the envoys. They bowed low, as custom and etiquette demanded. Then Zagloba delivered Charniecki's letter. The king took the letter and began to read. Meanwhile, the Polish envoys looked at him with curiosity, for they had never seen him before. He was a man in the flower of his age, as dark in complexion as though born an Italian or a Spaniard. His long hair, black as a raven's wing, fell behind his ears to his shoulders. In brightness and colour his eyes brought to mind Yeremi Wishniowiecki. His brows were greatly elevated, as if he were in continual astonishment. In the place where the brows approached, his forehead was raised in a large protuberance, which made him resemble a lion. A deep wrinkle above his nose, which did not leave him even when he was laughing, gave his face a threatening and wrathful expression. His lower lip protruded like that of Jan Kazimir, but his face was heavier and his chin larger. He wore moustaches in the form of cords, brushed out somewhat at the ends. In general, his face indicated an uncommon man, one of those who, when they walk over the earth, press blood out of it. There was in him grandeur, the pride of a monarch, the strength of a lion, and the quickness of genius. But though a kindly smile never left his mouth, there was lacking that kindness of heart which illuminates a face from within with a mild light, as a lamp placed in the middle of an alabaster urn lights it. He sat in the armchair with crossed legs, the powerful calves of which were indicated clearly from under the black stockings, and blinking as was his wont, he read with a smile the letter from Charnyetski. Raising his lids, he looked at Pan Michał and said, "I knew you at once. You slew Kanneberg." All eyes were turned immediately on Volodyovski, who, moving his moustaches, bowed and answered, "At the service of your royal grace." "What is your office?" asked the king. "Colonel of the Lauda Squadron." "Where did you serve before?" "With the voevoda of Vilno." "And did you leave him with the others?" "You betrayed him and me." "I was bound to my own king, not to your royal grace." The king said nothing. All foreheads were frowning, eyes began to bore into Pan Michał, but he stood calmly, merely moving his moustaches time after time. All at once the king said, "It is pleasant for me to know such a famous cavalier. Kanneberg passed among us as incomparable in hand-to-hand conflict. You must be the first saber in the kingdom?" "In universo, in the universe," said Zagloba. "Not the last," answered Volodyovski. "I greet you, gentlemen, heartily. For Pan Charnyetski I have a real esteem as for a great soldier, though he broke his word to me, for he ought to be sitting quietly till now in Siewierz." "Your Royal Grace," said Kmicic, "Pan Charnyetski was not the first to break his word, but General Miller, who seized Wolfe's regiment of Royal Infantry." Miller advanced a step, looked in the face of Kmicic, and began to whisper something to the king, who, blinking all the time, listened attentively. Looking at Pan Andrei, he said at last, "I see that Pan Charnyetski has sent me chosen cavaliers. I know from of old that there is no lack of daring men among you, but there is a lack of faith in keeping promises and oaths." "Holy are the words of your royal grace," answered Zagloba. "How do you understand that?" "If it were not for this vice of our people, your royal grace would not be here." The king was silent a while. The generals again frowned at the boldness of the envoys. "Jan Kazimir himself freed you from the oath," said Karl, "for he left you and took refuge abroad. From the oath we can be freed only by the Vicar of Christ, who resides in Rome, and he has not freed us." "A truce to that," said the king. "I have acquired the kingdom by this." Here he struck his sword. "And by this I will hold it. I do not need your suffrages nor your oaths. You want war, you will have it. I think that Pan Charnyetski remembers Gołąb yet." "He forgot it on the road from Yarosław," answered Zagloba. The king, instead of being angry, smiled. "I'll remind him of it." "God rules the world." "Tell him to visit me. I shall be glad to receive him. But he must hurry, for as soon as my horses are in condition, I shall march farther." "Then we shall receive your royal grace," said Zagloba, bowing and placing his hand slightly on his sabre. "I see," said the king, "that Pan Charnyetski has sent in the embassy not only the best sabres, but the best mouth. In a moment you parry every thrust. It is lucky that the war is not of words, for I should find an opponent worthy of my power. But I will come to the question. Pan Charnyetski asks me to liberate this prisoner, offering 2 officers of distinction in return. I do not set such a low price on my soldiers as you think, and I have no wish to redeem them too cheaply. That would be against my own and their ambition. But since I can refuse Pan Charnyetski nothing, I will make him a present of this cavalier." "Gracious lord," answered Zagloba, "Pan Charnyetski did not wish to show contempt for Swedish officers, but compassion for me, for this is my sister's son, and I, at the service of your royal grace, am Pan Charnyetski's adviser." "In truth," said the king, "I ought not to let the prisoner go, for he has made a vow against me, unless he will give up his vow in view of this favour." Here he turned to Roch, who was standing in front of the porch, and beckoned. "But come nearer, you strong fellow." Roch approached a couple of steps and stood erect. "Sadovski," said the king, "ask him if he will let me go in case I free him." Sadovski repeated the king's question. "Impossible!" cried Roch. The king understood without an interpreter, and began to clap his hands and blink. "Well, well, how can I set such a man free? He has twisted the necks of 12 horsemen, and promises me as the 13th. Good, good, the cavalier has pleased me. Is he Pan Charnitsky's adviser too? If he is, I will let him go all the more quickly." "Keep your mouth shut," muttered Zagloba to Roch. "A truce to amusement," said the king suddenly. "Take him and have still one more proof of my clemency. I can forgive as the lord of this kingdom, since such is my will and favour. But I will not enter into terms with rebels." Here the king frowned, and the smile left his face. "Whoso raises his hand against me is a rebel, for I am his lawful king. Only from kindness to you have I not punished hitherto as was proper. I have been waiting for you to come to your minds, but the hour will strike when kindness will be exhausted and the day of punishment will rise. Through your self-will and instability the country is flaming with fire. Through your disloyalty blood is flowing. But I tell you the last days are passing. You do not wish to hear admonitions. You do not wish to obey laws. You will obey the sword and the gallows." Lightnings flashed in Karl's eyes. Zagloba looked on him a while with amazement, unable to understand whence that storm had come after fair weather. Finally he too began to grow angry. Therefore he bowed and said only, "We thank your royal grace." Then he went off, and after him Kmicic, Volodyovski, and Roch Kowalski. "Gracious, gracious," said Zagloba, "and before you can look around he bellows in your ear like a bear. Beautiful end to an embassy. Others give honour with a cup at parting, but he with the gallows. Let him hang dogs, not nobles. Oh, my God, how grievously we have sinned against our king, who was a father, is a father, and will be a father, for there is a Jagiellon heart in him. And such a king traitors deserted, and went to make friendship with scarecrows from beyond the sea. We are served rightly, for we were not worthy of anything better. Gibbets, gibbets, he is fenced in, and we have squeezed him like curds in a bag, so that whey is coming out, and still he threatens with sword and gibbet. Wait a while. The Cossack caught a Tartar, and the Tartar has him by the head. It will be closer for you yet. Roch, I wanted to give you a slap on the face or 50 blows on a carpet, but I forgive you now, since you acted so like a cavalier and promised to hunt him still farther. Let me kiss you, for I am delighted with you." "Uncle is still glad," said Roch. "The gibbet and the sword, and he told that to my eyes," said Zagloba again, after a while. "You have protection. The wolf protects in the same fashion as sheep for his own eating. And when does he say that? Now, when there is goose skin on his own back. Let him take his Laplanders for counsellors, and with them seek Satan's aid. But the most holy lady will help us, as she did Pan Bobola in Sandomierz, when powder threw him and his horse across the Vistula, and he was not hurt. He looked around to see where he was, and arrived in time to dine with the priest. With such help we will pull them all by the necks like lobsters out of a wicker trap." End of chapter 34. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 35 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 35. Almost 20 days passed. The king remained continually at the junction of the rivers, and sent couriers to fortresses and commands in every direction toward Krakow and Warsaw, with orders for all to hasten to him with assistance. They sent him also provisions by the Vistula in as great quantities as possible, but insufficient. After 10 days, the Swedes began to eat horseflesh. Despair seized the king and the generals at thought of what would happen when the cavalry should lose their horses, and when there would be no beasts to draw cannon. From every side, too, there came unpleasant news. The whole country was blazing with war, as if someone had poured pitch over it and set fire. Inferior commands and garrisons could not hasten to give aid, for they were not able to leave the towns and villages. Lithuania, held hitherto by the iron hand of Pontus de Lagardie, rose as one man. Great Poland, which had yielded first of all, was the first to throw off the yoke, and shone before the whole Commonwealth as an example of endurance, resolve, and enthusiasm. Parties of nobles and peasants rushed not only on the garrisons in villages, but even attacked towns. In vain did the Swedes take terrible vengeance on the country. In vain did they cut off the hands of prisoners. In vain did they send up villages in smoke, cut settlements to pieces, raise gibbets, bring instruments of torture from Germany to torture insurgents. Whoso had to suffer, suffered. Whoso had to die, died. But if he was a noble, he died with a sabre, if a peasant, with a scythe in his hand. And Swedish blood was flowing throughout all Great Poland. The peasants were living in the forests, even women rushed to arms. Punishments merely roused vengeance and increased rage. Kulesza, Żegocki, and the voevoda of Podlaski moved through the country like flames, and besides their parties, all the pine woods were filled with other parties. The fields lay untilled. Fierce hunger increased in the land, but it twisted most the entrails of the Swedes, for they were confined in towns behind closed gates, and could not go to the open country. At last breath was failing in their bosoms. In Mazovia the condition was the same. There the Berkshire people, dwelling in forest gloom, came out of their wildernesses, blocked the roads, seized provisions and couriers. In Podlaski a numerous small nobility marched in thousands either to Sapieha or to Lithuania. Lubelski was in the hands of the Confederates. From the distant Russias came Tartars, and with them the Cossacks constrained to obedience. Therefore all were certain that if not in a week, in a month, if not in a month, in 2, that river fork in which Carl Gustaf had halted with the main army of the Swedes would be turned into one great tomb to the glory of the nation, a great lesson for those who would attack the Commonwealth. The end of the war was foreseen already. There were some who said that one way of salvation alone remained to Karl, to ransom himself and give Swedish Livland to the Commonwealth. But suddenly the fortune of Karl and the Swedes was bettered. Marienburg, besieged hitherto in vain, surrendered March 20 to Steinbock. His powerful and valiant army had then no occupation, and could hasten to the rescue of the king. From another direction, the Markgraf of Baden, having finished levies, was marching also to the river fork with ready forces, and soldiers yet unwearied. Both pushed forward. breaking up the smaller bands of insurgents, destroying, burning, slaying. Along the road they gathered in Swedish garrisons, took the smaller commands, and increased in power, as a river increases the more it takes streams to its bosom. Tidings of the fall of Marienburg, of the army of Steinbock, and the march of the Markgraf of Baden came very quickly to the fork of the river, and grieved Polish hearts. Steinbock was still far away, but the Markgraf, advancing by forced marches, might soon come up and change the whole position at Sandomierz. The Polish leaders then held a council in which Czarniecki, Sapieha, Michał Radziwiłł, Witowski, and Lubomirski, who had grown tired of being on the Vistula, took part. At this council it was decided that Sapieha with the Lithuanian army was to remain to watch Karl and prevent his escape. Czarniecki was to move against the Markgraf of Baden and meet him as quickly as possible. If God gave him victory, he would return to besiege Carl Gustav. Corresponding orders were given at once. Next morning the trumpets sounded to horse so quietly that they were barely heard. Czarniecki wished to depart unknown to the Swedes. At his recent campground, a number of unoccupied parties of nobles and peasants took position at once. They kindled fires and made an uproar so that the enemy might think that no one had left the place, but Czarniecki's squadrons moved out one after another. First marched the Lauda squadron, which by right should have remained with Sapieha, but since Czarniecki had fallen greatly in love with this squadron, the hetman was loath to take it from him. After the Lauda went the Wąsowicz squadron, chosen men led by an old soldier, half of whose life had been passed in shedding blood. Then followed the squadron of Prince Dmitri Wiśniowiecki, under the same Shandarovsky who at Rudnik had covered himself with immeasurable glory. Then 2 regiments of Witowski's dragoons, 2 regiments of the Starosta of Jaworov, the famed Stapkowski led one, then Czarniecki's own regiment, the King's regiment under Polonovsky, and Lubomirski's whole force. No infantry was taken because of haste, nor wagons, for the army went on horseback. All were drawn up together at Zawada in good strength and great willingness. Then Czarniecki himself went out in front, and after he had arranged them for the march, he withdrew his horse somewhat and let them pass so as to review well the whole force. The horse under him sniffed, threw up his head, and nodded as if wishing to greet the passing regiments, and the heart swelled in the castellan himself. A beautiful view was before him. As far as the eye reached, a river of horses, a river of stern faces of soldiers, welling up and down with the movement of the horses. Above them still a third river of sabres and lances, glittering and gleaming in the morning sun. A tremendous power went forth from them, and Czarniecki felt the power in himself, for that was not some kind of collection of volunteers, but men forged on the anvil of battle, trained, exercised, and in conflict so venomous that no cavalry on earth of equal numbers could withstand them. Therefore Czarniecki felt with certainty, without doubt, that he would bear asunder with sabres and hoofs the army of the Markgraf of Baden. And that victory, felt in advance, made his face so radiant that it gleamed on the regiments. "With God to victory!" cried he at last. "With God we will conquer!" answered mighty voices. And that shout flew through all the squadrons like deep thunder through clouds. Czarniecki spurred his horse to come up with the Lauda squadron, marching in the van. The army moved forward. They advanced not like men, but like a flock of ravening birds, which, having wind of a battle from afar, fly to outstrip the tempest. Never, even among Tartars in the steppes, had any man heard of such a march. The soldiers slept in the saddles. They ate and drank without dismounting. They fed the horses from their hands. Rivers, forests, villages were left behind them. Scarcely had peasants hurried out from their cottages to look at the army, when the army had vanished behind clouds of dust in the distance. They marched day and night, resting only just enough to escape killing the horses. At Kozienice they came upon 8 Swedish squadrons under Tornieskjold. The Lauda men, marching in the van, first saw the enemy, and without even drawing breath, sprang at them straightway and into the fire. Next advanced Shandarovsky, then Vonsovich, and then Stapkovsky. The Swedes, thinking that they had to deal with some mere common parties, met them in the open field, and 2 hours later there was not a living man left to go to the Markgraf and tell him that Charniecki was coming. Those 8 squadrons were simply swept asunder on sabres without leaving a witness of defeat. Then the Poles moved straight on to Magnushev, for spies informed them that the Markgraf was at Varka with his whole army. Volodyovski was sent in the night with a party to learn how the army was disposed and what its power was. Zagloba complained greatly of that expedition, for even the famed Vishniovetzky had never made such marches as this. Therefore the old man complained, but he chose to go with Pan Michał rather than remain with the army. "It was a golden time at Sandomierz," said he, stretching himself in the saddle. A man ate, drank, and looked at the besieged Swedes in the distance. But now there is not time even to put a canteen to your mouth. I know the military arts of the ancients, of the great Pompey and Caesar, but Charniecki has invented a new style. It is contrary to every rule to shake the stomach so many days and nights. The imagination begins to rebel in me from hunger, and it seems to me continually that the stars are buckwheat pudding and the moon cheese. To the dogs with such warfare! As God is dear to me, I want to gnaw my own horse's ears off from hunger. Tomorrow, God grant, we shall rest after finishing the Swedes. I would rather have the Swedes than this tediousness. O Lord, when wilt thou give peace to this commonwealth, and to Zagloba a warm place at the stove, and heated beer, even without cream? Batter along, old man, on your nag, batter along till you batter your body to death. Has anyone there snuff? Maybe I could sneeze out this sleepiness through my nostrils. The moon is shining through my mouth, looking into my stomach, but I cannot tell what the moon is looking for there. It will find nothing. I repeat, to the dogs with such warfare. If uncle thinks that the moon is cheese, then eat it, uncle, said Roch Kowalski. If I should eat you, I might say that I had eaten beef, but I am afraid that after such a roast I should lose the rest of my wit. If I am an ox, and uncle is my uncle, then what is uncle? But, you fool, do you think that Altea gave birth to a firebrand because she sat by the stove? How does that touch me? In this way, if you are an ox, then ask about your father first, not about your uncle. For a bull carried off Europa, but her brother, who was uncle to her children, was a man for all that. Do you understand? To tell the truth, I do not, but as to eating, I could eat something myself. Eat the devil and let me sleep. What is it, Pan Michał? Why have we halted? Varka is in sight, answered Volodyovski. See, the church tower is gleaming in the moonlight. But have we passed Magnushev? Magnushev is behind on the right. It is a wonder to me that there is no Swedish party on this side of the river. Let us go to those thickets and stop. Perhaps God may send us some informant. Pan Michał led his detachment to the thicket and disposed it about 100 yards from the road on each side, ordering the men to remain silent and hold the bridles closely so the horses might not neigh. "Wait," said he. "Let us hear what is being done on the other side of the river, and perhaps we may see something." They stood there waiting, but for a long time nothing was to be heard. The wearied soldiers began to nod in the saddles. Zagloba dropped on the horse's neck and fell asleep. Even the horses were slumbering. An hour passed. The accurate ear of Volodyovski heard something like the tread of a horse on a firm road. "Hold! Silence!" said he to the soldiers. He pushed out himself to the edge of the thicket and looked along the road. The road was gleaming in the moonlight like a silver ribbon. There was nothing visible on it, still the sound of horses came nearer. "They are coming, surely," said Volodyovski. All held their horses more closely, each one restraining his breath. Meanwhile on the road appeared a Swedish party of 30 horsemen. They rode slowly and carelessly enough, not in line, but in a straggling row. Some of the soldiers were talking, others were singing in a low voice, for the night, warm as in May, acted on the ardent souls of the soldiers. Without suspicion they passed near Pan Michał, who was standing so hard by the edge of the thicket that he could catch the odour of horses and the smoke of pipes which the soldiers had lighted. At last they vanished at the turn of the road. Volodyovski waited till the tramp had died in the distance. Then only did he go to his men and say to Pan Yan and Pan Stanisław, "Let us drive them now, like geese, to the camp of the castellan. Not a man must escape, lest he give warning." "If Charniecki does not let us eat, then sleep," said Zagloba, "I will resign his service and return to Sapio. With Sapio, when there is a battle, there is a battle, but when there is a respite, there is a feast. If you had 4 lips, he would give each one of them enough to do. He is the leader for me. And in truth, tell me by what devil are we not serving with Sapio, since this regiment belongs to him by right?" "Father, do not blaspheme against the greatest warrior in the Commonwealth," said Pan Yan. "It is not I that blaspheme, but my entrails, on which hunger is playing, as on a fiddle—" "The Swedes will dance to the music," interrupted Volodyovski. "Now, gentlemen, let us advance quickly. I should like to come up with them exactly at that inn in the forest which we passed in coming hither." And he led on the squadron quickly, but not too quickly. They rode into a dense forest in which darkness enclosed them. The inn was less than 2 miles distant. When Volodyovski had drawn near, he went again at a walk, so as not to alarm the Swedes too soon. When not more than a cannon shot away, the noise of the men was heard. "They are there and making an uproar," said Pan Michał. The Swedes had, in fact, stopped at the inn, looking for some living person to give information, but the place was empty. Some of the soldiers were shaking up the main building, others were looking in the cow-house, in the shed, or raising the thatch on the roof. One half of the men remained on the square, holding the horses of those who were searching. Pan Michał's division approached within 100 yards and began to surround the inn with a Tartar crescent. Those of the Swedes standing in front heard perfectly, and at last saw men and horses. Since, however, it was dark in the forest, they could not see what kind of troops were coming. But they were not alarmed in the least, not admitting that others than Swedes could come from that point. At last the movement of the crescent astonished and disturbed them. They called at once to those who were in the buildings. Suddenly a shout of "Allah!" was heard, and the sound of shots. In one moment dark crowds of soldiers appeared, as if they had grown out of the earth. Now came confusion, a flash of sabres, oaths, smothered shouts, but the whole affair did not last longer than the time needed to say the Lord's Prayer twice. There remained on the ground before the inn 5 bodies of men and horses. Volodyovski moved on, taking with him 25 prisoners. They advanced at a gallop, urging the Swedish horses with the sides of their sabres, and arrived at Magnuszew at daybreak. In Charniecki's camp no one was sleeping. All were ready. The castellan himself came out, leaning on his staff, thin and pale from watching. "How is it?" asked he of Pan Michał. "Have you many informants?" 25 prisoners. "Did many escape?" "All are taken." Only send you, soldier, even to hell. Well done. Take them at once to the torture. I will examine them." Then the castellan turned, and when departing said, "But be in readiness, for perhaps we may move on the enemy without delay." "How is that?" asked Zagloba. "Be quiet," said Volodyovski. The prisoners, without being burned, told in a moment what they knew of the forces of the Markgraf, how many cannons he had, what infantry and cavalry. Charnyetski grew somewhat thoughtful, for he learned that it was really a newly levied army, but formed of the oldest soldiers, who had taken part in God knows how many wars. There were also many Germans among them, and a considerable division of French. The whole force exceeded that of the Poles by several hundred. But it appeared from the statements of the prisoners that the Markgraf did not even admit that Charnyetski was near, and believed that the Poles were besieging Karl Gustav with all their forces at Sandomierz. The castellan had barely heard this when he sprang up and cried to his attendant, "Vitovsky, give command to sound the trumpet to horse." Half an hour later the army moved and marched in the fresh spring morning through forests and fields covered with dew. At last Varka, or rather its ruins, for the place had been burned almost to the ground 6 years before, appeared on the horizon. Charnyetski's troops were marching over an open flat, therefore they could not be concealed from the eyes of the Swedes. In fact, they were seen, but the Markgraf thought that they were various parties which had combined in a body with the intent of alarming the camp. Only when squadron after squadron, advancing at a trot, appeared from beyond the forest, did a feverish activity rise in the Swedish camp. Charnyetski's men saw smaller divisions of horsemen and single officers hurrying between the regiments. The bright-coloured Swedish infantry began to pour into the middle of the plain. The regiments formed one after another before the eyes of the Poles, and were numerous, resembling a flock of many-coloured birds. Over their heads were raised toward the sun quadrangles of strong spears, with which the infantry shielded themselves against attacks of cavalry. Finally were seen crowds of Swedish armoured cavalry advancing at a trot along the wings. The artillery was drawn up and brought to the front in haste. All the preparations, all the movements were as visible as something on the palm of the hand, for the sun had risen clearly, splendidly, and lighted up the whole country. The Pilitsa separated the two armies. On the Swedish bank, trumpets and kettledrums were heard, and the shouts of soldiers coming with all speed into line. Charnyetski ordered also to sound the crooked trumpets, and advance with his squadrons toward the river. Then he rushed with all the breath of his horse to the Vonsovich squadron, which was nearest the Pilitsa. "Old soldier," cried he to Vonsovich, "advance for me to the bridge. There dismount and to muskets. Let all their force be turned on you. Lead on." Vonsovich merely flushed a little from desire and waved his baton. The men shouted and shot after him like a cloud of dust driven by wind. When they came within 300 yards of the bridge, they slackened the speed of their horses. Then 2/3 of them sprang from the saddles and advanced on a run to the bridge. But the Swedes came from the other side, and soon muskets began to play, at first slowly, then every moment more briskly, as if 1,000 flails were beating irregularly on a barn floor. Smoke stretched over the river. Shouts of encouragement were thundering from one and the other command. The minds of both armies were bent to the bridge, which was wooden, narrow, difficult to take, but easy to defend. Still, over this bridge alone was it possible to cross to the Swedes. A quarter of an hour later, Charnyetski pushed forward Lubomirski's dragoons to the aid of Vonsovich. But the Swedes now attacked the opposite front with artillery. They drew up new pieces one after another, and bombs began to fly with a howl over the heads of Vonsovich's men and the dragoons, to fall in the meadow and dig into the earth, scattering mud and turf on those fighting. The Markgraf, standing near the forest in the rear of the army, watched the battle through a field glass. From time to time he removed the glass from his eyes, looked at his staff, shrugged his shoulders, and said with astonishment, "They have gone mad. They want absolutely to force the bridge. A few guns and 2 or 3 regiments might defend it against a whole army." Von Sauvage advanced still more stubbornly with his men. Hence the defence grew still more resolute. The bridge became the central point of the battle, toward which the whole Swedish line was approaching and concentrating. An hour later the entire Swedish order of battle was changed, and they stood with flank to their former position. The bridge was simply covered with a rain of fire and iron. Von Sauvage's men were falling thickly. Meanwhile orders came more and more urgent to advance absolutely. "Charnyetski is murdering those men," cried Lubomirski on a sudden. Witkowski, as an experienced soldier, saw that evil was happening, and his whole body quivered with impatience. At last he could endure no longer. Spurring his horse till the beast groaned piteously, he rushed to Charnyetski, who during all this time, it was unknown why, was pushing men toward the river. "Your Grace," cried Witkowski, "blood is flowing for nothing. We cannot carry that bridge." "I do not want to carry it," answered Charnyetski. "Then what does your Grace want? What must we do?" "To the river with the squadrons, to the river, and you to your place." Here Charnyetski's eyes flashed such lightnings that Witkowski withdrew without saying a word. Meanwhile the squadrons had come within 20 paces of the bank, and stood in a long line parallel with the bed of the river. None of the officers or the soldiers had the slightest suspicion of what they were doing. In a flash Charnyetski appeared like a thunderbolt before the front of the squadrons. There was fire in his face, lightning in his eyes. A sharp wind had raised the burqa on his shoulders so that it was like strong wings. His horse sprang and reared, casting fire from his nostrils. The castellan dropped his sword on its pennant, took the wrap from his head, and with hair erect shouted to his division, "Gentlemen, the enemy defends himself with this water, and jeers at us. He has sailed through the sea to crush our fatherland, and he thinks that we in defence of it cannot swim through this river." Here he hurled his cap to the earth, and seizing his sabre, pointed with it to the swollen waters. Enthusiasm bore him away, for he stood in the saddle and shouted more mightily still, "To whom God, faith, fatherland are all, follow me!" And pressing the horse with the spurs so that the steed sprang as it were into space, he rushed into the river. The wave plashed around him. Man and horse were hidden under water, but they rose in the twinkle of an eye. "After my master!" cried Michałko, the same who had covered himself with glory at Rudnik, and he sprang into the water. "After me!" shouted Volodyovski with a shrill but thin voice, and he sprang in before he had finished shouting. "Oh Jesus! Oh Mary!" bellowed Zagloba, raising his horse for the leap. With that, an avalanche of men and horses dashed into the river, so that it struck both banks with wild impetus. After the Lauda squadron went Wiśniewiecki's, then Witkowski's, then Stawkowski's, after that all the others. Such a frenzy seized the men that the squadrons crowded one another in emulation. The shouts of command were mingled with the roar of the soldiers. The river overflowed the banks and foamed itself into milk in a moment. The current bore the regiments down somewhat, but the horses, pricked with spurs, swam like a countless herd of dolphins, snorting and groaning. They filled the river to such a degree that the mass of heads of horses and riders formed, as it were, a bridge on which a man might have passed with dry foot to the other bank. Charnyetski swam over first, but before the water had dropped from him, the Lauda squadron had followed him to land. Then he waved his baton and cried to Volodyovski, "On a gallop! Strike!" and to the Vishniovetzky squadron under Shandarovsky, "With them!" And so he sent the squadrons one after another, till he had sent all. He stood at the head of the last himself, and shouting, "In the name of God, with luck," followed the others. 2 regiments of Swedish cavalry posted in reserve saw what was happening, but such amazement had seized the colonels that before they could move from their tracks, the Lauda men, urging their horses to the highest speed, and sweeping with irresistible force, struck the first regiment, scattered that as a whirlwind scatters leaves, hurled it against the second, brought that to disorder. Then Shandarovsky came up, and a terrible slaughter began, but of short duration. After a while the Swedish ranks were broken, and a disordered throng plunged forward toward the main army. Charnyetsky's squadron pursued them with a fearful outcry, slashing, thrusting, strewing the field with corpses. At last it was clear why Charnyetsky had commanded von Sovic to carry the bridge, though he had no thought of crossing it. The chief attention of the whole army had been concentrated on that point. Therefore no one defended, or had time to defend, the river itself. Besides, nearly all the artillery and the entire front of the Swedish army was turned toward the bridge, and now, when 3,000 cavalry were rushing with all impetus against the flank of that army, it was needful to change the order of battle, to form a new front, to defend themselves even well or ill against the shock. Now rose a terrible haste and confusion. Infantry and cavalry regiments turned with all speed to face the enemy, straining themselves in their hurry, knocking one against another, not understanding commands in the uproar, acting independently. In vain did the officers make superhuman efforts. In vain did the Markgraf move straightway the regiments of cavalry posted at the forest. Before they came to any kind of order, before the infantry could put the butt ends of their lances in the ground to hold the points to the enemy, the Lauda squadron fell, like the spirit of death, into the very midst of their ranks. After it a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a sixth squadron. Then began the day of judgment. The smoke of musketry fire covered, as if with a cloud, the whole scene of conflict, and in that cloud screams, seething, unearthly voices of despair, shouts of triumph, the sharp clang of steel, as if in an infernal forge, the rattling of muskets. At times a flag shone and fell in the smoke, then the gilded point of a regimental banner, and again you saw nothing. But a roar was heard more and more terrible, as if the earth had broken on a sudden under the river, and its waters were tumbling down into fathomless abysses. Now on the flank other sounds were heard. This was von Sovic, who had crossed the bridge and was marching on the new flank of the enemy. After this the battle did not last long. From out that cloud large groups of men began to push and run toward the forest in disorder, wild, without caps, without helmets, without armour. Soon after them burst out a whole flood of people in the most dreadful disorder. Artillery, infantry, cavalry, mingled together, fled toward the forest at random, in alarm and terror. Some soldiers cried in sky-piercing voices, others fled in silence, covering their heads with their hands. Some, in their haste, threw away their clothing, others stopped those running ahead, fell down themselves, trampled one another, and right there behind them, on their shoulders and heads, rushed a line of Polish cavaliers. Every moment you saw whole ranks of them spurring their horses and rushing into the densest throngs of men. No one defended himself longer. All went under the sword. Body fell upon body. The Poles hewed without rest, without mercy, on the whole plain. Along the bank of the river toward the forest, as far as the eye could reach, you saw merely pursued and pursuing. Only here and there scattered groups of infantry offered an irregular, despairing resistance. The cannons were silent. The battle ceased to be a battle. It had turned into a slaughter. All that part of the army which fled toward the forest was cut to pieces. Only a few squadrons of Swedish troopers entered it. After them, the light squadrons of Poles sprang in among the trees. But in the forest, peasants were waiting for that unslain remnant, the peasants who at the sound of the battle had rushed together from all the surrounding villages. The most terrible pursuit, however, continued on the road to Warsaw, along which the main forces of the Swedes were fleeing. The young Markgraf Adolf struggled twice to cover the retreat, but beaten twice he fell into captivity himself. His auxiliary division of French infantry, composed of 400 men, threw away their arms. 3,000 chosen soldiers, musketeers, and cavalry fled as far as Mnichev. The musketeers were cut down in Mnichev. The cavalry were pursued toward Chersk until they were scattered completely through the forest, reeds, and brush. There the peasants hunted them out one by one on the morrow. Before the sun had set, the army of Friedrich, Markgraf of Baden, had ceased to exist. On the first scene of battle there remained only the standard-bearers with their standards, for all the troops had followed the enemy, and the sun was well inclined to its setting when the first bodies of cavalry began to appear from the side of the forest and Mnichev. They returned with singing and uproar, hurling their caps in the air, firing from pistols. Almost all led with them crowds of bound prisoners. These walked at the sides of the horses. They were without caps, without helmets, with heads drooping on their breasts, torn, bloody, stumbling every moment against the bodies of fallen comrades. The field of battle presented a terrible sight. In places where the struggle had been fiercest, there lay simply piles of bodies half a spear length in height. Some of the infantry still held in their stiffened hands long spears. The whole ground was covered with spears. In places they were sticking still in the earth. Here and there pieces of them formed as it were fences and pickets. But on all sides was presented mostly a dreadful and pitiful mingling of bodies, of men mashed with hoofs, broken muskets, drums, trumpets, caps, belts, tin boxes which the infantry carried, hands and feet sticking out in such disorder from the piles of bodies that it was difficult to tell to what body they belonged. In those places specially where the infantry defended itself, whole breastworks of corpses were lying. Somewhat farther on, near the river, stood the artillery, now cold, some pieces overturned by the onrush of men, others as it were ready to be fired. At the sides of them lay the cannoneers, now held in eternal sleep. Many bodies were hanging across the guns and embracing them with their arms, as if those soldiers wished still to defend them after death. The brass, spotted with blood and brains, glittered with ill omen in the beams of the setting sun. The golden rays were reflected in stiffened blood, which here and there formed little lakes. Its nauseating odour was mingled over the whole field with the smell of powder, the exhalation from bodies, and the sweat of horses. Before the setting of the sun, Charnyetski returned with the king's regiment, and stood in the middle of the field. The troops greeted him with a thundering shout. Whenever a detachment came up, it cheered without end. He stood in the rays of the sun, wearied beyond measure, but all radiant, with bare head, his sword hanging on his belt, and he answered to every cheer, "Not to me, gentlemen, not to me, but to the name of God." At his side were Witovski and Lubomirski, the latter as bright as the sun itself, for he was in gilded plate armour, his face splashed with blood, for he had worked terribly and laboured with his own hand as a simple soldier, but discontented and gloomy, for even his own regiments shouted, "Vivat Charniecki, Dux et Victor," commander and conqueror. Envy began then to dive into the soul of the marshal. Meanwhile, new divisions rolled in from every side of the field. Each time an officer came up and threw a banner captured from the enemy at Charniecki's feet. At sight of this rose new shouts, new cheers, hurling of caps into the air and the firing of pistols. The sun was sinking lower and lower. Then, in the one church that remained after the fire in Varka, they sounded the Angelus. That moment all uncovered their heads. Father Piekarski, the company priest, began to intone, "The angel of the Lord announced unto the most holy Virgin Mary," and 1,000 iron breasts answered at once with deep voices, "And she conceived of the Holy Ghost." All eyes were raised to the heavens, which were red with the evening twilight, and from that bloody battlefield began to rise a pious hymn to the light playing in the sky before night. Just as they had ceased to sing, the louder squadron began to come up at a trot. It had chased the enemy farthest. The soldiers threw more banners at Charniecki's feet. He rejoiced in heart, and seeing Vodiovsky, urged his horse toward him and asked, "Have many of them escaped?" Pan Michał shook his head as a sign that not many had escaped, but he was so near being breathless that he was unable to utter one word. He merely gasped with open mouth time after time, so that his breast was heaving. At last he pointed to his lips as a sign that he could not speak. Charniecki understood him and pressed his head. "He has toiled," said he. "God grant us more such." Zagloba hurried to catch his breath, and said with chattering teeth and broken voice, "For God's sake, the cold wind is blowing on me, and I am all in a sweat. Paralysis will strike me. Pull the clothes off some fat Swede and give them to me, for everything on me is wet, wet, and it is wet in this place. I know not what is water, what is my own sweat, and what is Swedish blood. If I have ever expected in my life to cut down so many of those scoundrels, I am not fit to be the crupper of a saddle, the greatest victory of this war. But I will not spring into water a second time, eat not, drink not, sleep not, and then a bath. I have had enough in my old years. My hand is benumbed. Paralysis has struck me already. Gorailka for the dear God." Charniecki, hearing this, and seeing the old man really covered completely with the blood of the enemy, took pity on his age and gave him his own canteen. Zagloba raised it to his mouth, and after a while returned it empty. Then he said, "I have gulped so much water in the Pilitsa that we shall soon see how fish will hatch in my stomach, but that Gorailka is better than water." "Dress in other clothes, even Swedish," said Charniecki. "I'll find a big Swede for uncle," said Roch. "Why should I have bloody clothes from a corpse?" said Zagloba. "Take off everything to the shirt from that general whom I captured." "Have you taken a general?" asked Charniecki with animation. "Whom have I not taken? Whom have I not slain?" answered Zagloba. Now Vodiovsky recovered speech. "We have taken the younger Markgraf, Adolf, Count Falkenstein, General Wengier, General Potter, Benzi, not counting inferior officers." "But the Markgraf Friedrich?" asked Charniecki. "If he has not fallen here, he has escaped to the forest, but if he has escaped, the peasants will kill him." Vodiovsky was mistaken in his previsions. The Markgraf Friedrich, with Counts Schlippenbach and Ehrenhain, wandering through the forest, made their way in the night to Chersk. After sitting there in the ruined castle 3 days and nights in hunger and cold, they wandered by night to Warsaw. That did not save them from captivity afterward. This time, however, they escaped. It was night when Czarniecki came to Warka from the field. That was perhaps the gladdest night of his life, for such a great disaster the Swedes had not suffered since the beginning of the war. All the artillery, all the flags, all the officers, except the chief, were captured. The army was cut to pieces, driven to the four winds. The remnants of it were forced to fall victims to bands of peasants. But besides, it was shown that those Swedes who held themselves invincible could not stand before regular Polish squadrons in the open field. Czarniecki understood at last what a mighty result this victory would work in the whole Commonwealth, how it would raise courage, how it would rouse enthusiasm. He saw already the whole Commonwealth, in no distant future, free from oppression, triumphant. Perhaps, too, he saw with the eyes of his mind the gilded baton of the great hetman on the sky. He was permitted to dream of this, for he had advanced toward it as a true soldier, as a defender of his country, and he was of those who grow not from salt nor from the soil, but from that which pains them. Meanwhile he could hardly embrace with his whole soul the joy which flowed in upon him. Therefore he turned to Lubomirski, riding at his side, and said, "Now to Sandomierz with all speed. Since the army knows now how to swim rivers, neither the San nor the Vistula will frighten us." Lubomirski said not a word, but Zagloba, riding a little apart in Swedish uniform, permitted himself to say aloud, "Go where you like, but without me, for I am not a weathercock to turn night and day without food or sleep." Czarniecki was so rejoiced that he was not only not angry, but he answered in jest, "You are more like the belfry than the weathercock, since, as I see, you have sparrows in your head. But as to eating and rest, it belongs to all." To which Zagloba said, but in an undertone, "Whoso has a beak on his face has a sparrow on his mind." End of chapter 35. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 36 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 36. After that victory, Czarniecki permitted at last the army to take breath and feed the wearied horses. Then he was to return to Sandomierz by forced marches and bend the King of Sweden to his fall. Meanwhile, Harłamp came to the camp one evening with news from Sapieha. Czarniecki was at Czersk, whither he had gone to review the general militia assembled at that town. Harłamp, not finding the chief, betook himself at once to Pan Michał, so as to rest at his quarters after the long journey. His friends greeted him joyously, but he, at the very beginning, showed them a gloomy face and said, "I have heard of your victory. Fortune smiled here, but bore down on us in Sandomierz. Carl Gustav is no longer in the sack, for he got out, and besides, with great confusion to the Lithuanian troops." "Can that be?" cried Pan Michał, seizing his head. Pan Jan, Pan Stanisław, and Zagloba were as if fixed to the earth. "How was it? Tell, by the living God, for I cannot stay in my skin." "Breath fails me yet," said Harłamp. "I have ridden day and night. I am terribly tired. Czarniecki will come, then I will tell all from the beginning. Let me now draw breath a little." "Then Karl has gone out of the sack. I foresaw that, did I not? Do you not remember that I prophesied it? Let Kowalski testify." "Uncle foretold it," said Roch. "And whither has Karl gone?" asked Pan Michał. "The infantry sailed down in boats, but he, with cavalry, has gone along the Vistula to Warsaw." "Was there a battle?" "There was and there was not. In brief, give me peace, for I cannot talk." "But tell me one thing, is Sapieha crushed altogether?" "How crushed? He is pursuing the king, but of course Sapieha will never come up with anybody." "He is as good at pursuit as a German at fasting," said Zagloba. "Praise be to God for even this, that the army is intact," put in Wołodyjowski. "The Lithuanians have got into trouble," said Zagloba. "Ah, it is a bad case. Again we must watch a hole in the Commonwealth together." "Say nothing against the Lithuanian army," said Harlamp. "Carl Gustav is a great warrior, and it is no wonder to lose against him. And did not you, from Poland, lose at Uszcze, at Wolborg, at Sulejów, and in 10 other places? Czarniecki himself lost at Gołąb. Why should not Sapieha lose, especially when you left him alone like an orphan?" "But why did we go to a dance at Warka?" asked Zagloba with indignation. "I know that it was not a dance, but a battle, and God gave you the victory. But who knows, perhaps it had been better not to go. For among us they say that the troops of both nations, Lithuanian and Poland, may be beaten separately, but together the cavalry of hell itself could not manage them." "That may be," said Wołodyjowski, "but what the leaders have decided is not for us to discuss. This did not happen either without your fault." "Sapio must have blundered. I know him," said Zagloba. "I cannot deny that," muttered Harlamp. They were silent a while, but from time to time looked at one another gloomily, for to them it seemed that the fortune of the Commonwealth was beginning to sink, and yet such a short time before they were full of hope and confidence. "Czarniecki is coming," said Wołodyjowski, and he went out of the room. The castellan was really returning. Wołodyjowski went to meet him and began to call from a distance. "The King of Sweden has broken through the Lithuanian army and escaped from the sack. There is an officer here with letters from the Voyevoda of Wilno." "Bring him here," cried Czarniecki. "Where is he?" "With me. I will present him at once." Czarniecki took the news so much to heart that he would not wait, but sprang at once from his saddle and entered Wołodyjowski's quarters. All rose when they saw him enter. He barely nodded and said, "I ask for the letter." Harlamp gave him a sealed letter. The castellan went to the window, for it was dark in the cottage, and began to read with frowning brow and anxious face. From instant to instant, anger gleamed on his countenance. "The castellan has changed," whispered Zagloba to Pan Yan. "See how his beak has grown red. He will begin to lisp right away. He always does when in anger." Czarniecki finished the letter. For a time he twisted his beard with his whole hand. At last he called out with a jingling, indistinct voice, "Come this way, officer." "At command of your worthiness." "Tell me the truth," said Czarniecki with emphasis, "for this narrative is so artfully put together that I am unable to get at the affair. But tell me the truth. Do not colour it. Is the army dispersed?" "Not dispersed at all, your grace." "How many days are needed to assemble it?" Here Zagloba whispered to Pan Yan, "He wants to come at him from the left hand, as it were." But Harlamp answered without hesitation, "Since the army is not dispersed, it does not need to be assembled. It is true that when I was leaving, about 500 horse of the general militia could not be found, were not among the fallen. But that is a common thing, and the army does not suffer from that. The hetman has even moved after the king in good order." "You have lost no cannon?" Yes, we lost 4, which the Swedes, not being able to take with them, spiked. I see that you tell the truth. Tell me then how everything happened. Incipiam, I will begin, said Harwamp. When we were left alone, the enemy saw that there was no army on the Vistula, nothing but parties and irregular detachments. We thought, or properly speaking, Pan Sapieha thought, that the king would attack those, and he sent reinforcements, but not considerable, so as not to weaken himself. Meanwhile, there was a movement and a noise among the Swedes, as in a beehive. Toward evening, they began to come out in crowds to the San. We were at the voyevoda's quarters. Pan Kmicic, who is called Babinich now, a soldier of the 1st degree, came up and reported this. But Pan Sapieha was just sitting down to a feast to which a multitude of noble women from Krasnik and Janov had assembled, for the voyevoda is fond of the fair sex. And he loves feasting, interrupted Charniecki. I am not with him. There is no one to incline him to temperance, put in Zagloba. Maybe you will be with him sooner than you think. Then you can both begin to be temperate, retorted Charniecki. Then he turned to Harwamp. Speak on. Babinich reported, and the voyevoda answered, They are only pretending to attack. They will undertake nothing. First, said he, they will try to cross the Vistula, but I have an eye on them, and I will attack myself. At present, said he, we will not spoil our pleasure, so that we may have a joyous time. We will eat and drink. The music began to tear away, and the voyevoda invited those present to the dance. I'll give him dancing, interrupted Zagloba. Silence, if you please, said Charniecki. Again, men rush in from the bank, saying that there is a terrible uproar. That's nothing, the voyevoda whispered to the page. Do not interrupt me. We danced till daylight, we slept till midday. At midday, we see that the entrenchments are bristling, 48-pound guns on them, and the Swedes fire from time to time. When a ball falls, it is the size of a bucket. It is nothing for such a one to fill the eyes with dust. Give no embellishments, interrupted Charniecki. You are not with the hetman. Harwamp was greatly confused and continued, At midday, the voyevoda himself went out. The Swedes, under cover of these trenches, began to build a bridge. They worked till evening, to our great astonishment, for we thought that as to building, they would build, but as to crossing, they would not be able to do that. Next day they built on. The voyevoda put the troops in order, for he expected a battle. All this time the bridge was a pretext, and they crossed lower down over another bridge and turned your flank, interrupted Charniecki. Harwamp stared and opened his mouth. He was silent in amazement, but at last said, Then your worthiness has had an account already. No need of that, said Zagloba. Our grandfather guesses everything concerning war on the wing, as if he had seen it, in fact. Speak on, said Charniecki. Evening came. The troops were in readiness, but with the first star there was a feast again. This time the Swedes passed over the second bridge lower down and attacked us at once. The squadron of Pan Koschitz, a good soldier, was at the edge. He rushed on them. The general militia, which was next to him, sprang to his aid. But when the Swedes spat at them from the guns, they took to their heels. Pan Koschitz was killed, and his men terribly cut up. Now the general militia, rushing back in a crowd on the camp, put everything in disorder. All the squadrons that were ready advanced, but we effected nothing, lost cannon besides. If the king had had more cannon and infantry, our defeat would have been severe, but fortunately the greater number of the infantry regiments with the cannon had sailed away in boats during the night. Of this no one of us knew. Sapio has blundered. I knew it beforehand, cried Zagloba. We got the correspondence of the king, added Harwamp, which the Swedes dropped. The soldiers read in it that the king is to go to Prussia to return with the elector's forces, for, he writes, that with Swedish troops alone he cannot succeed. "I know of that," said Charnyetski. "Pan Sapieha sent me that letter." Then he muttered quietly, as if speaking to himself, "We must follow him to Prussia." "That is what I have been saying this long time," put in Zagloba. Charnyetski looked at him for a while in thoughtfulness. "It is unfortunate," said he aloud, "for if I had returned to Sandomierz, the hetman and I should not have let a foot of them out alive. Well, it has passed and will not return. The war will be longer, but death is fated to this invasion and to these invaders." "It cannot be otherwise," cried the knights in chorus, and great consolation entered their hearts, though a short time before they had doubted. Meanwhile Zagloba whispered something in Genjian's ear. He vanished through the door and soon returned with a decanter. Seeing this, Volodyovski inclined to the knee of the castellan. "It would be an uncommon favour for a simple soldier," he began. "I will drink with you willingly," said Charnyetski. "And do you know why? Because we must part." "How is that?" cried the astonished Pan Michał. "Sapieha writes that the Lauda squadron belongs to the Lithuanian army, and that he sent it only to assist the forces of the kingdom. That now he will need it himself, especially the officers, of whom he has a great lack. My Volodyovski, you know how much I love you. It is hard for me to part with you, but here is the order. It is true Pan Sapieha, as a courteous man, leaves the order in my power and discretion. I might not show it to you. Well, it is as pleasant to me as if the hetman had broken my best sabre. I give you the order precisely because it is left to my discretion. And do your duty. To your health, my dear soldier." Volodyovski bowed again to the castellan's knees, but he was so distressed that he could not utter a word, and when Charnyetski embraced him, tears ran in a stream over his yellow moustaches. "I would rather die," cried he pitifully. "I have grown accustomed to toil under you, revered leader, and there I know not how it will be." "Pan Michał, do not mind the order," cried Zagloba with emotion. "I will write to Sapieha myself and rub his ears for him fittingly." But Pan Michał first of all was a soldier, therefore he flew into a passion. "But the old volunteer is ever sitting in you. You had better be silent when you know not the question. Service!" "That is it," said Charnyetski. End of chapter 36. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 37 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 37. Zagloba, when he stood before the hetman, did not answer his joyous greeting, but put his hands behind his back, pouted his lips, and looked on him like a just but stern judge. Sapieha was pleased when he saw that mien, for he expected some pleasantry, and said, "How are you, old rogue? Why twist your nose as if you had found some unvirtuous odour?" "In the whole camp of Sapieha it smells of hashed meat and cabbage." "Why? Tell me." "Because the Swedes have cut up a great many cabbage heads." "There you are already criticizing us. It is a pity they did not cut you up too." "I was with a leader under whom we are the cutters, not the cut." "The hangman take you, if they had even clipped your tongue." "Then I should have nothing to proclaim Sapieha's victory with." "Ah, Lord, brother, spare me. The majority already forget my service to the country and belittle me altogether. I know, too, that there are many who make a great outcry against my person. Still, had it not been for that rabble of a general militia, affairs might have gone differently. They say that I have neglected the enemy for night feasting, but the whole Commonwealth has not been able to resist that enemy. Zagloba was somewhat moved at the words of the hetman, and answered, "Such is the custom with us, always to put the blame on the leader. I am not the man to speak evil of feasting, for the longer the day, the more needful the feast. Pan Charniecki is a great warrior. Still, according to my head, he has this defect, that he gives his troops for breakfast, for dinner, and for supper nothing but Swede's flesh. He is a better leader than cook. But he acts ill, for from such food war may soon become disgusting to the best cavaliers." "Was Charniecki very much enraged at me?" "No, not very. In the beginning he showed a great change, but when he discovered that the army was unbroken, he said at once, 'The will of God, not the might of men. That is nothing. Any general may lose a battle. If we had Sapiehas only in the land, we should have a country in which every man would be an Aristides.'" "For Pan Charniecki I would not spare my blood," answered Sapieha. "Every other would have lowered me so as to exalt himself and his own glory, especially after a fresh victory. But he is not that kind of man. I will say nothing against him but this, that I am too old for such service as he expects of soldiers, and especially for those baths which he gives the army." "Then are you glad to return to me?" "Glad and not glad, for I hear of feasting for an hour, but somehow I don't see it." "We will sit down to the table this minute, but what is Charniecki undertaking now?" "He is going to Great Poland to help those poor people. From there he will march against Steinbock and to Prussia, hoping to get cannon and infantry from Danzig." "The citizens of Danzig are worthy people, and give a shining example to the whole Commonwealth. We shall meet Charniecki at Warsaw, for I shall march there, but will stop a little first around Lublin." "Then have the Swedes besieged Lublin again?" "Unhappy place! I know not how many times it has been in the hands of the enemy. There is a deputation here now from Lubelsk, and they will appear with a petition asking me to save them. But as I have letters to dispatch to the king and the hetmans, they must wait a while." "I will go gladly to Lublin, for there the fair heads are comely beyond measure, and sprightly. When a woman of that place is cutting bread, and puts the loaf against herself, the crust on the lifeless bread blushes from delight." "O Turk!" "Your worthiness, as a man advanced in years, cannot understand this, but I, like May, must let my blood out yet." "But you are older than I." "Only in experience, not in years. I have been able conservare juventutem meam, to preserve my youth, and more than one man has envied me that power. Permit me, your worthiness, to receive the Lubelsk deputation. I will promise to aid them at once. Let the poor men comfort themselves before we comfort the poor women." "That is well," said the hetman. "Then I will write the letters." And he went out. Immediately after were admitted the deputies from Lubelsk, whom Zagloba received with uncommon dignity and seriousness. He promised assistance on condition that they would furnish the army with provisions, especially with every kind of drink. When the conditions were settled, he invited them in the name of the voyevoda to supper. They were glad, for the army marched that night toward Lublin. The hetman himself was active beyond measure, for it was a question with him of effacing the memory of the Sandomierz defeat by some military success. The siege began, but advanced rather slowly. During this time, Kmicic was learning from Volodyovski to work with the sabre, and made uncommon progress. Pan Michał, knowing that his art was to be used against Bogusław's neck, held back no secret. Often, too, they had better practice, for, approaching the castle, they challenged to single combat the Swedes, many of whom they slew. Soon Kmicic had made such advance that he could meet Pan Jan on equal terms. No one in the whole army of Sapieha could stand before him. Then such a desire to try Bogusław seized his soul that he was barely able to remain at Lublin, especially since the spring brought back to him strength and health. His wounds had healed, he ceased to spit blood, life played in him as of old, and fire gleamed in his eyes. At first the Lauda men looked at him frowningly, but they dared in not attack, for Volodyovski held them with iron hand, and later, when they considered his acts and his deeds, they were reconciled completely, and his most inveterate enemy, Yuzva Butrym, said, "Kmicic is dead. Babinich is living. Let him live." The Lubelsk garrison surrendered at last, to the great delight of the army. Then Sapieha moved his squadrons toward Warsaw. On the road they received tidings that Jan Kazimir himself, with the hetmans and a fresh army, was advancing to aid them. News came too from Charniecki, who was marching to the capital from Great Poland. The war, scattered through the whole country, was gathering at Warsaw, as a cloud scattered in the sky gathers and thickens to give birth to a storm with thunders and lightnings. Sapieha marched through Zhelechów, Garvolin, and Minsk to the Siedlec highway to join the general militia of Podlaski. Pan took command of this multitude, for though living in Lubelsk, he was near the boundary of Podlaski and was known to all the nobles, and greatly esteemed by them as one of the most famous knights in the Commonwealth. In fact, he soon changed that nobility, gallant by nature, into a squadron second in no way to regular troops. Meanwhile, they moved from Minsk forward to Warsaw very hastily, so as to stop at Praga one day. Fair weather favoured the march. From time to time, May showers sped past, cooling the ground and settling the dust. But on the whole, the weather was marvellously fair. Not too hot, not too cold. The eye saw far through the transparent air. From Minsk they went mounted. The wagons and cannon were to follow next day. An immense eagerness reigned in the regiments. The dense forests on both sides of the whole road were ringing with echoes of military songs. The horses nodded as a good omen. The squadrons regularly and in order flowed on one after the other, like a river shining and mighty. For Sapieha led 12,000 men besides the general militia. The captains leading the regiments were gleaming in their polished cuirasses. The red flags waved like gigantic flowers above the heads of the knights. The sun was well toward its setting when the first squadron, that of Lauda, marching in advance, beheld the towers of the capital. At sight of this, a joyful shout tore from the breasts of the soldiers. "Warsaw! Warsaw!" That shout flew like thunder through all the squadrons, and for some time was to be heard over 2 miles of road the word "Warsaw! Warsaw!" Many of Sapieha's knights had never been in the capital. Many of them had never seen it. Therefore the sight made an uncommon impression on them. Involuntarily all reined in their horses. Some removed their caps, others made the sign of the cross. Tears streamed from the eyes of others, and they stood in silent emotion. All at once Sapieha came out from the rear ranks on a white horse and began to fly along the squadrons. "Gentlemen," cried he in a piercing voice, "we are here first. To us luck, to us honour. We will drive the Swedes out of the capital. We'll drive them, we'll drive them, we'll drive them." And there rose a sound and a thunder. Some shouted continually, "We'll drive them." Others cried, "Strike whoso has manhood." Others, "Against them, the dog brothers." The rattle of sabres was mingled with the shouts of the knights. Eyes flashed lightning, and from under fierce moustaches teeth were gleaming. Sapieha himself was sputtering like a pine torch. All at once he raised his baton and cried, "Follow me!" Near Praga, the voyevoda restrained the squadron and commanded a slow march. The capital rose more and more clearly out of the bluish distance. Towers were outlined in a long line on the azure of the sky. The red, many-storied roofs of the old city were gleaming in the evening light. The Lithuanians had never seen anything more imposing in their lives than those white, lofty walls, pierced with multitudes of narrow windows, those walls standing like lofty swamp reeds over the water. The houses seemed to grow some out of others, higher and still higher, but above that dense and close mass of walls with windows and roofs, pointed towers pierced the sky. Those of the soldiers who had been in the capital previously, either at an election or on private affairs, explained to the others what each pile meant and what name it bore. Zagloba, especially as a person of experience, told all to the louder men, and they listened to him eagerly, wondering at his words and the city itself. "Look at that tower in the very centre of Warsaw. That is the citadel of the king. Oh, that I could live as many years as I have eaten dinners at the king's table. I would twist Methuselah into a ram's horn. The king had no nearer confidant than me. I could choose among starostaships as among nuts, and give them away as easily as hobnails. I have given promotion to multitudes of men, and when I came in, senators used to bow to me to the girdle in Cossack fashion. I fought duels also in presence of the king, for he loved to see me at work. The marshal of the palace had to close his eyes." "That is a tremendous building," said Roch Kowalski, "and to think that these dogs have it all in hand." "And they plunder terribly," added Zagloba. "I hear that they even take columns out of the walls and send them to Sweden. These columns are of marble and other valuable stones. I shall not recognize the dear corners. Various writers justly describe this castle as the 8th wonder of the world. The King of France has a respectable palace, but it is a fool in comparison with this one." "And that other tower over there near it, on the right?" "That is St. Jan. There is a gallery from the castle to it. I had a vision in that church, for I remained behind once after Vespers. I heard a voice from the arches crying, 'Zagloba, there will be war with such a son, the Swedish king, and great calamities will follow.' I was running with all my breath to the king to tell him what I had heard, when the primate caught me by the neck with his crozier. 'Don't tell follies,' said he. 'You were drunk.' That other church just at the side belongs to the Jesuit college. The third tower at a distance is the law courts, the fourth at the right is the marshal's, and that green roof is the Dominicans. I could not name them all, even if I could wield my tongue as well as I do my sabre." "It must be that there is not another such city in the world," said one of the soldiers. "That is why all nations envy us," answered Zagloba. "And that wonderful pile on the left of the castle?" "Behind the Bernardines?" "Yes." "That is the Radziejowski Palace, formerly the Kazanovski. It is considered the 9th wonder of the world, but there is a plague on it, for in those walls began the misfortune of the Commonwealth." "How is that?" asked a number of voices. "When the Vice-Chancellor Radziejowski began to dispute and quarrel with his wife, the king took her part. You know, gentlemen, what people said of this. And it is true that the Vice-Chancellor thought that his wife was in love with the king, and the king with her. Then afterward, through hatred, he fled to the Swedes, and war began. To tell the truth, I was in the country at the moment, and did not see the end of the affair. I got it from hearsay. But I know this, that she made sweet eyes, not at the king, but at someone else." "At whom?" Zagloba began to twirl his moustaches. "At him to whom all are hurrying like ants to honey. But it does not beseem me to mention his name, for I have always hated boastfulness. Besides, the man has grown old, and from sweeping out the enemy of the country I am worn as a broom. But once there was no greater beauty and love-maker than I. Let Roch Kowalski—" Here Zagloba saw that by no means could Roch remember those times, therefore he waved his hand and said, "But what does he know of this affair?" Then he pointed out the palaces of Ossolinski and Koniecpolski, palaces which were in size almost equal to the Radziejowski. finally the splendid Villa Regia, and then the sun went down, and the darkness of night began to fill the air. The thunder of guns was heard on the walls of Warsaw, and trumpets were sounded a considerable time and prolonged in sign that the enemy was approaching. Sapieha also announced his coming by firing from muskets to give courage to the inhabitants, and that night he began to transport his army across the Vistula. First the Lauda squadron passed, second the squadron of Pan Kotwicz, then Kmicicz's Tartars, then Vankovich's squadron. After that 8,000 men. In this way the Swedes, with their accumulated plunder, were surrounded and deprived of communication. But nothing remained to Sapieha except to wait till Charniecki from one side, and from the other Jan Kazimir with the hetmans of the kingdom, marched up, and meanwhile to see that no reinforcements stole through to the city. The first news came from Charniecki, but not over-favourable, for he reported that his troops and horses were so exhausted that at that moment he could not take part in the siege. From the time of the Battle of Varka they were under fire day after day, and from the first months of the year they had fought 21 great battles with the Swedes, not counting the engagements of scouting parties and the attacks on smaller detachments. He had not obtained infantry in Pomerania, and had not been able to advance to Danzig. He promised at most to hold in check with the rest of his forces that Swedish army which under the brother of the king, Radziwill, and Douglas was stationed at Narew, and apparently was preparing to come to the aid of the besieged. The Swedes prepared for defence with the bravery and skill peculiar to them. They burned Praga before the arrival of Sapieha. They had begun already to throw bombs into all the suburbs, such as the Krakow and the Nowy Świat, and on the other side against the church of St. Jerzy and the Virgin Mary. Then houses, great buildings, and churches flamed up. In the daytime, smoke rolled over the city like clouds, thick and dark. At night, those clouds became red, and bundles of sparks burst forth from them toward the sky. Outside the walls, crowds of people were wandering, without roofs over their heads, without bread. Women surrounded Sapieha's camp and cried for charity. People were seen as thin as pincers from hunger. Children were dying for want of food, in the arms of emaciated mothers. The suburbs were turned into a vale of tears and misery. Sapieha, having neither infantry nor cannon, waited and waited for the coming of the king. Meanwhile, he aided the poor, sending them in groups to the less injured neighbourhoods, in which they might survive in some way. He was troubled not a little when he foresaw the difficulties of the siege, for the skilled engineers of Sweden had turned Warsaw into a strong fortress. Behind the walls were 3,000 trained soldiers, led by able and experienced generals. On the whole, the Swedes passed as masters in besieging and defending great fortresses. To solace this trouble, Sapieha arranged daily feasts during which the goblets circled freely. For that worthy citizen and uncommon warrior had this failing: he loved company and the clatter of glasses above all things, and therefore neglected frequently service for pleasure. His diligence in the daytime he balanced by negligence at night. Till sunset he worked faithfully, sent out scouts, dispatched letters, inspected pickets himself, examined the informants brought in. But with the first star even fiddles were heard in his quarters. And when once he felt joyous, he permitted everything, sent for officers even though on guard or appointed to scouting expeditions, and was angry if any one failed to appear, since for him there was no feast without a throng. In the morning Zagloba reproached him seriously, but in the night the servants bore Zagloba himself without consciousness to Volodyovski's quarters. Sapieha would make a saint fall, he explained next day to his friends. And what must happen to me, who have always been fond of sport? Besides, he has some kind of special passion to force goblets on me, and I, not wishing to seem rude, yield to his pressing. This I do to avoid offending the host, but I have made a vow that at the coming Advent I shall have my back well covered with discipline, stripes, for I understand myself that this yielding cannot remain without penance. But now I have to keep on good terms with him, out of fear that I might fall into worse company and indulge myself altogether. There were officers who, without the eye of the hetman, accomplished their service, but some neglected it terribly in the evenings, as ordinary soldiers do when they feel no iron hand above them. The enemy was not slow to take advantage of this. 2 days before the coming of the king and the hetmans, Sapieha arranged his most splendid feast, for he was rejoiced that all the troops were coming and that the siege would begin in earnest. All the best-known officers were invited. The hetman, ever in search of an opportunity, announced that the feast would be in honor of the king. To Kmicic, Zagloba, Pan Jan, Pan Stanisław, and Harwamp were sent special orders to come without fail, for the hetman wished to honor them particularly for their great services. Pan Andrei had just mounted his horse to go with a party, so that the orderly found the Tartars outside the gate. "You cannot show the hetman disrespect and return rudeness for kindness," said the officer. Kmicic dismounted and went to ask advice of his comrades. "This is dreadfully awkward for me," said he. "I have heard that a considerable body of cavalry has appeared near Babitsi. The hetman himself commanded me to learn absolutely who they are, and now he asks me to the feast. What must I do?" "The hetman has sent an order to let Akbar Ulan go with the scouting party," answered the officer. "An order is an order," said Zagloba, "and whoso is a soldier must obey. Be careful not to give an evil example, and besides, it would not be well for you to incur the ill will of the hetman." "Say that, and I will come," said Kmicic to the orderly. The officer went out. The Tartars rode off under Akbar Ulan, and Kmicic began to dress a little, and while dressing said to his comrades, "Today there is a feast in honor of his royal grace. Tomorrow there will be one in honor of the hetmans of the kingdom, and so on to the end of the siege." "Only let the king come, and this will be at an end," answered Volodyovski. "For though our gracious lord is fond of amusing himself in every trouble, still service must go on more diligently, since every man, and among others Pan Sapieha, will endeavor to show his zeal." "We have had too much of this, too much. There is no question on that point," said Pan Jan. "Is it not a wonder to you that such a laborious leader, such a virtuous man, such a worthy citizen has this weakness? Just let night come, and straightway he is another person, and from a grand hetman turns into a reveller." "But do you know why these banquets are not to my taste?" asked Kmicic. "It was the custom of Janusz Radziwiłł to have them almost every evening. Imagine that, as if by some wonder, whenever there was a banquet, either some misfortune happened, some evil tidings came, or some new treason of the hetman was published. I do not know whether it was blind chance or an ordinance of God, but it is enough that evil never came except in time of a banquet. I tell you that at last it went so far that whenever they were setting the table, the skin began to creep on us." "True, as God is dear to me," added Harwamp, "but it came from this, that the Prince Hetman chose that time to announce his intrigues with the enemy of the country." "Well," said Zagloba, "at least we have nothing to fear from the honest Sapieha. If he will ever be a traitor, I am of as much value as my boot heel." "There is nothing to be said on that point. He is as honest as bread without a raw spot," put in Pan Michał. "And what he neglects in the evening, he repairs in the daytime," added Harwamp. "Then we will go," said Zagloba, "for to tell the truth I feel a void in my stomach." They went out, mounted their horses, and rode off, for Sapieha was on the other side of the city and rather far away. When they arrived at the hetman's quarters, they found in the yard a multitude of horses and a crowd of grooms, for whom a keg of beer had been set out, and who, as is usual, drinking without measure, had begun to quarrel. They grew quiet, however, at sight of the approaching knights, especially when Zagloba fell to striking with the side of his sabre those who were in his way, and to crying with a stentorian voice, "To your horses, rascals, to your horses! You are not the persons invited to the banquet." Sapieha received the officers as usual with open arms, and since he had been drinking a little with his guests, he began at once to tease Zagloba. "With the forehead, Lord Commander," said he. "With the forehead, Lord Keeper," answered Zagloba. "If you call me that," said Sapieha, "I will give you wine which is working yet." "Very good, if it will make a tippler of a hetman." Some of the guests, hearing this, were alarmed, but Zagloba, when he saw the hetman in good humour, permitted himself everything, and Sapieha had such a weakness for Zagloba that he not only was not angry, but he held his sides and called those present to witness what he endured from that noble. Then began a noisy and joyous banquet. Sapieha drank to each guest separately, raised toasts to the king, the hetmans, the armies of both peoples, Poland and Lithuania, Pan Charniecki, the whole Commonwealth. Pleasure increased, and with it noise and talk. From toasts it came to songs. The room was filled with steam from the heads of the guests and the odour of mead and wines. From outside the windows came in no less of an uproar, and even the noise of steel. The servants had begun to fight with sabres. Some nobles rushed out to restore order, but they increased the confusion. Suddenly there rose a shout so great that the banqueters in the hall became silent. "What is that?" asked one of the colonels. "The grooms cannot make such an uproar as that." "Silence, gentlemen," said the hetman, disturbed. "Those are not ordinary shouts." All at once the windows shook from the thunder of cannon and discharges of musketry. "A sortie!" cried Volodyovski. "The enemy is advancing." "To horse! To sabres!" All sprang to their feet. There was a throng at the door, then a crowd of officers rushed to the yard, calling to their grooms for horses. But in the disturbance it was not easy for each one to find his own. Meanwhile, from beyond the yard, alarmed voices began to shout in the darkness, "The enemy is advancing! Pan Kotvich is under fire!" All rushed with what breath was in their horses to their squadrons, jumping over fences and breaking their necks in the darkness. An alarm began in the whole camp. Not all the squadrons had horses at hand, and those who had not began the uproar first of all. Throngs of soldiers on foot and on horseback struck against one another, not being able to come to order, not knowing who was a friend and who an enemy, shouting and roaring in the middle of the dark night. Some cried that the King of Sweden was advancing with his whole army. The Swedish sortie had really struck with a mighty impetus on Kotwicz's men. Fortunately, being sick, he was not at the banquet, and therefore could offer some kind of immediate resistance. Still, it was not a long one, for he was attacked by superior numbers and covered with musketry fire, hence was forced to retreat. Oskyerko came first to his assistance with his dragoons. They answered musketry fire with musketry fire, but neither could Oskyerko's dragoons withstand the pressure, and in a moment they began to withdraw more and more hastily, leaving the ground covered with corpses. Twice did Oskyerko endeavour to bring them to order, and twice was he beaten back, so that the soldiers could only cover their retreat by firing in groups. At last they scattered completely, but the Swedes pressed on like an irrepressible torrent toward the hetman's quarters. More and more regiments issued from the city to the field. After the infantry came cavalry. They brought out even field guns. It looked like a general battle, and it seemed as though the enemy sought one. Volodyovski, rushing from the hetman's quarters, met his own squadron, which was always in readiness, halfway, going toward the sound of the alarm and the shots. It was led by Roch Kowalski, who, like Kotwicz, was not at the banquet, but Roch was not there because he had not been invited. Volodyovski gave orders to set fire with all speed to a couple of sheds so as to light up the field, and he hurried to the battle. On the road he was joined by Kmicic with his terrible volunteers, and that half of the Tartars which had not gone on the scouting expedition. Both came just in time to save Kotwicz and Oskierko from utter disaster. The sheds had now blazed up so well that everything could be seen as at noontide. In this light the Lauda men, aided by Kmicic, struck the infantry regiments, and passing through their fire took them on sabres. The Swedish cavalry sprang to assist their own men and closed mightily with the Lauda squadron. For a certain time they struggled exactly like two wrestlers who, seizing each other by the bodies, use their last strength. Now this one bends the other, and now the other bends this. But men fell so frequently in their ranks that at last the Swedes began to be confused. Kmicic with his fighters rushed into the thick of the struggle. Volodyovski, as usual, cleared an opening. Near him the two gigantic Skrzetuskis fought, and Harwamp with Roch Kowalski. The Lauda men emulated Kmicic's fighters, some shouting terribly, others, as the Butryms, rolling on in a body and in silence. New regiments rushed forward to the aid of the broken Swedes, but Vankovich, whose quarters were near Volodyovski's and Kmicic's, was a little later than they and supported them. At last the hetman led all the troops to the engagement and began to advance in order. A fierce battle sprang up along the whole line from Mokotov to the Vistula. Then Akbar Ulan, who had gone with the scouts, appeared on a foaming horse before the hetman. "Effendi," cried he, "a tramble of cavalry is marching from Babitsi to the city and convoying wagons. They wish to enter the gates." Sapieha understood in one moment what that sortie in the direction of Mokotov meant. The enemy wished to draw away troops on the meadow road, so that that auxiliary cavalry and provision train might enter the gates. "Run to Volodyovski," cried the hetman to Akbar Ulan. "Let the Lauda squadron, Kmicic and Vankovich, stop the road. I will send them reinforcements at once." Akbar Ulan put spurs to his horse. After him flew one and a second and a third orderly. All rushed to Volodyovski and repeated the order of the hetman. Volodyovski turned his squadron immediately. Kmicic and the Tartars caught up with him. Going across the field, they shot on together, and Vankovich after them. But they arrived too late. Nearly 200 wagons had entered the gate. A splendid detachment of cavalry following them was almost within radius of the fortress. Only the rearguard, composed of about 100 men, had not come yet under cover of the artillery, but these too were going with all speed. The officer, riding behind, urged them on. Kmicic, seeing them by the light of the burning shed, gave forth such a piercing and terrible shout that the horses at his side were frightened. He recognized Boguslav's cavalry, that same which had ridden over him and his Tartars at Janov. Mindful of nothing, he rushed like a madman toward them, passed his own men, and fell first blindly among their ranks. Fortunately, the two Kiemlichis, Kosma and Damian, sitting on the foremost horses, rode with him. At that moment Volodyovski struck the flank like lightning, and with this one blow cut off the rearguard from the main body. Cannon began to thunder from the walls, but the main division, sacrificing their comrades, rushed in with all speed after the wagons. Then the Lauda men and Kmicic's forces surrounded the rearguard as with a ring, and a merciless slaughter began. But it was of short duration. Boguslav's men, seeing that there was no rescue on any side, sprang from their horses in a moment, threw down their weapons, and shouted with sky-piercing voices, heard in the throng and the uproar, that they surrendered. Neither the volunteers nor the Tartars regarded their shouts, but hewed on. At this moment was heard the threatening and shrill voice of Volodyovski, who wanted informants. "Stop! Stop! Take them alive!" "Take them alive!" cried Kmicic. The biting of steel ceased. The Tartars were commanded to bind the enemy, and with the skill peculiar to them they did this in a twinkle. Then the squadrons pushed back hastily from the cannon fire. The colonels marched toward the sheds, the Lauda men in advance, Vankovich in the rear, and Kmicic with the prisoners in the centre, all in perfect readiness to repulse attack should it come. Some of the Tartars led prisoners on leashes. Others of them led captured horses. Kmicic, when he came near the sheds, looked carefully into the faces of the prisoners to see if Bogusław was among them, for though one of them had sworn under a sword point that the prince was not in the detachment, still Kmicic thought that perhaps they were hiding him purposely. Then some voice from under the stirrup of a Tartar cried to him, "Pan Kmicic, colonel, rescue an acquaintance, give command to free me from the rope on parole." "Hasling!" cried Kmicic. Hasling was a Scot, formerly an officer in the cavalry of the voivode of Wilno, whom Kmicic knew in Kyedani, and in his time loved much. "Let the prisoner go free," cried he to the Tartar, "and down from the horse yourself." The Tartar sprang from the saddle as if the wind had carried him off, for he knew the danger of loitering when the Brigadier commanded. Hasling, groaning, climbed into the Tartar's lofty saddle. Kmicic then caught him above the palm, and pressing his hand as if he wished to crush it, began to ask insistently, "Whence do you come? Tell me quickly, whence do you come? For God's sake, tell quickly." "From Taurogi," answered the officer. Kmicic pressed him still more. "But Panna Bilevich, is she there?" "She is." Pan Andrei spoke with still greater difficulty, for he pressed his teeth still more closely. "And what has the prince done with her?" "He has not succeeded in doing anything." Silence followed. After a while, Kmicic removed his lynxskin cap, drew his hand over his forehead and said, "I was struck in the battle, blood is leaving me, and I have grown weak." End of chapter 37. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 38 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 38. The sortie had attained its object only in part. Though Bogusław's division had entered the city, the sortie itself had not done great things. It is true that Pan Kotwicz's squadron and Oskierko's dragoons had suffered seriously, but the Swedes too had strewn the field with many corpses, and one regiment of infantry, which Volodyovski and Vankovich had struck, was almost destroyed. The Lithuanians boasted that they had inflicted greater loss on the enemy than they had endured themselves. Pan Sapieha alone suffered internally because a new confusion had met him from which his fame might be seriously affected. The colonels attached to the hetman comforted him as well as they could, and to tell the truth this lesson was useful, for henceforward he had no more such wild banquets, and if there was some pleasure, the greatest watchfulness was observed during the time of its continuance. The Swedes were caught the day after. Supposing that the hetman would not expect a repetition of the sortie so soon, they came outside the walls again, but driven from their ground and leaving a number of dead, they returned. Meanwhile, they were examining Hasling in the hetman's quarters. This made Pan Andrei so impatient that he almost sprang out of his skin, for he wished to have the Scot to himself at the earliest, and talk with him touching Taurogi. He prowled about the quarters all day, went in every little while, listened to the statements, and sprang up whenever Bogusław's name was mentioned in the question. But in the evening he received an order to go on a scouting expedition. He said nothing, only set his teeth, for he had changed greatly already, and had learned to defer private affairs for public service. But he pushed the Tartars terribly during the expedition, burst out in anger at the least cause, and struck with his baton till the bones cracked. They said one to another that the Bagadir was mad, and marched silently as cowards, looking only to the eyes of the leader and guessing his thoughts on the wing. On returning, he found Hasling in his quarters, but so ill that he could not speak, for his capture had affected him so cruelly that after the additional torture of a whole day's inquisition he had a fever, and did not understand what was said to him. Kmicic therefore was forced to be satisfied with what Zagloba told of Hasling's statements, but they touched only public, not private affairs. Of Boguslav the young officer said only this, that after his return from the expedition to Podlasiye and the defeat at Janov, he had become terribly ill from rage and melancholy. He fell into a fever, but as soon as he had recovered somewhat, he moved with his troops to Pomerania, whither Steinbock and the Elector invited him most earnestly. "But where is he now?" asked Kmicic. "According to what Hasling tells me, and he has no reason to lie, he is with the king's brother at the fortified camp on the Narev and the Bug, where Boguslav is commanding a whole cavalry division," answered Zagloba. "Ha! And they think to come here with succour to the besieged. We shall meet, as God is in heaven, even if I had to go to him in disguise." "Do not grow angry for nothing. To Warsaw they would be glad to come with succour, but they cannot, for Charnyetski has placed himself in their way. Having neither infantry nor cannon, he cannot attack their camp, and they are afraid to go out against him, for they know that their soldiers could not withstand his in the field. And they know too that if they went out, they could not shield themselves with the river. If the king himself were there, he would give battle, for under his command the soldiers fight better, being confident that he is a great warrior. But neither Douglas, nor the king's brother, nor Prince Boguslav, though all three are daring men, would venture against Charnyetski." "But where is the king?" "He has gone to Prussia. The king does not believe that we are before Warsaw already, and that we shall capture Wittenberg. But whether he believes or not, he had to go for two reasons. First, because he must win over the Elector, even at the price of all Great Poland. Second, because the army, which he led out of the sack, is of no use until it has rested. Toil, watching, and continual alarms have so gnawed it that the soldiers are not able to hold muskets in their hands, and still they are the choicest regiments in the whole army, which through all the German and Danish regions have won famous victories." Further conversation was interrupted by the coming of Włodyowski. "How is Hasling?" asked he on the threshold. "He is sick and imagines every folly," answered Kmicic. "And you, my dear Michał, what do you want of Hasling?" asked Zagloba. "Just as if you do not know." "I could not know that it is a question with you of that cherry tree which Prince Boguslav has planted in his garden. He is a diligent gardener. He does not need to wait a year for fruit." "I wish you were killed for such jokes," cried the little knight. "Look at him, tell him the most innocent thing, and immediately his moustaches are quivering like the horns of a mad grasshopper. In what am I to blame? Seek vengeance on Boguslav, not on me." "God grant me to seek and to find." "Just now Babinich has said the same. Before long I see that he will raise the whole army against the prince. But Boguslav is taking good care of himself, and without my stratagems you will not be able to succeed." Here both young men sprang to their feet and asked, "Have you any stratagems?" "But do you think it is as easy to take a stratagem out of the head as a sabre out of the sheath? If Boguslav were here, surely I should find more than one. But at that distance, not only a stratagem, but a cannon will not strike. Pan Andrei, give orders to bring me a goblet of mead, for it is hot in here today." "I'll give you a keg of it if you will invent something." First, why do you stand over this hassling like an executioner? He is not the only man captured. You can ask others." "I have already tortured others, but they are common soldiers. They know nothing. But he, as an officer, was at the court," answered Kmicic. "That is the reason," answered Zagloba. "I must talk with him too. From what he tells me of the person and ways of Prince Bogusław, stratagems may be important. Now the main thing is to finish the siege soon, for afterward we shall move surely against that army on the Narew. But somehow our gracious lord and the hetmans are a long time invisible." "How so?" asked Volodyovski. "I have returned this minute from the hetman, who has just received news that the king will take up position here this evening with the auxiliary divisions, and the hetmans with cavalry will come tomorrow. They are advancing from Sokol itself, resting but little, making forced marches. Besides, it has been known for 2 days that they are almost in sight." "Are they bringing many troops?" "Nearly 5 times as many as Sapieha has. Infantry Russian and Hungarian, very excellent. 6,000 Tartars under Subagazi, but probably it is impossible to let them out for even a day, for they are very self-willed and plunder all around." "Better give them to Pan Andrei to lead," said Zagloba. "Yes," said Kmicic. "I should lead them straightway from Warsaw, for they are of no use in a siege. I should take them to the Bug and the Narew." "They are of use," replied Volodyovski, "for none can see better than they that provisions do not enter the fortress." "Well, it will be warm for Wittenberg. Wait, old criminal," cried Zagloba. "You have warred well, I will not deny that, but you have robbed and plundered still better. You had 2 mouths, one for false oaths, the other for breaking promises, but this time you will not beg off with both of them. The Gallic disease will dry up your skin, and doctors will tear it from you, but we will flay you better. Zagloba's head for that." "Nonsense! He will surrender on conditions to the king, who will not do anything to him," answered Pan Michał, "and we shall have to give him military honours besides." "He will yield on conditions, will he? Indeed," cried Zagloba. "We shall see." Here he began to pound the table with such force that Roch Kowalski, who was coming in at the moment, was frightened and stood as if fixed to the threshold. "May I serve as a waiting lad to Jews," shouted the old man, "if I let free out of Warsaw that blasphemer of the faith, that robber of churches, that oppressor of widows, that executioner of men and women, that hangman's assistant, that ruffian, that blood spiller and money grabber, that purse gnawer, that flayer. All right, the king will let him out on conditions, but I, as I am a Catholic, as I am Zagloba, as I wish for happiness during life and desire God at death, will make such a tumult against him as no man has ever heard of in this commonwealth before. Don't wave your hand, Pan Michał. I'll make a tumult. I repeat it, I'll make a tumult." "Uncle will make a tumult," thundered Roch Kowalski. Just then Akbar Ulan thrust in his beast-like face at the door. "Effendi," said he to Kmicic, "the armies of the king are visible beyond the Vistula." All sprang to their feet and rushed forth. The king had come indeed. First arrived the Tartar squadrons under Subagazi, but not in such numbers as was expected. After them came the troops of the kingdom, many and well armed, and above all full of ardour. Before evening the whole army had passed the bridge freshly built by Oskierko. Sapieha was waiting for the king with squadrons drawn out as if ready for battle, standing one by the side of the other like an immense wall, the end of which it was difficult to reach with the eye. The captains stood before the regiments, near them the standard-bearers, each with lowered ensign. The trumpets, kettle-drums, crooked trumpets, and drums made a noise indescribable. The squadrons of the kingdom, in proportion as they passed, stood just opposite the Lithuanians in line. Between one and the other army was an interval of 100 paces. Sapieha, with baton in hand, went on foot to that open space. After him the chief civil and military dignitaries. On the other side, from the armies of the kingdom, approached the king on a splendid Frisian horse given him by Lubomirski. He was arrayed as if for battle, in light armour of blue and gold, from under which was to be seen a black velvet kaftan with a lace collar coming out on the breastplate. But instead of a helmet, he wore the ordinary Swedish hat with black feathers. But he wore military gloves and long yellow boots coming far above his knees. After him rode the papal nuncio, the Archbishop of Lwów, the Bishop of Kamieniec, the priest Czechishovsky, the Voivode of Kraków, the Voivode of Rus, Baron Lisola, Count Pottingen, Pan Kamieniecki, the ambassador of Moscow, Pan Grodzicki, general of artillery, Tyzenhauz, and many others. Sapieha advanced as marshal of the kingdom to hold the king's stirrup, but the king sprang lightly from the saddle, hurried to Sapieha, and without saying a word, seized him in his embrace. And Jan Kazimir held him a long time, in view of both armies. Silent all the while, but tears flowed down his cheeks in a stream, for he pressed to his bosom the truest servant of the king and the country, a man who, though he did not equal others in genius, though he even erred at times, still soared in honesty above all the lords of that commonwealth, never wavered in loyalty, sacrificed without a moment's thought his whole fortune, and from the beginning of the war exposed his breast for his king and the country. The Lithuanians, who had whispered previously among themselves that perhaps reprimands would meet Pan Sapieha because he had let Carl Gustav escape from near Sandomierz and for the recent carelessness at Warsaw, or at least a cool reception, seeing this heartiness of the king, raised in honour of the kindly monarch a tremendous heaven-echoing shout. The armies of the kingdom answered it immediately with one thunder roll, and for some time above the noise of the music, the rattle of drums, the roar of musketry, were heard only these shouts: Vivat Johannes Casimirus! Long life to the armies of the crown! Long life to the Lithuanians! So they greeted one another at Warsaw. The walls trembled, and behind the walls the Swedes. I shall bellow as God is dear to me, cried Zagloba with emotion. I cannot restrain myself. See our king, our father. Gracious gentlemen, I am blubbering. Our father, our king. The other day a wanderer deserted by all. Now here are 100,000 sabres at call. Merciful God, I cannot keep from tears. Yesterday a wanderer. Today the Emperor of Germany has not such good soldiers. Here the sluices were opened in the eyes of Zagloba, and he began to sob time after time. Then he turned suddenly to Roch. Be silent, what are you whimpering about? And is uncle not whimpering? Answered Roch. True, as God is dear to me, I was ashamed, gracious gentlemen, of this commonwealth, but now I would not change with any nation. 100,000 sabres, let others show the like. God has brought them to their minds. God has given this. God has given it. Zagloba had not made a great mistake, for really there were nearly 70,000 men at Warsaw, not counting Czarniecki's division, which had not arrived yet, and not counting the armed camp attendants who rendered service when necessary, and who straggled after every camp in countless multitudes. After the greeting and a hurried review of the troops, the king thanked Sapieha's men, amid universal enthusiasm, for their faithful services, and went to Ujazdów. The troops occupied the positions assigned them. Some squadrons remained in Praga, others disposed themselves around the city. A gigantic train of wagons continued to cross the Vistula till the following midday. Next morning, the suburbs of the city were as white with tents as if they had been covered with snow. Countless herds of horses were neighing on the adjoining meadows. After the army followed a crowd of Armenians, Jews, Tartars. Another city, more expensive and tumultuous than that which was besieged, grew up on the plain. The Swedes, amazed during the first days at the power of the King of Poland, made no sorties, so that Pan Grodzicki, general of artillery, could ride around the city quietly and form his plan of siege. On the following day, the camp attendants began to raise entrenchments here and there, according to Grodzicki's plan. They placed on them at once the smaller cannon, for the larger ones were to appear only a couple of weeks later. Jan Kazimir sent a message to old Wittenberg summoning him to surrender the city and lay down his arms, giving favourable conditions which, when known, roused discontent in the army. That discontent was spread mainly by Zagloba, who had a special hatred of the Swedish commander. Wittenberg, as was easy to foresee, rejected the conditions and resolved on a defence to continue till the last drop of blood was shed, and to bury himself in the ruins of the city rather than yield it to the king. The size of the besieging army did not frighten him a whit, for he knew that an excessive number was rather a hindrance than help in a siege. He was informed also in good season that in the camp of Jan Kazimir there was not one siege gun, while the Swedes had more than enough of them, not taking into consideration their inexhaustible supply of ammunition. It was in fact to be foreseen that they would defend themselves with frenzy, for Warsaw had served them hitherto as a storehouse for booty. All the immense treasures looted in castles, in churches, in cities, in the whole Commonwealth came to the capital, whence they were dispatched in parties to Prussia and farther to Sweden. But at the present time, when the whole country had risen, and castles defended by the smaller Swedish garrisons did not ensure safety, booty was brought to Warsaw all the more. The Swedish soldier was more ready to sacrifice his life than his booty. A poor people who had seized the treasures of a wealthy land had acquired the taste of them to such a degree that the world had never seen more grasping robbers. The king himself had grown famous for greed, the generals followed his example, and Wittenberg surpassed them all. When it was a question of gain, neither the honour of a knight nor consideration for the dignity of rank restrained officers. They seized, they extorted, they skinned everything that could be taken. In Warsaw itself, colonels of high office and noble birth were not ashamed to sell spirits and tobacco to their own soldiers, so as to cram their purses with the pay of the army. This too might rouse the Swedes to fury in defence, that their foremost men were at that time in Warsaw. First was Wittenberg himself, next in command to Carl Gustav. He was the first who had entered the Commonwealth and brought it to decline at Uście. In return for that service, a triumph was prepared for him in Sweden as for a conqueror. In the city was Oxenstierna, the Chancellor, a statesman renowned throughout the world, respected for honesty even by his enemies. He was called the Minerva of the king. To his council, Karl was indebted for all his victories in negotiation. In the capital was also Wrangel, the younger Horn, Eriksson, the second Lowenhaupt, and many Swedish ladies of high birth, who had followed their husbands to the country as to a new Swedish colony. The Swedes had something to defend. Jan Kazimir understood, therefore, that the siege, especially through the lack of heavy guns on his side, would be long and bloody. The hetmans understood this also, but the army would not think of it. Barely had Grodzicki raised the entrenchments in some fashion, barely had he pushed forward somewhat to the walls, when deputations went from all the squadrons to ask the king to permit volunteers to storm the walls. The king had to explain to them a long time that fortresses were not taken with sabres before he could restrain their ardour. Meanwhile, the works were pushed forward as rapidly as possible. The troops, not being able to storm, took eager part with the camp servants in raising these works. Men from the foremost regiments, nay, even officers, brought earth in wheelbarrows, carried fascines, laboured.
More than once the Swedes tried to hinder, and not a day passed without sorties. But barely were the Swedish musketeers outside the gate when the Poles, working at the entrenchments, throwing aside wheelbarrows, bundles of twigs, spades and pickaxes, ran with sabres into the smoke so furiously that the Swedes had to hide in the fortress with all haste. In these engagements bodies fell thickly. The fosses and the open space as far as the entrenchments were full of graves, in which were placed sometimes small bundles of the weapons of the dead. At last even time failed for burial, so that bodies lay on the ground spreading a terrible odour around the city and the besiegers. In spite of the greatest difficulty, citizens stole forth to the king's camp every day, reporting what happened in the city and imploring on their knees to hasten the storm. The Swedes, they said, had a plenty of provisions as yet, but the people were dying of hunger on the streets. They lived in want, in oppression under the terrible hand of the garrison. Every day echoes brought to the Polish camp sounds of musket shots in the city, and fugitives brought intelligence that the Swedes were shooting citizens suspected of goodwill to Jan Kazimir. The hair stood on end at the stories of the fugitives. They said that the whole population, sick women, newly born infants, old men, all lived at night on the streets, for the Swedes had driven them from their houses and made passages from wall to wall, so that the garrison, in case Jan Kazimir's troops should enter, might withdraw and defend themselves. Rains fell on the people in their camping places. On clear days the sun burned them. At night the cold pinched them. Citizens were not allowed to kindle fires. They had no means of preparing warm food. Various diseases spread more and more and carried away hundreds of victims. Jan Kazimir's heart was ready to burst when he heard these narratives. He sent therefore courier after courier to hasten the coming of the heavy guns. Days and weeks passed, but it was impossible to undertake anything more important than the repulsive sorties. Still, the besiegers were strengthened by the thought that the garrison must fail of provisions at last, since the roads were blocked in such fashion that a mouse could not reach the fortress. The besieged lost hope of assistance. The troops under Douglas, which were posted nearest, were not only unable to come to the rescue, but had to think of their own skin. For Jan Kazimir, having even too many men, was able to harass them. At last the Poles, even before the coming of the heavy guns, opened on the fortress with the smaller ones. Pan Grodzicki, from the side of the Vistula, raised in front of himself, like a mole, earth defences, pushed to within 6 yards of the moat, and vomited a continual fire on the unfortunate city. The magnificent Kazanovsky Palace was ruined, and the Poles did not regret it, for the building belonged to the traitor Radziejowski. The shattered walls were barely standing, shining with their empty windows. Day and night balls were dropping on the splendid terraces and in the gardens, smashing the beautiful fountains, bridges, arbours and marble statues, terrifying the peacocks, which with pitiful screams gave notice of their unhappy condition. Pan Grodzicki hurled fire on the Bernardine bell tower, for he had decided to begin the assault on that side. Meanwhile the camp servants begged permission to attack the city, for they wished greatly to reach the Swedish treasures earliest. The king refused at first, but finally consented. A number of prominent officers undertook to lead them, and among others Kmicic, who was embittered by delay, and not only that, but in general he knew not what to do with himself. For Hasling, having fallen into a grievous fever, lay without consciousness for some weeks and could speak of nothing. Men, therefore, were summoned to the storm. Grodzicki opposed this to the last moment, insisting that until a breach was made, the city could not be taken, even though the regular infantry were to go to the assault. But as the king had given permission, Grodzicki was forced to yield. June 15, about 6,000 camp servants assembled. Ladders, bundles of brush, and bags of sand were prepared. Toward evening a throng, barefoot and armed for the greater part only with sabres, began to approach the city where the trenches and earth defences came nearest the moat. When it had become perfectly dark, the men rushed at a given signal toward the moat with a terrible uproar and began to fill it. The watchful Swedes received them with a murderous fire from muskets and cannons, and a furious battle sprang up along the whole eastern side of the city. Under cover of darkness, the Poles filled the moat in a twinkle and reached the walls in an orderless mass. Kmicic, with 2,000 men, fell upon an earth fort, which the Poles called the Molehill, and which stood near the Krakow gate. In spite of a desperate defence, he captured this place at a blow. The garrison was cut to pieces with sabres. Not a man was spared. Pan Andrei gave command to turn the guns on the gate and some of them to the farther walls, so as to aid and cover somewhat those crowds who were striving to scale the walls. These men, however, were not so fortunate. They put the ladders in position and ascended them so furiously that the best trained infantry could not have done better. But the Swedes, safe behind battlements, fired into their very faces and hurled stones and blocks prepared for the purpose. Under the weight of these, the ladders were broken into pieces, and at last the infantry pushed down the assaulters with long spears, against which sabres had no effect. More than 500 of the best camp servants were lying at the foot of the wall. The rest passed the moat under an incessant fire and took refuge again in the Polish entrenchments. The storm was repulsed, but the little fort remained in the hands of the Poles. In vain did the Swedes roll at it all night from their heaviest guns. Kmicic answered them in like manner from those cannon which he had captured. Only in the morning, when light came, were his guns dismounted to the last one. Wittenberg, for whom that entrenchment was as his head, sent infantry at once with the order not to dare return without retaking what had been lost. But Grodzicki sent reinforcements to Kmicic, by the aid of which he not only repulsed the infantry, but fell upon and drove them to the Krakow gate. Grodzicki was so delighted that he ran in person to the king with the report. "Gracious lord," said he, "I was opposed to yesterday's work, but now I see that it was not lost. While that entrenchment was in the enemy's hands, I could do nothing against the gate. But now only let the heavy guns come, and in one night I will make a breach." The king, who was grieved that so many good men had fallen, was rejoiced at Grodzicki's words, and asked at once, "But who has command in that entrenchment?" "Pan Babinich," answered a number of voices. The king clapped his hands. "He must be first everywhere. Worthy general, I know him. He is a terribly stubborn cavalier and will not let himself be smoked out." "It would be a mistake beyond forgiveness, gracious lord, if we should permit that. I have already sent him infantry and small cannon. For that they will try to smoke him out is certain. It is a question of Warsaw. That cavalier is worth his weight in gold." "He is worth more, for this is not his first, and not his 10th achievement," said the king. Then Jan Kazimir gave orders to bring quickly a horse and a field glass, and he rode out to look at the earthwork. But it was not to be seen from behind the smoke, for a number of 48-pounders were blowing on it with ceaseless fire. They hurled long balls, bombs, and grape shot. Still, the entrenchment was so near the gate that musket balls almost reached it. The bombshells could be seen perfectly when they flew up like cloudlets, and, describing a closely bent bow, fell into that cloud of smoke, bursting with terrible explosion. Many fell beyond the entrenchment, and they prevented the approach of reinforcements. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost," said the king. "Tyzenhaus, look, a pile of torn earth is all that remains. Tyzenhaus, do you know who is there?" "Gracious king, Babinich is there. If he comes out living, he will be able to say that he was in hell during life." "We must send him fresh men. Worthy general—" "The orders are already given, but it is difficult for them to go, since bombs pass over and fall very thickly on this side of the fort." "Turn all the guns on the walls so as to make a diversion," said the king. Grodzicki put spurs to his horse and galloped to the trenches. After a while cannonading was heard on the whole line, and somewhat later it was seen that a fresh division of Mazovian infantry went out of the nearest trenches and on a run to the molehill. The king stood there looking continually. At last he cried, "Babinich should be relieved in the command, and who, gentlemen, will volunteer to take his place?" Neither Pan Yan, Pan Stanislav, nor Volodyovski was near the king, therefore a moment of silence followed.
"I," said suddenly Pan Topor Grylewski, an officer of the light squadron of the primate.
"I," said Tyzenhauz. I, called at once a number of voices. "Let the man go who offered himself first," said the king. Pan Topor Grylewski made the sign of the cross, raised the canteen to his mouth, then galloped away. The king remained looking at the cloud of smoke with which the molehill was covered, and the smoke rose above it like a bridge up to the very wall. Since the fort was near the Vistula, the walls of the city towered above it, and therefore the fire was terrible. Meanwhile the thunder of cannon decreased somewhat, though the balls did not cease to describe arcs, and a rattle of musketry was given out as if thousands of men were beating threshing floors with flails. "It is evident that they are going to the attack again," said Tyzenhauz. "If there were less smoke, we should see the infantry." "Let us approach a little," said the king, urging his horse. After him others moved on, and riding along the bank of the Vistula from Ujazdov, they approached almost to the Solets itself. And since the gardens of the palaces and the cloisters coming down to the Vistula had been cleared by the Swedes in the winter for fuel, trees did not cover the view. They could see, even without field glasses, that the Swedes were really moving again to the storm. "I would rather lose that position," said the king all at once, "than that Babinich should die." "God will defend him," said the priest Chetchishovsky. "And Pan Grodzicki will not fail to send him reinforcements," added Tyzenhauz. Further conversation was interrupted by some horsemen who was approaching from the direction of the city at all speed. Tyzenhauz, having such sight that he saw better with the naked eye than others through field glasses, caught his head at sight of him and said, "Grylewski is returning. It must be that Kmicic has fallen and the fort is captured." The king shaded his eyes with his hands. Grylewski rushed up, reined in his horse, and, panting for breath, exclaimed, "Gracious Lord!" "What has happened? Is he killed?" asked the king. "Pan Babinich says that he is well and does not wish anyone to take his place. He begs only to send him food, for he has had nothing to eat since morning." "Is he alive, then?" cried the king. "He says that he is comfortable there," repeated Grylewski. But others, catching breath from wonder, began to cry, "That is courage! He is a soldier!" "But it was necessary to stay there and relieve him absolutely," said the king to Grylewski. "Is it not a shame to come back? Were you afraid, or what? It would have been better not to go." "Gracious Lord," answered Grylewski, "whoso calls me a coward, him I will correct on any field, but before Majesty I must justify myself. I was in the ant-hill itself, but Babinich flew into my face because of my errand. 'Go,' said he, 'to the hangman. I am at work here. I am almost creeping out of my skin, and I have no time to talk, but I will not share either my glory or command with any man. I am well here, and I will stay here, but I'll give orders to take you outside the trench.' 'I wish you were killed,' said he. 'We want to eat, and they send us a commandant instead of food.' What had I to do, gracious lord? I do not wonder at his temper, for their hands are dropping from toil." "And how is it?" asked the king. "Is he holding the place?" "Desperately. What would he not hold? I forgot to tell besides that he shouted to me when I was going, 'I'll stay here a week and will not surrender if I have something to eat.'" "Is it possible to hold out there?" "There, gracious lord, is the genuine day of judgment. Bomb is falling after bomb, pieces of shells are whistling like devils around the ear, the earth is dug out into ditches. It is impossible to speak from smoke. The balls hurl around sand and earth so that every moment a man must shake himself to avoid being buried. Many have fallen, but those who are living lie in furrows in the entrenchments and have made defences before their heads of stakes strengthened with earth. The Swedes constructed the place carefully, and now it serves against them. While I was there, infantry came from Grodzicki, and now there is fighting again. Since we cannot attack the walls until a breach is made, said the king, we will strike the palace on the Krakow suburbs today. That will be the best diversion.
The palace is wonderfully strengthened, almost changed into a fortress, remarked Tyzenhauz.
But they will not hurry from the city to give aid, for all their fury will be turned on Babinich, said the king. So will it be, as I am here alive, so will it be. I will order the storm at once, but first I will bless Babinich. Then the king took from the priest a golden crucifix in which were splinters of the true cross, and raising it on high, he began to bless the distant mound, covered with fire and smoke, saying, O God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, have mercy on thy people, and give salvation to the dying. Amen, amen, amen. End of chapter 38. Recording by David Granville Young.
Chapter 39 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 39. A bloody storm followed from the side of the Nowy Świat against the Krakow suburbs, not over successful, but in so far effective that it turned the attention of the Swedes from the entrenchment defended by Kmicic and permitted the garrison enclosed in it to rest somewhat. The Poles pushed forward, however, to the Kazimierowski Palace, but they could not hold that point. On the other side, they stormed up to the Daniłowicz Palace and to Danzig House, equally without result. A number of hundreds of people fell again. The king, however, had this consolation. He saw that even the general militia rushed to the walls with the greatest daring and devotion, and that after those attempts, more or less unsuccessful, their courage not only had not fallen, but on the contrary, assurance of victory was growing strong in the army. The most fortunate event of the day was the arrival of Pan Jan Zamoyski and Pan Czarniecki. The first brought very excellent infantry and guns from Zamość, so heavy that the Swedes had nothing like them in Warsaw. The second, in agreement with Sapieha, having besieged Douglas, and with some Lithuanian troops and the general militia of Podlaski, under command of Pan Jan, had come to Warsaw to take part in the general storm. It was hoped by Czarniecki as well as others that this would be the last storm. Zamoyski's heavy guns were placed in the position taken by Kmicic. They began work immediately against the walls and the gate, and forced the Swedish howitzers to silence at once. General Grodzicki himself occupied the Mole Hill, and Kmicic returned to his Tartars. But he had not reached his quarters when he was summoned to Ujazdów. The king, in presence of the whole staff, applauded the young knight. Neither Czarniecki, Sapieha, Lubomirski, nor the hetman spared praises on him. He stood there in torn garments, covered with earth, his face entirely discoloured with powder smoke, without sleep, soiled but joyous because he had held the place, had won so much praise, and gained immeasurable glory in both armies. Among other cavaliers, Pan Michał and Pan Jan congratulated him.
"You do not know indeed, Pan Andrei," said the little knight, "what great weight you have with the king. I was at the council of war yesterday, for Pan Charnyetski took me with him. They talked of the storm, and then of the news which had just come in from Lithuania, the war there, and the cruelties which Pontus de la Gardie and the Swedes permit. They were considering at the council how to strengthen resistance. Sapieha said it was best to send thither a couple of squadrons, and a man who could be there what Charnyetski was at the beginning of the war in Poland, to which the king answered, 'There is only one such man, Babinich.' The others confirmed this at once. I would go most willingly to Lithuania, and especially to Jmudge," answered Kmicic. "I resolved to ask of the king myself permission to go, but I am waiting till Warsaw is taken." "There will be a general storm tomorrow," said Zagloba. "I know, but how is Kettling?" "Who is that? Hasling?" "All one, for he has two names, as is the custom among the English, the Scots, and many other nations." "True," answered Zagloba, "and a Spaniard every day of the week has a new name for himself. Your servant told me that Hasling, or Kettling, is well. He has begun to talk, walks, the fever has left him, he calls for food every hour." "Have you been with him?" asked Kmicic of Pan Michał. "I have not, for I have had no time. Who has a head for anything but the storm?" "Then let us go now." "Go to sleep first," said Zagloba. True, I am barely standing on my feet." So, when he came to his own quarters, Pan Andrei followed Zagloba's advice, especially as he found Hasling asleep. But Zagloba and Volodyovski came to see him in the evening. They sat down in the broad summer house which the Tartars had made for their Bagadia. The Kyemliches poured out for them mead 100 years old, which the king had sent to Kmicic, and they drank it willingly, for the air was hot outside. Hasling, pale and emaciated, seemed to draw life and strength from the precious liquid. Zagloba clicked with his tongue and wiped perspiration from his forehead. "Hey, how the great guns are thundering," said the young Scot, listening. "Tomorrow you will go to the storm. It is well, for the healthy. God give you blessing. I am of foreign blood, and serve him whom it was my duty to serve, but you have my best wishes. Ah, what mead this is! Life enters me." Thus speaking, he threw back his golden hair and raised his blue eyes toward heaven. He had a wonderful face, half childlike as yet. Zagloba looked at him with a certain emotion. "You speak Polish as well as any of us," said he. "Become a Pole, love this, our country, and you will do an honourable deed, and mead will not be lacking to you. It is not difficult for a soldier to receive naturalization with us." "All the more easy since I am a noble," answered Hasling. "My name is Hasling Kettling of Elgin. My family come from England, though settled in Scotland. Those countries beyond the sea are far away, and somehow it is more decent for a man to live here," said Zagloba. "It is pleasant for me here." "But unpleasant for us," said Kmicic, who from the beginning was twisting impatiently on the bench, "for we are anxious to hear what is going on in Taurogi, but you are talking genealogies." "Ask me, I will answer." "Have you seen Panna Billevich often?" Over the pale face of Hasling blushes passed. "Every day," said he. Kmicic looked at him quickly. "Were you such a confidant? Why do you blush? Every day? How every day?" "For she knew that I wished her well, and I rendered her some services. That will appear from the further narrative, but now it is necessary to commence at the beginning. You, gentlemen, know, perhaps, that I was not at Kyedani when Prince Bogusław came and took that lady to Taurogi. Therefore, I will not repeat why that happened, for different people gave different accounts. I will only say that they had scarcely arrived when all saw at once that the prince was terribly in love." "God punish him!" cried Kmicic. Amusements followed, such as had not been before, tilting at the ring and tournaments. Anyone would have thought it a time of the greatest peace, but letters were coming in every day, as well as envoys from the Elector and from Prince Janusz. We knew that Prince Janusz was pushed by Sapieha and the Confederates. He implored for rescue by the mercy of God, for destruction was threatening him. We did nothing. On the Elector's boundary, troops were standing ready. Captains were coming with letters, but we did not go with assistance, for the prince had no success with the lady. "Is that why Bogusław did not give aid to his cousin?" asked Zagloba. "It is. Patterson said the same, and all the persons nearest the prince. Some complained of this, others were glad that the Radzivills were falling. Sakovich conducted all public business for the prince, answered letters, and held council with the envoys. But the prince was labouring on one idea only, to contrive some kind of amusement, either a cavalcade or hunt. He, a miser, scattered money on every side. He gave orders to fell forests for whole miles, so that the lady might have a better view from her windows. In a word, he really scattered flowers under her feet, and received her in such fashion that had she been Queen of Sweden he could have invented nothing better. Many pitied her and said, 'All this is for her ruin. As to marrying, the prince will not marry, and if he can only catch her heart, he will deceive her.' But it appeared that she was not a lady to be conducted whither virtue does not go. Oh." "Well, what?" cried Kmicic, springing up. "I know that better than others." "How did Panna Bílevich receive these royal homages?" asked Pan Michał. "At first with affable face, though it was evident that she was bearing some sorrow in her heart. She was present at the hunts, at the masquerades, cavalcades, and tournaments, thinking indeed that these were usual court amusements with the prince. It happened on a time that the prince, straining his imagination over various spectacles, wished to show the lady the counterfeit of war. He had a settlement burned near Taurogi, infantry defended it, the prince stormed the place. Evidently he gained a great victory, after which, being sated with praise, he fell at the lady's feet and begged for a return of his love. It is not known what he proposed to her, but from that time their friendship was at an end. She began to hold night and day to the sleeve of her uncle, the sword-bearer of Roshenie. But the prince—" "Began to threaten her, did he?" cried Kmicic. "What, threaten? He dressed himself as a Greek shepherd, as Philemon. Special couriers were flying to Königsberg for patterns of shepherd's garments, for ribbons and wigs. He feigned despair. He walked under her windows and played on a lute. And here I tell you, gentlemen, what I really think. He was a savage executioner of the virtue of ladies, and it may be boldly said of him, as is said in our country of such people, his sighs filled out the sails of more than one lady, but this time he fell in love in earnest, which is no wonder, for the lady reminds one more of a goddess than a dweller in this earthly vale." Here Hasling blushed again, but Pan Andrei did not see it, for seizing his sides with satisfaction and pride, he looked with a triumphant glance at Zagloba and Volodyovski. "We know her, a perfect Diana. She needs only the moon in her hair," said the little knight. "What? Diana? Diana's dogs would howl at Diana if they could see Panna Bílevich." "Therefore I said it is no wonder," answered Hasling. "Well, but with that no wonder I would burn him with a slow fire. For that no wonder I would have him shod with hobnails." "Give us peace," interrupted Zagloba. "Get him first, then play pranks. But now let this cavalier speak." "More than once I was on watch before the room in which he slept," continued Hasling. "I know how he turned on his bed, sighed, talked to himself, and hissed as if from pain. Evidently desires were burning him. He changed terribly, dried up. It may be, too, that the illness under which he afterward fell was diving into him. Meanwhile, news flew through the whole court that the prince had become so distracted that he wanted to marry. This came to Janusz's princess, who with her daughter was living at Taurogi. Then began anger and disputes, for, as you know, Bogusław, according to agreement, is to marry Janusz's daughter when she comes of age. But he forgot everything, so pierced was his heart. Janusz's princess, falling into a rage, went with her daughter to Kurland. That same evening he made a proposal to Panna Bílewicz. "Did he make proposals?" cried Zagloba, Kmicic, and Pan Michał with astonishment. "He did. First to the sword-bearer of Roszenie, who was no less astonished than you, and would not believe his own ears. But, convinced at last, he was barely able to control himself from delight, for it was no small splendour for the house of Bílewicz to be united with the Radziwiłłs. It is true, as Patterson said, that there is some connection already, but it is old and forgotten." "Tell on," said Kmicic, trembling from impatience. Both went to the lady with all ostentation, as is the custom on such occasions. The whole court was trembling. Evil tidings came from Prince Janusz. Sakovic alone read them, but no one paid attention to them, nor even to Sakovic, for he had fallen out of favour because he had proposed the marriage. But among us some said that it was no novelty for the Radziwiłls to marry ordinary noble women, that in the Commonwealth all nobles were equal, and that the house of Bílewicz went back to Roman times. And this was said by those who wished to gain for themselves the favour of the coming princess.
Others asserted that this was a stratagem of the prince to come to great intimacy with the lady, which happens not infrequently between persons betrothed.
"That was it, nothing else," said Zagloba.
"And so I think,"
said Hassling. "But listen further. When we were deliberating in the court among ourselves in this fashion, the report went out like a thunderbolt that the lady had cut all doubt as with a sabre, for she refused him directly." "God bless her!" cried Kmicic. "She refused him directly," continued Hassling. "It was enough to look at the prince to know that he, to whom princesses yielded, could not endure resistance, and almost went mad. It was dangerous to appear before him. We all saw that it would not remain long thus, and that the prince would use force sooner or later. In fact, the sword-bearer of Roszenie was carried off the next day to Tilja, beyond the elector's boundary. That day the lady implored the officer keeping guard before her door to give her a loaded pistol. The officer did not refuse that, for being a noble and man of honour, he felt compassion for the lady and homage for her beauty and resolution." "Who was that officer?" asked Kmicic. "I," answered Hassling dryly. Pan Andrei seized him by the shoulders, so that the young Scot, being weak, called out from pain. "That is nothing," cried Kmicic. "You are not a prisoner. You are my brother, my friend. Tell me what you wish. In God's name, tell me what you wish." "To rest a while," answered Hassling, breathing heavily, and he was silent. He merely pressed the hands which Pan Michał and Zagloba gave him. At last, seeing that all were burning with curiosity, he continued, "I forewarned her too of what all knew, that the prince's physician was preparing some intoxicating drug. Meanwhile, fears turned out to be groundless, for God interfered in the affair. He touched the prince with his finger, threw him on a bed of sickness, and kept him there a month. It is a marvel, gentlemen, but it happened as if he had been cut from his feet as with a scythe that same day, when he intended to attack the virtue of this lady. The hand of God, I say, nothing else. He thought that himself, and was afraid. May be, too, that during his sickness the desire left him. May be he was waiting to regain his strength. It is enough that when he came to himself, he left her in peace and even permitted the sword-bearer to come from Tilja. It is true also that the sickness which confined him to his bed left him, but not the fever which is, I believe, crushing him to this day. It is true also that soon after he left the bed he had to go on the expedition to XXXIX, where defeat met him. He returned with a still greater fever. Then the Elector sent for him. But meanwhile a change took place at Tauroghi, of which it is wonderful and laughable to tell. It is enough that the prince cannot count on the loyalty of any officer or any attendant unless on very old ones, who neither hear nor see perfectly, and therefore guard nothing well. "What happened?" asked Zagloba. During the Tikhotchin campaign, before the defeat at Tanov, they captured a certain Panna Anusha Borzobohata and sent her to Tauroghi. "There, grandmother, you have cakes," exclaimed Zagloba. Pan Michał began to blink and move his moustaches. At last he said, "Say nothing bad of her, or when you recover you will have to meet me." "Even if I wished, I could say nothing bad of that lady, but if she is your betrothed, I say that you take poor care of her, and if she is a relative, you know her too well to deny what I say. It is enough that in 1 week she made all in the company, old and young, in love with her, and only by using her eyes, with the addition of some tricks of witchcraft, of which I can give no account." I should know her in hell by this," muttered Zagloba. "It is a wonderful thing," said Hasling. "Panna Bílevich is equal to her in beauty, but has such dignity and unapproachableness that a man, while admiring and doing homage to her, does not dare to raise his eyes, much less to conceive any hope. You know yourselves, gentlemen, that there are different kinds of ladies. Some are like ancient Vestals. Others, you have barely seen them, and you wish—" "Worthy sir," said Pan Michał threateningly. "Don't make a fool of yourself, Michał, for he tells the truth," said Zagloba. "You go around like a young cockerel and show the whites of your eyes. But that she is a coquette we all know, and you have said so more than 100 times." "Let us leave this matter," said Hasling. "I wished simply to explain to you, gentlemen, why only a few were in love with Panna Bílevich. Those who could really appreciate her unrivalled perfection," here he blushed again, "and with Panna Borzobohata nearly all. As God is dear to me, I had to laugh, for it was just as if some plague had come upon hearts. Disputes and duels increased in the twinkle of an eye. And about what? For what? You must know that there was no one who could boast of the love of the lady. Each one believed blindly in this alone, that earlier or later he would have some success." "He has painted her, as it were," muttered Pan Michał. "But these 2 young ladies became wonderfully fond of each other," continued Hasling. "One would not move a step without the other, and Panna Borzobohata manages in Tauroghi as it pleases her." "How is that?" asked the little knight. "For she rules everybody. Sakovich did not go on a campaign this time because he is in love, and Sakovich is absolute master in all the possessions of Prince Bogusław, and Panna Anusha governs through him." "Is he so much in love with her?" asked Pan Michał. "He is, and has the greatest confidence in himself, for he is a very rich man." "And his name is Sakovich? You wish, I see, to remember him well." "Certainly," answered Pan Michał, as it were, carelessly, but at the same time he moved his moustaches so ominously that a shudder went through Zagloba. "I only wish to add," continued Hasling, "that if Panna Borzobohata should command Sakovich to betray the prince and lighten her escape and that of her friend, I think he would do it without hesitation. But so far as I know, she wishes to do that without his knowledge, maybe to spite him, who knows? It is enough that an officer, a relative of mine, but not a Catholic, assured me that the departure of the sword-bearer with the ladies is arranged. Officers are involved in the conspiracy, and it is to take place soon." Here Hasling began to breathe heavily, for he was weary and was using the last of his strength. "And this is the most important thing that I had to tell you," added he hurriedly. Volodyovski and Kmicic seized their heads. "Whither are they going to flee?" "To the forests and through the forests to Białowieża." Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Sapieha's orderly, who delivered to Pan Michał and Kmicic a quarter of a sheet of paper folded in 4. Volodyovski had barely unfolded his when he said, "The order to occupy positions for tomorrow's work." "Do you hear how the cannons are roaring?" asked Zagloba. "Well, tomorrow. "Oof, hot," said Zagloba. "A bad day for a storm. May the devil take such heat. Mother of God! But more than one will grow cold in spite of the heat. But not those who commend themselves to thee, our patroness. But the cannons are thundering. I am too old for storms. The open field is something else." Another officer appeared in the door. "Is His Grace Pan Zagloba here?" asked he. "I am here." "By the command of our gracious king, you are to be near his person tomorrow." "Ha! He wishes to keep me from the storm, for he knows that the old man will move first. Only let the trumpet sound. He is a kind lord, mindful. I should not like to annoy him, but whether I shall restrain myself I know not. For when the desire presses me, I think of nothing and roll straight into the smoke. Such is my nature, a kind lord. Do you hear how the trumpets are sounding for everyone to take his place? Well, tomorrow. St. Peter will have work. He must have his books ready. In hell, too, they have put fresh pitches in the kettles. A bath for the Swedes. Off, tomorrow." End of chapter 39. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 40 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 40. July 1st, between Powązki and the settlement afterward called Marymont, was celebrated a great field mass, which 10,000 men of the quarter soldiers heard with attentive mind. The king made a vow that in case of victory he would build a church to the Most Holy Lady. Dignitaries, the hetmans, the knights made vows, and even simple soldiers, following the example, each according to his means, for this was to be the day of the final storm. After the mass, each of the leaders moved to his own command. Sapieha took his position opposite the Church of the Holy Ghost, which at that time was outside the walls. But because it was the key to the walls, it was greatly strengthened by the Swedes, and occupied in fitting manner by the troops. Czarniecki was to capture Danzig House, for the rear wall of that building formed a part of the city wall, and by passing through the building it was possible to reach the city. Piotr Opalinski, the voivoda of Podlaski, with men from Great Poland and Mazovia, was to attack from the Kraków suburbs and the Vistula. The quarter regiments were to attack the gates of New City. There were so many men that they almost exceeded the approaches to the walls. The entire plain, all the neighbouring suburban villages and the meadows were overflowed with a sea of soldiers. Beyond the men were white tents, after the tents wagons far away. The eye was lost in the blue distance before it could reach the end of that swarm. Those legions were standing in perfect readiness, with weapons point forward and 1 foot in advance for the run. They were ready at any moment to rush to the breaches made by the guns of heavy calibre, and especially by Zamoyski's great guns. The guns did not cease to play for a moment. The storm was deferred only because they were waiting for the final answer of Wittenberg to the letter which the Grand Chancellor Koreczinski had sent him. When, about midday, the officer returned with a refusal, the ominous trumpets rang out around the city, and the storm began. The armies of the kingdom under the hetmans, Czarniecki's men, the regiments of the king, the infantry regiments of Zamoyski, the Lithuanians of Sapieha, and the legions of the general militia rushed toward the walls like a swollen river. But from behind the walls bloomed out against them rolls of white smoke and darts of flame. Heavy cannon, arquebuses, double-barreled guns, muskets thundered simultaneously. The earth was shaken in its foundations. The balls broke into that throng of men, ploughed long furrows in it, but the men ran on and tore up to the fortress, regarding neither fire nor death. Clouds of powder smoke hid the sun. Each attacked furiously what was nearest him. The hetmans, the gates of New City; Czarniecki, Danzig House; Sapieha with the Lithuanians, the Church of the Holy Ghost; the Mazovians and men of Great Poland, the Krakow suburbs. The heaviest work fell to the last mentioned men, for the palaces and houses along the Krakow suburbs were turned into fortresses. But that day such fury of battle had seized the Mazovians that nothing could stand before their onset. They took by storm house after house, palace after palace. They fought in windows, in doors, in passages. After the capture of one house, before the blood was dry on their hands and faces, they rushed to another. Again a hand-to-hand battle, and again they rushed farther. The private regiments vied with the general militia, and the general militia with the infantry. They had been commanded before advancing to the storm to carry at their breasts bundles of unripe grain to ward off the bullets, but in the ardour and frenzy of battle they hurled aside every defence and ran forward with bare bosoms. In the midst of a bloody struggle, the chapel of the Tsar Shuisky and the lordly palace of the Koniec-Polskis were captured. The Swedes were destroyed to the last man in the smaller buildings, in the stables of the magnates, in the gardens descending to the Vistula. Near the Kazanovsky Palace, the Swedish infantry tried to make a stand in the street, and reinforced from the walls of the palace, from the church, and the bell tower of the Bernardines, which was turned into a strong fortress, they received the attack with a cutting fire. But the hail of bullets did not stop the attack for a moment, and the nobles, with the cry of "Mazovians victorious!" rushed with sabres into the centre of the quadrangle. After them came the land infantry, servants armed with poles, pickaxes, and scythes. The quadrangle was broken in a twinkle, and hewing began. Swedes and Poles were so mingled together that they formed one gigantic mass, which squirmed, twisted, and rolled in its own blood between the Kazanovsky Palace, the house of Radzhayovsky, and the Krakow Gate. But new legions of warriors breathing blood came on continually, like a foaming river, from the direction of the Krakow Gate. The Swedish infantry was cut to pieces at last, and then began that famous storm of the Kazanovsky Palace and the Bernardines' Church, which in great part decided the fate of the day. Zagloba commanded, for he was mistaken the day before in thinking that the king called him to his person only to be present, for, on the contrary, he confided to him, as to a famous and experienced warrior, command over the camp servants, who, with the quarter soldiers and the general militia, were to go as volunteers to storm from that side. Zagloba was willing, it is true, to go with these men in the rear, and content himself with occupying the palaces already captured. But when in the very beginning all vying with one another were mingled completely, the human current bore him on with the others. So he went, for although he had from nature great circumspection as a gift, and preferred, where it was possible, not to expose his life to danger, He had for so many years become accustomed to battles in spite of himself, had been present in so many dreadful slaughters, that when the inevitable came, he fought with others, and even better than others, for he fought with desperation and rage in a manful heart. So at this time he found himself at the gate of the Kazanovsky Palace, or rather in the hell which was raging dreadfully in front of that gate, that is, amid a whirlpool, heat, crushing, a storm of bullets, fire, smoke, groans and shouts of men. Thousands of scythes, picks, and axes were driven against the gate. 1,000 arms pressed and pushed it furiously. Some men fell as if struck by lightning. Others pushed themselves into their places, trampled their bodies, and forced themselves forward as if seeking death on purpose. No one had seen or remembered a more stubborn defence, but also not a more resolute attack. From the highest stories bullets were rained and pitch poured down on the gate, but those who were under fire, even had they wished, could not withdraw, so powerfully were they pressed from behind. You saw single men, wet from perspiration, black from smoke, with set teeth, with wild eyes, hurling at the gate beams of such size that at an ordinary time 3 strong men would not have been able to lift them. So their strength was trebled by frenzy. All the windows were stormed simultaneously. Ladders were placed at the upper stories. Lattices were hewn from the walls. But still from those lattices and windows, from openings cut in the walls, were sticking out musket barrels, which did not cease to smoke for a moment. But at last such smoke ascended, such dust rose, that on that bright sunny day the assailants could scarcely recognize one another. In spite of that, they did not desist from the struggle, but climbed ladders the more fiercely, attacked the gate more wildly, because the sounds from the church of the Bernardines announced that there other parties were storming with similar energy. Now Zagloba cried with a voice so piercing that it was heard amid the uproar and shots, "A box with powder under the gate!" It was brought to him in a twinkle. He gave command at once to cut just beneath the bolt an opening of such size that the box alone would find place in it. When the box was fitted in, Zagloba himself set fire to the sulphur thread, then commanded, "Aside, close to the wall!" Those standing near rushed to both sides, toward those who had placed the ladders at the farther windows. A moment of expectation followed. A mighty report shook the air, and new bundles of smoke rose toward the sky. Zagloba sprang forward with his men. They saw that the explosion had not rent the gate to small pieces, but had torn the hinges from the right side, wrested away a couple of strong beams, already partly cut, turned the handle, and pulled off 1/2 of the lower part, so that a passage was opened through which large men might enter easily. Sharpened stakes, axes, and scythes began to beat violently on the weakened door. 100 arms pushed it with utmost effort. A sharp crash was heard, and all 1/2 fell, uncovering the depth of the dark antechamber. In that darkness gleamed discharges of musketry, but the human river rushed forward with an irresistible torrent. The palace was captured. At the same time they broke in through the windows, and a terrible battle with cold weapons began in the interior of the palace. Chamber was taken after chamber, corridor after corridor, story after story. The walls had been so shattered and weakened beforehand that the ceiling in many rooms fell with a crash, covering with their ruins Poles and Swedes. But the Mazovians advanced like a conflagration. They penetrated every place, overturning with their long knives, cutting and thrusting. No man of the Swedes asked for quarter, but neither was it given. In some corridors and passages the piles of bodies so blocked the way that the Swedes made barricades of them. The Poles pulled them out by the feet, by the hair, and hurled them through the windows. Blood flowed in streams through the passages. Groups of Swedes defended themselves yet here and there, and repelled with weakening hands the furious blows of the stormers. Blood had covered their faces. Darkness was covering their eyes. More than one sank on his knees and still fought. Pressed on every side, suffocated by the throng of opponents, the Scandinavians died in silence, in accord with their fame as beseemed warriors. The statues of divinities and ancient heroes, bespattered with blood, looked with lifeless eyes on that death. Roch Kowalski raged specially in the upper stories, but Zagloba rushed with his men to the terraces, and when he had cut to pieces the infantry defending themselves there, he hurried from the terraces to those wonderful gardens which were famed throughout Europe. The trees were already cut down, the rare plants destroyed by Polish balls, the fountains broken, the earth ploughed up by bombshells. In a word, everywhere a desert and destruction, though the Swedes had not raised their robber hands against this place, out of regard for the person of Radziejowski. A savage struggle set in there too, but it lasted only a short time, for the Swedes gave but feeble resistance, and were cut to pieces under the personal command of Zagloba. The soldiers dispersed now through the garden, and the whole palace was plundered. Zagloba betook himself to a corner of the garden, to a place where the walls formed a strong angle, and where the sun did not come, for the knight wished to rest somewhat, and he rubbed the sweat from his heated forehead. All at once he espied some strange monsters looking at him with hostility through an iron grating. The cage was fixed in a corner of the wall, so that balls falling from the outside could not reach it. The door of the cage was wide open, but those meagre and ugly creatures did not think of taking advantage of this. Evidently terrified by the uproar, the whistling of bullets, and the fierce slaughter at which they had looked a moment before, they crowded into a corner of the cage, and hidden in the straw gave note of their terror only by muttering. "Are those monkeys or devils?" said Zagloba to himself. Suddenly anger seized him, courage swelled in his breast, and raising his sabre he fell upon the cage. A terrible panic was the answer to the first blow of his sabre. The monkeys, which the Swedish soldiers had treated kindly and fed from their own slender rations, fell into such a fright that madness simply seized them, and since Zagloba stopped their exit, they began to rush through the cage with unnatural springs, hanging to the sides, to the top, screaming and biting. At last one in frenzy sprang on Zagloba's shoulder, and seizing him by the head, fastened to it with all his power. Another hung to his right shoulder, a third caught him in front by the neck, the fourth hung to his long split sleeves which were tied together behind, and Zagloba, stifled, sweating, struggled in vain, struck blindly toward the rear. Breath soon failed him, his eyes were standing out of his head, and he began to cry with despairing voice, "Gracious gentlemen, save me!" The cry brought a number of men who, unable to understand what was happening, rushed to his aid with blood-streaming sabres, but they halted at once in astonishment. They looked at one another, and, as if under the influence of some spell, they burst out in one great laugh. More soldiers ran up, a crowd was formed, but laughter was communicated to all as an epidemic. They staggered as if drunk, they held their sides, their faces, besmeared with the gore of men, were twisting spasmodically, and the more Zagloba struggled, the more did they laugh. Now Roch Kowalski ran down from an upper story, scattered the crowd, and freed his uncle from the simian embraces. "You rascals!" cried the panting Zagloba. "I would you were slain! You were laughing to see a Catholic in oppression from these African monsters. I would you were slain! Were it not for me, you would be butting your heads to this moment against the gate, for you deserve nothing better. I wish you were dead, because you are not worth these monkeys."
"I wish you were dead yourself, king of the monkeys," cried the man standing nearest. "Simiarum destructor, destroyer of monkeys," cried another. "Victor," cried the third. "What victor? He is victus," conquered.
Here Roch Kowalski came again to the aid of his uncle, and struck the nearest man in the breast with his fist. The man dropped to the earth that instant with blood coming from his mouth. Others retreated before the anger of Kowalski, some drew their sabres, but further disputes were interrupted by the uproar and shots coming from the Bernardines' church. Evidently the storm continued there yet in full force, and judging from the feverish musketry fire, the Swedes were not thinking of surrender. "With succour! To the church! To the church!" cried Zagloba. He sprang himself to the top of the palace. There, from the right wing, was to be seen the church, which seemed to be in flames. Crowds of stormers were circling around it convulsively, not being able to enter, and perishing for nothing in a crossfire, for bullets were rained on them from the Krakow gate as thickly as sand. "Cannon to the windows!" shouted Zagloba. There were guns enough, large and small, in the Kazanovsky Palace. Therefore they were drawn to the windows. From fragments of costly furniture and pedestals of statues, platforms were constructed, and in the course of half an hour a number of guns were looking out through the empty openings of the windows toward the church. "Roch," said Zagloba with uncommon irritation, "I must do something considerable, or my glory is lost through those monkeys. Would that the plague had stifled them. The whole army will ridicule me, and though there is no lack of words in my mouth, still I cannot meet the whole world. I must wipe away this confusion, or wide as this commonwealth is, they will herald me through it as king of the monkeys." "Uncle must wipe away this confusion," repeated Roch with a thundering voice. "And the first means will be that, as I have captured the Kazanovsky Palace, for let anyone say that it was not I who did it." "Let anyone say that it was not Uncle who did it," repeated Roch. "I will capture that church, so help me the Lord God, Amen," concluded Zagloba. Then he turned to his attendants who were there at the guns. "Fire!" Fear seized the Swedes, who were defending themselves with despair in the church, when the whole side wall began on a sudden to tremble. Bricks, rubbish, lime fell on those who were sitting in the windows, at the portholes, on the fragments of the inside cornices, at the pigeonholes through which they were firing at the besiegers. A terrible dust rose in the house of God, and mixed with the smoke began to stifle the wearied men. One man could not see another in the darkness. Cries of "I am suffocating, I am suffocating," still increased the terror. The noise of balls falling through the windows, of leaden lattice falling to the floor, the heat, the exhalations from bodies, turned the retreat of God into a hell upon earth. The frightened soldiers stood aside from entrances, windows, and portholes. The panic is changed into frenzy. Again, terrified voices call, "I am suffocating! Air! Water!" Hundreds of voices begin to roar, "A white flag! A white flag!" Erskine, who is commanding, seizes the flag with his own hand to display it outside. At that moment the entrance bursts. A line of stormers rush in like an avalanche of Satans, and a slaughter follows. There is sudden silence in the church. There is heard only the beast-like panting of the strugglers, the bite of steel on bones, and on the stone floor groans, the patter of blood. And at times some voice in which there is nothing human cries, "Quarter! Quarter!" After an hour's fighting, the bell on the tower begins to thunder, and thunders, thunders, to the victory of the Mazovians, to the funeral of the Swedes. The Kazanovsky Palace, the cloister and the bell tower are captured. Piotr Opalinsky himself, the voivoda of Podlaski, appeared in the blood-stained throng before the palace on his horse. "Who came to our aid from the palace?" cried he, wishing to outcry the sound and the roar of the men. "He who captured the palace," said a powerful man, appearing before the voivoda. "I." "What is your name?" "Zagloba." "Vivat Zagloba!" bellowed thousands of throats. But the terrible Zagloba pointed with his stained sabre toward the gate. "We have not done enough yet. Turn the cannon toward the wall and against the gate. Advance! Follow me!" The mad throng rush in the direction of the gate. Meanwhile, oh wonder, the fire of the Swedes, instead of increasing, is growing weak. At the same moment, some voice, unexpected and piercing, cries from the top of the bell tower, "Charnyetski is in the city. I see our squadrons." The Swedish fire was weakening more and more. "Halt! Halt!" commanded the voivoda. But the throng did not hear him and rushed at random. That moment a white flag appeared on the Krakow gate. In truth, Charnyetski, having forced his way through Danzig house, rushed like a hurricane into the precincts of the fortress. When the Daniłowicz palace was taken, and when a moment later the Lithuanian colours glittered on the walls near the Church of the Holy Ghost, Wittenberg saw that further resistance was vain. The Swedes might defend themselves yet in the lofty houses of Old and New City, but the inhabitants had already taken arms, and the defence would end in a terrible slaughter of the Swedes without hope of victory. The trumpeters began then to sound on the walls and to wave white flags. Seeing this, the Polish commanders withheld the storm. General Lowenhaupt, attended by a number of colonels, went out through the gate of New City and rushed with all breath to the king. Jan Kazimir had the city in his hands now, but the kind king wished to stop the flow of Christian blood, therefore he settled on the conditions offered to Wittenberg at first. The city was to be surrendered with all the booty collected in it. Each Swede was permitted to take with him only what he had brought from Sweden. The garrison, with all the generals and with arms in hand, were to march out of the city, taking their sick and wounded and the Swedish ladies, of whom a number of tens were in Warsaw. To the Poles who were serving with the Swedes, amnesty was given, with the idea that surely none were serving of their own will. Bogusław Radziwiłł alone was excepted. To this Wittenberg agreed the more readily, since the prince was at that moment with Douglas on the Bug. The conditions were signed at once. All the bells in the churches announced to the city and the world that the capital had passed again into the hands of its rightful monarch. An hour later, a multitude of the poorest people came out from behind the walls, seeking charity and bread in the Polish camp, for all in the city except the Swedes were in want of food. The king commanded to give what was possible, and went himself to look at the departure of the Swedish garrison. He was surrounded by church and lay dignitaries, by a suite so splendid that it dazzled the people. Nearly all the troops, that is, the troops of the kingdom under the hetmans, Charnyetski's division, the Lithuanians under Sapieha, and an immense crowd of general militia, together with the camp's servants, assembled around his majesty. For all were curious to see those Swedes with whom a few hours before they had fought so terribly and bloodily. Polish commissioners were posted at all the gates from the moment of signing the conditions. These commissioners were entrusted with the duty of seeing that the Swedes bore off no booty. A special commission was occupied with receiving the booty in the city itself. In the van came the cavalry, which was not numerous, especially since Bogusław's men were excluded from the right of departure. Next came the field artillery with light guns. The heavy pieces were given to the Poles. The men marched at the sides of the guns with lighted matches. Before them waved their unfurled flags, which, as a mark of honour, were lowered before the Polish king, recently a wanderer. The artillerists marched proudly, looking straight into the eyes of the Polish knights, as if they wished to say, "We shall meet again." And the Poles wondered at their haughty bearing and courage unbent by misfortune. Then appeared the wagons with officers and wounded. In the first one lay Benedict Oxenstiern, the Chancellor, before whom Jan Kazimir had commanded the infantry to present arms, wishing to show that he knew how to respect virtue even in an enemy. Then, to the sound of drums and with waving flags, marched the quadrangle of unrivalled Swedish infantry, resembling, according to the expression of Subagazi, moving castles. After them advanced a brilliant party of cavalry, armoured from foot to head, and with a blue banner on which a golden lion was embroidered. These surrounded the chief of staff. At sight of them, a murmur passed through the crowd. "Wittenberg is coming. Wittenberg is coming." In fact, the field marshal himself was approaching, and with him the younger Wrangel, Horn, Erskine, Lohenhaupt, Vogel. The eyes of the Polish knights were turned with eagerness toward them, and especially toward the face of Wittenberg. But his face did not indicate such a terrible warrior as he was in reality. It was an aged face, pale, emaciated by disease. He had sharp features, and above his mouth a thin, small moustache turned up at the ends. The pressed lips and long, pointed nose gave him the appearance of an old and grasping miser. Dressed in black velvet and with a black hat on his head, he looked more like a learned astrologer or a physician, and only the gold chain on his neck, the diamond star on his breast, and a field marshal's baton in his hand showed his high office of leader. Advancing, he cast his eyes unquietly on the king, on the king's staff, on the squadron standing in rank. Then his eyes took in the immense throngs of the general militia, and an ironical smile came out on his pale lips. But in those throngs a murmur was rising ever greater, and the word Wittenberg, Wittenberg was in every mouth. After a while the murmur changed into deep grumbling, but threatening, like the grumbling of the sea before a storm. From instant to instant it was silent, and then, far away in the distance, in the last ranks, was heard some voice in peroration. This voice was answered by others. Greater numbers answered them. They were heard ever louder and spread more widely, like ominous echoes. You would swear that a storm was coming from a distance, and that it would burst with all power. The officers were anxious and began to look at the king with disquiet. "What is that? What does that mean?" asked Jan Kazimir. Then the grumbling passed into a roar as terrible as if thunders had begun to wrestle with one another in the sky. The immense throng of general militia moved violently, precisely like standing grain when a hurricane is sweeping around it with giant wing. All at once, some tens of thousands of sabres were glittering in the sun. "What is that? What does that mean?" asked the king repeatedly. No one could answer him. Then Volodyovski, standing near Sapieha, exclaimed, "That is Pan Zagloba." Volodyovski had guessed aright. The moment the conditions of surrender were published and had come to the ears of Zagloba, the old noble fell into such a terrible rage that speech was taken from him for a while. When he came to himself, his first act was to spring among the ranks of the general militia and fire up the minds of the nobles. They heard him willingly, for it seemed to all that for so much bravery, for such toil, for so much bloodshed under the walls of Warsaw, they ought to have a better vengeance against the enemy. Therefore great circles of chaotic and stormy men surrounded Zagloba, who threw live coals by the handful on the powder, and with his speech fanned into greater proportions the fire which all the more easily seized their heads, that they were already smoking from the usual libations consequent on victory. "Gracious gentlemen," said he, "behold, these old hands have toiled 50 years for the country. 50 years have they been shedding the blood of the enemy at every wall of the Commonwealth, and today I have witnesses. They captured the Kazanovsky Palace and the Bernardines' Church. And when, gracious gentlemen, did the Swedes lose heart? When did they agree to capitulate? It was when we turned our guns from the Bernardines to the old city. We have not spared our blood, brothers. It has been shed bountifully, and no one has been spared but the enemy. But we, brothers, have left our lands without masters, our servants without lords, our wives without husbands, our children without fathers. Oh, my dear children, what is happening to you now? And we have come here with our naked breasts against cannon. And what is our reward for so doing? This is it. Wittenberg goes forth free, and besides they give him honour for the road. The executioner of our country departs, the blasphemer of religion departs, the raging enemy of the most holy lady, the burner of our houses, the thief of our last bit of clothing, the murderer of our wives and children. Oh, my children, where are you now? The disgracer of the clergy and virgins consecrated to God. Woe to thee, country! Shame to you, nobles! A new agony is awaiting you. O our holy faith! Woe to you, suffering churches! Weeping to thee and complaint, O Czenstochowa! For Wittenberg is departing in freedom, and will return soon to press out tears and blood, to finish killing those whom he has not yet killed, to burn that which he has not yet burned, to put shame on that which he has not yet put to shame. Weep, O Poland and Lithuania, weep, ranks of people, as I weep, an old soldier who, descending to the grave, must look on your agony. Woe to thee, Ilion, the city of aged Priam! Woe, woe, woe! So spoke Zagloba, and thousands listened to him, and wrath raised the hair on the heads of the nobles. But he moved on farther. Again he complained, tore his clothing, and laid bare his breast. He entered also into the army, which gave a willing ear to his complaints, for in truth there was a terrible animosity in all hearts against Wittenberg. The tumult would have burst out at once, but Zagloba himself restrained it, lest, if it burst too early, Wittenberg might save himself somehow. But if it broke out when he was leaving the city, and would show himself to the general militia, they would bear him apart on their sabres before any one could see what was done. And his reckoning was justified. At sight of the tyrant, frenzy seized the brains of the chaotic and half-drunken nobles, and a terrible storm burst forth in the twinkle of an eye. 40,000 sabres were flashing in the sun. 40,000 throats began to bellow, "Death to Wittenberg! Give him here! Make mincemeat of him! Make mincemeat of him!" To the throngs of nobles were joined throngs more chaotic still, and made brutal by the recent shedding of blood, the camp servants. Even the more disciplined regular squadrons began to murmur fiercely against the oppressor, and the storm began to fly with rage against the Swedish staff. At the first moment all lost their heads, though all understood what the matter was. "What is to be done?" cried voices near the king. "O merciful Jesus! Rescue! Defend! It is a shame not to observe the conditions." Enraged crowds rush in among the squadrons, press upon them. The squadrons are confused, cannot keep their places. Around them are sabres, sabres, and sabres. Under the sabres are inflamed faces, threatening eyes, howling mouths, uproar, noise. Wild cries grow with amazing rapidity. In front are rushing camp servants, camp followers, and every kind of army rabble, more like beasts or devils than men. Wittenberg understood what was happening. His face grew pale as a sheet. Sweat, abundant and cold, covered his forehead in a moment, and, oh wonder, that field marshal who hitherto was ready to threaten the whole world, that conqueror of so many armies, that captor of so many cities, that old soldier was then so terribly frightened at the howling mass that presence of mind left him utterly. He trembled in his whole body. He dropped his hands and groaned. Spittle began to flow from his mouth to the golden chain, and the field marshal's baton dropped from his hand. Meanwhile, the terrible throng was coming nearer and nearer. Ghastly forms were surrounding already the hapless generals. A moment more they would bear them apart on sabres, so that not a fragment of them would remain. Other Swedish generals drew their sabres, wishing to die weapon in hand, as beseemed knights, but the aged oppressor grew weak altogether, and half closed his eyes. At this moment Volodyovski with his men sprang to the rescue of the staff. Going wedge form on a gallop, he split the mob as a ship moving with all sails bears apart the towering waves of the sea. The cry of the trampled rabble was mingled with the shouts of the louder squadron, but the horsemen reached the staff first, and surrounded it in the twinkle of an eye with a wall of horses, a wall of their own breasts, and sabres. "To the king!" cried the little knight. They moved on. The throng surrounded them from every side, ran along the flanks and the rear, brandished sabres and clubs, howled more and more terribly, but the louder men pushed forward, thrusting out their sabres from moment to moment at the sides, as a strong stag thrusts with his antlers when surrounded by wolves. Then Wojniłowicz sprang to the aid of Volodyovski. After him Wilczkowski with a regiment of the king, then Prince Połobinski, and all together, defending themselves unceasingly, conducted the staff to the presence of Jan Kazimir. The tumult increased instead of diminishing. It seemed after a time that the excited rabble would try to seize the Swedish generals without regard to the king. Wittenberg recovered, but fear did not leave him in the least. He sprang from his horse then, and as a hare pressed by dogs or wolves takes refuge under a wagon in motion, so did he, in spite of his gout, throw himself at the feet of Jan Kazimir. Then he dropped on his knees, and seizing the king's stirrup began to cry, "Save me, gracious lord, save me! I have your royal word, the agreement is signed. Save me, save me! Have mercy on us, do not let them murder me!" The king, at sight of such abasement and such shame, turned away his eyes with aversion and said, "Field Marshal, pray be calm." But he had a troubled face himself, for he knew not what to do. Around them were gathering crowds ever greater, and approaching with more persistence. It is true that the squadron stood as if for battle, and Zamoyski's infantry had formed a terrible quadrangle round about, but what was to be the end of it all? The king looked at Charnyetski, but Charnyetski only twisted his beard with rage. His soul was storming with such anger against the disobedience of the general militia. Then the chancellor, Korycinski, said, "Gracious lord, we must keep the agreement." "We must," replied the king. Wittenberg, who was looking carefully into their eyes, breathed more freely. "Gracious lord," said he, "I believe in your words as in God." To which Potocki, the old hetman of the kingdom, cried, And why have you broken so many oaths, so many agreements, so many terms of surrender? With what any man wars, from that will he perish. Why did you seize, in spite of the terms of capitulation, the king's regiment commanded by Wolfe? Miller did that, not I, answered Wittenberg. The hetman looked at him with disdain, then turned to the king. Gracious lord, I do not say this to incite your royal grace to break agreements also, for let perfidy be on their side alone. What is to be done? Asked the king. If we send them to Prussia, 50,000 nobles will follow and cut them to pieces before they reach Pultusk, unless we give them the whole regular army as a guard, and we cannot do that. Hear, your royal grace, how the militia are howling. In truth, there is a well-founded animosity against Wittenberg. It is needful first to safeguard his person, and then to send all away when the fire has cooled down. There is no other way, said Korechinski. But where are they to be kept? We cannot keep them here, for here, devil take it, civil war would break out, said the voevoda of Rus. Now Sobiepan Zamoyski appeared, and pouting his lips greatly, said with his customary spirit, Well, gracious lord, give them to me at Zamość. Let them sit there till calm comes. I will defend Wittenberg there from the nobles. Let them try to get him from me. But on the road will your worthiness defend the field marshal? Asked the chancellor. I can depend on my servants yet, or have I not infantry and cannon? Let any one take him from Zamoyski. We shall see. Here he put his hands on his hips, struck his thighs, and bent from one side of the saddle to the other. There is no other way, said the chancellor. I see no other, added Lance Koronsky. Then take them, said the king to Zamoyski. But Wittenberg, seeing that his life was threatened no longer, considered it proper to protest. We did not expect this, said he. Well, we do not detain you. The road is open, said Potocki, pointing to the distance with his hand. Wittenberg was silent. Meanwhile, the chancellor sent a number of officers to declare to the nobles that Wittenberg would not depart in freedom, but would be sent to Zamość. The tumult, it is true, was not allayed at once. Still, the news had a soothing effect. Before night fell, attention was turned in another direction. The troops began to enter the city, and the sight of the recovered capital filled all minds with the delight of triumph. The king rejoiced. Still, the thought that he was unable to observe the conditions of the agreement troubled him not a little, as well as the endless disobedience of the general militia. Charniecki was chewing his anger. With such troops one can never be sure of tomorrow, said he to the king. Sometimes they fight badly, sometimes heroically, all from impulse, and at any outbreak rebellion is ready. God grant them not to disperse, said the king, for they are needed yet, and they think that they have finished everything. The man who caused that outbreak should be torn asunder with horses without regard to the services which he has rendered, continued Charniecki. The strictest orders were given to search for Zagloba, for it was a secret to no man that he had raised the storm. But Zagloba had, as it were, dropped into water. They searched for him in the tents, in the tabor, even among the Tartars, all in vain. Tyzenhauz even said that the king, always kind and gracious, wished from his whole soul that they might not find him, and even undertook a 9 days' devotion to that effect. But a week later, after some dinner, when the heart of the monarch was big with joy, the following words were heard from the mouth of Jan Kazimir. Announce that Pan Zagloba is not to hide himself longer, for we are longing for his jests. When Charniecki was horrified at this, the king said, Whoso in this commonwealth should have justice without mercy in his heart would be forced to carry an axe in his bosom and not a heart. Faults come easier here than anywhere, but in no land does repentance follow so quickly. Saying this, the king had Babinich more in mind than Zagloba, and he was thinking of Babinich because the young man had bowed down to the king's feet the day before with a petition that he would not hinder him from going to Lithuania. He said that he wished to freshen the war there and attack the Swedes as he had once attacked Hovanski. And as the king intended to send there a soldier experienced in partisan warfare, he permitted Babinich to go, gave him the means, blessed him, and whispered some wish in his ear, after which the young knight fell his whole length at his feet. Then, without loitering, Kmicic moved briskly toward the east. Subagazi, captured by a considerable present, permitted him to take 500 fresh Dobruja Tartars. 1,500 other good men marched with him, a force with which it was possible to begin something. And the young man's head was fired with the desire for battle and warlike achievements. The hope of glory smiled on him. He heard already how all Lithuania was repeating his name with pride and wonder. He heard especially how one beloved mouth repeated it, and his soul gave him wings. And there was another reason why he rode forward so briskly. Wherever he appeared, he was the first to announce the glad tidings. The Swede is defeated and Warsaw is taken. Wherever his horse's hoofs sounded, the whole neighbourhood rang with these words. The people along the roads greeted him with weeping. They rang bells in the church towers and sang Te Deum Laudamus. When he rode through the forest, the dark pines, when through the fields the golden grain, rocked by the wind, seemed to repeat and sound joyously, "The Swede is defeated. Warsaw is taken. Warsaw is taken." End of chapter 40. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 41 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 41. Though Ketling was near the person of Prince Bogusław, he did not know all, and could not tell of all that was done in Taurogi, for he was blinded himself by love for Panna Bílewicz. Bogusław had also another confidant, Pan Sakovich, the starosta of Ośmiana, and he alone knew how deeply the prince was involved by love for his charming captive, and what means he was using to gain her heart and her person. That love was merely a fierce desire, for Bogusław's heart was not capable of other feelings. But the desire was so violent that experienced cavalier lost his head, and often in the evening, when alone with the starosta, he seized his own hair and cried, "I am burning, Sakovich, I am burning." Sakovich found means at once. "Whoso wishes to take honey must drug the bees," said he, "and has your physician few of such intoxicating herbs? Give him the word today, and tomorrow the affair will be over." But the prince did not like such a method, and that for various reasons. First, on a time, old Heraclius Bílewicz, the grandfather of Olenka, appeared to him in a dream, and standing at his pillow, looked with threatening eyes till the first crowing of the cocks. Bogusław remembered the dream, for that night, without fear, was superstitious, dreaded charms, dream warnings, and supernatural apparitions so much that a shiver passed through him at thought of the terror and the shape in which that phantom might come a second time should he follow Sakovich's counsel. The starosta of Ośmiana himself, who did not believe greatly in God, but who, like the prince, dreaded dreams and enchantments, staggered somewhat in giving advice. The second reason of Bogusław's delay was that the Wallachian woman was living with her stepdaughter in Taurogi. They called Princess Radziwill, the wife of Janusz, the Wallachian woman. That lady, coming from a country in which her sex have rather free manners, was not, in truth, over-stern. Nay, maybe she understood too well the amusements of courtiers and ladies-in-waiting. Still she could not endure that at her side a man, the coming husband of her stepdaughter, should do a deed calling to heaven for vengeance. But even later, when through the persuasions of Sakovich and with the consent of the Prince Voivode of Wilno, the Wallachian woman went with Janusz's daughter to Kurland, Bogusław did not dare to do the deed. He feared the terrible outcry which would rise throughout all Lithuania. The Bileviches were wealthy people. They would not fail to crush him with a prosecution. The law punished such deeds with loss of property, honour, and life. The Radziwills, it is true, were powerful and might trample on law, but when victory in war was inclining to the side of Jan Kazimir, the young prince might fall into serious difficulties, in which he would lack power, friends, and henchmen. And just then it was hard to foresee how the war would end. Forces were coming every day to Jan Kazimir. The power of Carl Gustav was decreasing absolutely by the loss of men and the exhaustion of money. Prince Bogusław, an impulsive but calculating man, reckoned with the position. His desires tormented him with fire, his reason advised restraint, superstitious fear bridled the outbursts of his blood. At the same time, disease fell upon him. Great and urgent questions rose, involving frequently the fate of the whole war, and all these causes rent the soul of the prince till he was mortally wearied. Still, it is unknown how the struggle might have ended, had it not been for Bogusław's self-love. He was a man of immense self-esteem. He counted himself an unequalled statesman, a great leader, a great knight, and an invincible captor of the hearts of women. Was he to use force or intoxicating drugs? He who carried around with him a bound casket filled with love letters from various foreign ladies of celebrity? Were his wealth, his titles, his power almost royal, his great name, his beauty and courtliness not equal to the conquest of one timid noble woman? Besides, how much greater the triumph, how much greater the delight, when the resistance of the maiden drops, when she herself willingly, and with a heart beating like that of a seized bird, with burning face and eyes veiled with mist, falls into those arms which are stretched toward her. A quiver passed through Bogusław at thought of that moment, and he desired it as greatly as he did Olenka herself. He hoped always that that moment would come. He writhed, he was impatient, he deceived himself. At one time it seemed to him nearer, at another farther, and then he cried that he was burning, but he did not cease to work. To begin with, he surrounded the maiden with minute care, so that she must be thankful to him and think that he is kind, for he understood that the feeling of gratitude and friendship is that mild and warm flame which only needs to be fanned and it will turn into a great fire. Their frequent intercourse was to bring this about the more surely. Hence Bogusław showed no insistence, not wishing to chill confidence or frighten it away. At the same time, every look, every touch of the hand, every word was calculated. Nothing passed in vain. Everything was the drop wearing the stone. All that he did for Olenka might be interpreted as the hospitality of a host, that innocent, friendly attraction which one person feels for another. But still it was done to create love. The boundary was purposely blurred and indefinite, so that to pass it would become easy in time, and thus the maiden might the more lightly wander into those labyrinths where each form might mean something or nothing. That play did not agree, it is true, with the native impulsiveness of Bogusław. Still he restrained himself, for he judged that that alone would lead to the object, and at the same time he found in it such satisfaction as the spider finds when weaving his web, the traitorous bird-catcher when spreading his net, or the hunter tracking patiently and with endurance the wild beast. His own penetration, subtlety, and quickness, developed by life at the French court, amused the prince. He entertained Panna Alexandra as if she were a sovereign princess, but in such a way that again it was not easy for her to divine whether this was done exclusively for her, or whether it flowed from his innate and acquired politeness toward the fair sex in general. It is true that he made her the chief person in all the entertainments, plays, cavalcades, and hunting expeditions, but this came somewhat from the nature of things. After the departure of Janusz's princess to Kurland, she was really first among the ladies at Taurogi. A multitude of noble ladies from all Jmud had taken refuge in Taurogi, as in a place lying near the boundary, so as to be protected by the Swedes under the guardianship of the prince. But they recognized Panna Bílevich as first among all, since she was the daughter of the most noted family. And while the whole commonwealth was swimming in blood, there was no end to entertainments. You would have said that the king's court, with all the courtiers and ladies, had gone to the country for leisure and entertainment. Bogusław ruled as an absolute monarch in Taurogi and in all adjoining electoral Prussia, in which he was frequently a guest. Therefore everything was at his orders. Towns furnished money and troops on his notes. The Prussian nobles came gladly in carriages and on horseback to his feasts, hunts, and tournaments. Bogusław even renewed, in honour of his lady, the conflicts of knights within barriers, which were already in disuse. On a certain occasion he took active part in them. Dressed in silver armour and girded with a silver sash which Panna Bílevich had to bind on him, he hurled from their horses 4 of the first knights of Prussia, Ketling V and Sakovich VI, though the last had such gigantic strength that he stopped carriages in their course by seizing a hind wheel. And what enthusiasm rose in the crowd of spectators when afterward the silver-clad knight, kneeling before his lady, took from her hand the crown of victory. Shouts rang like the thunder of cannon, handkerchiefs were waving, flags were lowered, but he raised his visor and looked into her blushing face with his beautiful eyes, pressing at the same time her hand to his lips. Another time, when in the enclosure a raging bear was fighting with dogs and had torn them all one after another, the prince, dressed only in light Spanish costume, sprang in with his spear and pierced not only the savage beast, but also a soldier who, seeing the moment of danger, had sprung to his aid. Panna Alexandra, the granddaughter of an old soldier, reared in traditions of blood, war, and reverence for knightly superiority, could not restrain at sight of these deeds her wonder and even homage, for she had been taught from childhood to esteem bravery as almost the highest quality of man. Meanwhile, the prince gave daily proofs of daring almost beyond human, and always in honour of her. The assembled guests, in their praises and enthusiasm for the prince, which were so great that even a deity might be satisfied with them, were forced involuntarily to connect in their conversations the name of Panna Bílevich with the name of Bogusław. He was silent, but with his eyes he told her what he did not dare to utter with his lips. The spells surrounded her perfectly. Everything was so combined as to bring them together, to connect them, and at the same time to separate them from the throng of other people. It was difficult for any one to mention him without mentioning her. Into the thoughts of Olenka herself Bogusław was thrust with an irresistible force, Every moment of the day was so arranged as to lend power to the spell. In the evening, after amusements, the chambers were lighted by many coloured lamps casting mysterious rays, as if from the land of splendid dreams transferred to reality. Intoxicating eastern odours filled the air. The low sounds of invisible harps, lutes, and other instruments fondled the hearing. And in the midst of these odours, lights, sounds, he moved in the glory of universal homage, like an enchanted king's son in a myth tale, beautiful, knightly, sun-bright from jewels, and as deeply in love as a shepherd. What maiden could resist these spells? What virtue would not grow faint amid such allurements? But to avoid the prince there was no possibility for one living with him under the same roof, and enjoying his hospitality, which, though given perforce, was still dispensed with sincerity and in real lordly fashion. Besides, Olenka had gone without unwillingness to Tauroghi, for she wished to be far from hideous Kieldani, as she preferred to Janusz, an open traitor, the knightly Bogusław, who feigned love for the deserted king and the country. Hence, in the beginning of her visit at Tauroghi, she was full of friendly feeling for the young prince, and seeing soon how far he was striving for her friendship, she used her influence more than once to do good to people. During the 3rd month of her stay, a certain artillery officer, a friend of Kettling, was condemned by the prince to be shot. Panna Bílevich, hearing of this from the young Scot, interceded for him. "A divinity may command, not implore," said Bogusław to her, and tearing the sentence of death, he threw it at her feet. "Ordain, command, I will burn Tauroghi if at that price I can call forth on your face even a smile. I ask no other reward save this, that you be joyous and forget that which once pained you." She could not be joyous, having pain in her heart, pity and an unutterable contempt for the man whom she had loved with first love, and who at that time was in her eyes a worse criminal than a parricide. That Kmicic, promising to sell the king for gold, as Judas sold Christ, became fouler and more repulsive in her eyes, till in the course of time he was turned into a human monster, a grief and reproach to her. She could not forgive herself for having loved him, and at the same time she could not forget him while she hated. In view of these feelings, it was indeed difficult for her even to feign gladness. But still she had to be thankful to the priest even for this, that he would not put his hand to Kmicic's crime, and for all that he had done for her. It was a wonder to her that the prince, such a knight and so full of noble feeling, did not hasten to the rescue of the country, since he had not consented to the intrigues of Janusz. But she judged that such a statesman knew what he was doing, and was forced by a policy which she, with her simple maiden's mind, could not sound. Bogusław told her also, explaining his frequent journeys to Prussian Tilsa, which was nearby, that his strength was failing him from overwork, that he was conducting negotiations between Jan Kazimir, Carl Gustav, and the Elector, and that he hoped to bring the country out of difficulty. "Not for rewards, not for offices do I do this," said he to her. "I will sacrifice my cousin Janusz, who was to me a father, for I know not whether I shall be able to implore his life for him from the animosity of Queen Ludwika. But I will do what my conscience and love for the dear mother, my country, demands." When he spoke thus, with sadness on his delicate face, with eyes turned to the ceiling, he seemed to her as lofty as those heroes of antiquity of which Heraclius Bílevich had told her, and of whom he himself had read in Cornelius Nepos, and the heart swelled within her with admiration and homage. By degrees it went so far that when thoughts of the hated Andrei Kmicic had tortured her too much, she thought of Bogusław to cure and strengthen herself. Kmicic became for her a terrible and gloomy darkness, Bogusław light in which every troubled soul would gladly bathe itself. The sword-bearer and Panna Kulvyets, whom they had brought also from Vodokty, pushed Olenka still more along that incline by singing hymns of praise from morning till night in honour of Bogusław. The sword-bearer and the aunt wearied the prince, it is true, so that he had been thinking how to get rid of them politely. But he won them to himself, especially the sword-bearer, who, though at first displeased and even enraged, still could not fight against the friendship and favours of Bogusław. If Bogusław had been merely a noble of noted stock, but not Radziwiłł, nor a prince, not a magnate invested with almost the majesty of a monarch, perhaps Panna Bílewicz might have loved him for life and death, in spite of the will of the old colonel, which left her a choice only between the cloister and Kmicic. But she was a stern lady for her own self, and a very just soul. Therefore she did not even admit to her head a dream of anything save gratitude and admiration so far as the prince was concerned. Her family was not so great that she could become the wife of Radziwiłł, and was too great for her to become his mistress. She looked on him, therefore, as she would on the king, were she at the king's court. In vain did Bogusław endeavour to give her other thoughts. In vain did he, forgetting himself in love, partly from calculation, partly from enthusiasm, repeat what he had said the first evening in Kiedani, that the Radziwiłłs had married ordinary noble women more than once. These thoughts did not cling to her, as water does not cling to the breast of a swan, and she remained as she had been, thankful, friendly, homage-giving, seeking consolation in the thought of a hero, but undisturbed in heart. He could not catch her through her feelings, though often it seemed to him that he was near his object. But he saw himself with shame and internal anger that he was not so daring with her as he had been with the first ladies in Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. Perhaps this was because he was really in love, and perhaps because in that lady, in her face, in her dark brows and stern eyes, there was that which enforced respect. Kmicic was the one and only man who in his time did not submit to that influence and paid no regard, prepared boldly to kiss those proud eyes and stern lips. But Kmicic was her betrothed. All other cavaliers, beginning with Pan Wołodyjowski and ending with the very vulgar Prussian nobles in Taurogi and the prince himself, were less confident with her than with other ladies in the same condition. Impulsiveness carried away the prince, but when once in a carriage he pressed against her feet, whispering at the same time, "Fear not," she answered that she did fear to regret the confidence reposed in him. Bogusław was confused and returned to his former method of conquering her heart by degrees. But his patience was becoming exhausted. Gradually he began to forget the terrible dream. He began to think more frequently of what Sakovich had counselled, and that the Bíleviches would all perish in the war. His desires tormented him more powerfully when a certain event changed completely the course of affairs in Taurogi. One day news came like a thunderbolt that Tykotsin was taken by Pan Sapieha and that Prince Janusz had lost his life in the ruins of the castle. Everything began to seethe in Taurogi. Bogusław himself sprang up and went off that same day to Königsberg, where he was to see the ministers of the King of Sweden and the Elector. His stay there exceeded his original plan. Meanwhile, bodies of Prussian and even of Swedish troops were assembling at Taurogi. Men began to speak of an expedition against Sapieha. The naked truth was coming to the surface more and more clearly, that Bogusław was a partisan of the Swedes as well as his cousin Janusz. It happened that at the same time the sword-bearer of Rosseni received news of the burning of his native Bilevica by the troops of Lowenhaupt, who, after defeating the insurgents in Jmudge at Shavli, ravaged the whole country with fire and sword. The old noble sprang up and set out, wishing to see the damage with his own eyes, and Prince Boguslav did not detain him, but sent him off willingly, adding at parting, "Now you will understand why I brought you to Taurogi, for, speaking plainly, you owe your life to me." Olyenka remained alone with Panna Kulvyets. They shut themselves up in their own chambers at once, and received no one but a few women. When these women brought tidings that the prince was preparing an expedition against the Poles, Olyenka would not believe them at first, but wishing to be certain, she gave orders to summon Ketling, for she knew that from her the young Scot would hide nothing. He appeared before her at once, happy that he was called, that for a time he could speak with her who had taken possession of his soul. "Cavalier," said Panna Bilevich, "so many reports are circulating about Taurogi that we are wandering as in a forest. Some say that the Prince Voyevoda died a natural death, others that he was borne apart on sabres. What was the cause of his death?" Ketling hesitated for a while. It was evident that he was struggling with innate indecision. At last he blushed greatly and said, "You are the cause of the fall and the death of Prince Janusz." "I?" asked Panna Bilevich with amazement. "You, for our prince chose to remain in Taurogi rather than go to relieve his cousin. He forgot everything near you, my lady." Now she blushed in her turn like a purple rose, and a moment of silence followed. The Scot stood, hat in hand, with downcast eyes, his head bent in a posture full of homage and respect. At last he raised his head, shook his bright curls, and said, "My lady, if these words have offended you, let me kneel down and beg forgiveness." "Do not," said she quickly, seeing that the young knight was bending his knees already. "I know that what you have said was said with a clean heart, for I have long noticed that you wish me well." The officer raised his blue eyes, and putting his hand on his heart, with a voice as low as the whisper of a breeze, and as sad as a sigh, replied, "Oh, my lady, my lady!" At this moment he was frightened lest he had said too much, and again he bent his head toward his bosom and took the posture of a courtier who is listening to the commands of a queen. "I am here among strangers without a guardian," said Olyenka, "and though I shall be able to watch over myself alone, and God will preserve me from harm, still I need the aid of men also. Do you wish to be my brother? Do you wish to warn me in need, so that I may know what to do and avoid every snare?" As she said this, she extended her hand, but he kneeled in spite of her prohibition and kissed the tips of her fingers. "Tell me," said she, "what is happening around me?" "The prince loves you," said Ketling. "Have you not seen that?" She covered her face with her hands. "I saw and I did not see. At times it seemed to me that he was only very kind." "Kind," repeated Ketling, like an echo. "But when it came into my head that I, unfortunate woman, might rouse in him unhappy wishes, I quieted myself with this, that no danger threatened me from him. I was thankful to him for what he had done, though God sees that I did not look for new kindnesses, since I feared those he had already shown me." Ketling breathed more freely. "May I speak boldly?" asked he. "Speak." "The prince has only two confidants, Pan Sakovich and Patterson, But Paterson is very friendly to me, for we come from the same country, and he carried me in his arms. What I know from him. The prince loves you. Desires are burning in him as pitch in a pine torch. All things done here, all these feasts, hunts, tournaments, through which, thanks to the princess' hand, blood is flowing from my mouth yet, were arranged for you. The prince loves you, my lady, to distraction, but with an impure fire, for he wishes to disgrace, not to marry you. For though he could not find a worthier, even if he were king of the whole world, not merely a prince, still he thinks of another. The princess, Janusz's daughter, and her fortune are predestined to him. I learnt this from Paterson, and the great God, whose gospel I take here to witness, knows that I speak the pure truth. Do not believe the prince, do not trust his kindness, do not feel safe in his moderation. Watch, guard yourself, for they are plotting treason against you here at every step. The breath is stopping in my breast from what Paterson has told me. There is not a criminal in the world equal to Sienkiewicz. I cannot speak of him, I cannot. Were it not for the oath which I have taken to guard the prince, this hand and this sword would free you from continual danger. But I would slay Sienkiewicz first. This is true. Him first before all men, even before those who in my own country shed my father's blood, took my fortune, made me a wanderer and a hireling. Here Kettling trembled from emotion. For a while he merely pressed the hilt of his sword with his hand, not being able to utter a word. Then he recovered, and in one breath told what methods Sienkiewicz had suggested to the prince. Panna Alexandra, to his great surprise, bore herself calmly enough while looking at the threatening precipice before her. Only her face grew pale and became still more serious. Unbending resolution was reflected in her stern look. "I shall be able to save myself," said she, "so help me God and the Holy Cross." "The prince has not consented hitherto to follow Sienkiewicz's counsel," added Kettling, "but when he sees that the road he has chosen leads to nothing," and he began to tell the reasons which restrained Bogusław. The lady listened with frowning brow, but not with superfluous attention, for she had already begun to ponder on means to wrest herself free of this terrible guardianship. But there was not a place in the whole country unsprinkled with blood, and plans of flight did not seem to her clear. Hence she preferred not to speak of them. "Cavalier," said she at last, "answer me one question. Is Prince Bogusław on the side of the King of Sweden or the King of Poland?" "It is a secret to none of us," answered the young officer, "that the prince wishes the division of this commonwealth so as to make of Lithuania an independent principality for himself." Here Kettling was silent, and you would have thought that his mind was following involuntarily the thoughts of Olenka, for after a while he added, "The Elector and the Swedes are at the service of the prince, and since they will occupy the Commonwealth, there is no place in which to hide from him." Olenka made no answer. The young man waited a while longer to learn if she would ask him other questions, but when she was silent, occupied with her own thoughts, he felt that it was not proper for him to interrupt her. Therefore he bent double in a parting bow, sweeping the floor with the feathers in his cap. "I thank you, Cavalier," said Olenka, extending her hand to him. The officer, without turning, withdrew toward the door. All at once there appeared on her face a slight flush. She hesitated a moment and then said, "One word, Cavalier." "Every word is for me a favour." "Did you know Pan Andrei Kmicits?" "I made his acquaintance, my lady, in Kyedani. I saw him the last time in Pilvishki, when we were marching hither from Podlasiye." "Is what the prince says true, that Pan Kmicits offered to do violence to the person of the King of Poland?" "I know not, my lady. It is known to me that they took counsel together in Pilvishki. Then the prince went with Pan Kmicic to the forest, and it was so long before he returned that Patterson was alarmed and sent troops to meet him. I led those troops. We met the prince. I saw that he was greatly changed, as if strong emotion had passed through his soul. He was talking to himself, which never happens to him. I heard how he said, 'The devil would have undertaken that.' I know nothing more, but later, when the prince mentioned what Kmicic offered, I thought, if this was it, it must be true." Panna Bílevich pressed her lips together. "I thank you," said she, and after a while she was alone. The thought of flight mastered her thoroughly. She determined at any price to tear herself from those infamous places and from the power of that treacherous prince. But where was she to find refuge? The villages and towns were in Swedish hands. The cloisters were ruined, the castles levelled with the earth. The whole country was swarming with soldiers, and with worse than soldiers, with fugitives from the army, robbers, all kinds of ruffians. What fate could be waiting for a maiden cast as a prey to that storm? Who would go with her? Her aunt Kulvyets, her uncle, and a few of his servants. Whose power would protect her? Ketteling would go, perhaps. Maybe a handful of faithful soldiers and friends might even be found who would accompany him. But as Ketteling had fallen in love with her beyond question, then how was she to incur a debt of gratitude to him, which she would have to pay afterward with a great price? Finally, what right had she to choose the career of that young man, scarcely more than a youth, and expose it to pursuit, to persecution, to ruin, if she could not offer him anything in return save friendship? Therefore she asked herself, what was she to do? Whither was she to flee, since here and there destruction threatened her, here and there disgrace? In such a struggle of soul she began to pray ardently, and more especially did she repeat one prayer with earnestness, to which the old colonel had constant recourse in evil times, beginning with the words, "God saved thee with thy infant from the malice of Herod. In Egypt he straitened the road for thy safe passage." At this moment a great whirlwind rose, and the trees in the garden began to make a tremendous noise. All at once the praying lady remembered the wilderness on the borders of which she had grown up from infancy, and the thought that in the wilderness she would find the only safe refuge flew through her head like lightning. Then Olenka breathed deeply, for she had found at last what she had been seeking. To Zielonka, to Rogovska. There the enemy would not go, the ruffian would not seek booty. There a man of the place, if he forgot himself, might go astray and wander till death. What must it be to a stranger not knowing the road? There the Domasheviches, the Smoky Stykans, and if they are gone, if they have followed Pan Dvoriovsky, it is possible to go by those forests far beyond and seek quiet in other wildernesses. The remembrance of Pan Dvoriovsky rejoiced Olenka. Oh, if she had such a protector! He was a genuine soldier. His was a sabre under which she might take refuge from Kmicic and the Radzivills themselves. Now it occurred to her that he was the man who had advised, when he caught Kmicic in Bílevice, to seek safety in the Białowieża wilderness. And he spoke wisely. Rogovska and Zielonka are too near the Radzivills, and near Białowieża stands that Sapieha who rubbed from the face of the earth the most terrible Radziwill. To Białowieża then, to Białowieża, even today, tomorrow. Only let her uncle come, she would not delay. The dark depths of Białowieża will protect her, and afterward, when the storm passes, the cloister. There only can be real peace and forgetfulness of all men, of all pain, sorrow, and contempt. End of chapter 41. Recording by David Granville Young.